Mm-hmm. Money. All right, we're live. We're live. Let's share this. Let's share this on the Twitters. Let you guys see what I'm doing. There we go. Happy New Year. Okay, well, where to begin? So, my name's Ryan. Hello. 안녕하세요. I am a mediocre, just to get us on the same page, I'm a mediocre intermediate level software developer. I actually don't call myself a software developer. I'm just a guy who learned to code kind of out of necessity because I was working in tech for a few years as a marketer, and I started having all these marketing ideas, and each one of them I was hitting a wall with executing it because I couldn't do the implementation myself. And so I decided to learn to code. Of course, deciding to learn to code was really something I did like 5 times, right? So Mark Twain says, it's easy to quit smoking. I've done it thousands of times. It's easy to learn to code. I've tried thousands of times. And each of those times I tried was kind of a false stop-start. I would spend an hour or two on Codecademy and just kind of give up and thought, basically this isn't for me. Either I'm not smart enough or my brain just doesn't work that way. Or I would also tell myself that I should have started when I was much younger because now my brain is too fixed in its ways to think that way. All of that ended up being fake news, all a lie. But when I decided to really give it a go was 2015, September 2015. I quit my job. I went from New York City to Chiang Mai, Thailand, and I took some online courses there called Tea Leaf Academy. That is now launchschool.com. Highly recommend them for an online boot camp. You take it at your own pace, a couple $100 a month. I'm not an affiliate. And Launch School, those classes really helped me. And while I was in Thailand, I Airbnb'd my New York apartment so I could survive. And then I went back to the States, kept coding. A year later, started FOMO.com, which is still going well today. And most recently, last year, I came to Korea to do K-pop. So I'm a little bit rusty with coding, but we're going to try to build an app today from scratch. I've done this a few times on my YouTube channel. You can just look at my live streams and you'll see a few examples where I built things in 2 hours, 6 hours, and like 12 hours. I think today's app will take 6 to 8 hours maybe. Depends how many features we want to add, how crazy we want to get. But we're going to just do that and then launch it for this hackathon called Build Sell 30. And this is where you make an app, try to get $100 worth of customer revenue, and then sell the app on microacquire.com. So I think it'll be kind of fun. I don't know anything about whether I'll get the customers or the MRR or if anyone will want to buy the app, but I can guarantee that by the end of today, we will have finished the building part. So we're gonna jump into this. I have some notes for myself on the process that I've done in previous streams that was really helpful. And I think for first-time or early beginner developers, this process is a lot more important than nailing, memorizing all of the built-in methods of the language or the framework that you choose. Or it's even more important than the framework itself that you choose. And this process is to try to build something the way our brain works. So our brain works like abstract to the literal, the finite, right? So we say, wouldn't it be cool if there was an app that did this thing? Wouldn't it be cool if there was a car that was powered by solar, right? Or batteries instead of gas. So that's the big abstract idea. And then programming is the process of breaking that up into essentially functions, methods, same thing, that yield a result of like true or false. And figuring out how to go from wouldn't it be cool if to hundreds or thousands or millions of functions that return true or false, that is what it means to learn to code. All the other stuff, the syntax, memorizing a little bit of stuff here and there, it all kind of happens in your fingers. Like you have muscle memory in your fingers. You don't have to worry so much about whether your brain can handle it. So without further ado, let's jump into it. Today we're going to be building a SaaS app, software as a service app. I wanted it to be something simple and useful that people are willing to pay for. That's sort of the golden question, right? How can I make something people are willing to pay for that's simple, build it really quickly? And I'm going to build something based on my own need and based on the needs of other people I've observed in the last couple months. And that is an NFT sales bot. So NFTs, hopefully someone's watching this in 10 years and they're like, why is he explaining NFTs? Basically art or assets that live on the blockchain besides just pure tokens. And so a lot of NFT projects have been coming out where people build Discord chat communities and they want kind of alerts whenever a sale happens. This helps build social proof. It helps people understand the project is still active. And so with the sales bot, when I was looking for one a while ago, the only options I saw were for like 1 ETH, right? So it's thousands of dollars to buy this bot. There weren't really any fast and quick, easy setup solutions. And there are, of course, APIs everywhere that you can use to build your own. But what I see as a framework is anytime a bunch of people are rolling their own of something, that's an opportunity for a SaaS tool that does it as a service. So today we're going to build an NFT sales bot that allows someone to basically say, here's my NFT online. So in this case, we're going to do OpenSea, right? A website at the time, if you're watching this in the future. OpenSea, you're going to plug in, here's my collection, and then I want you to plug in like your Discord channel webhook URL. We'll explain what that is if you don't know. And that should really be the only user inputs, and then they should pay us, right? And in exchange, every few minutes, we should be fetching recent sales from that collection and sending a notification to their chat community. So today we're going to build Discord integration. Discord is a chat app, kind of like Slack or whatever. And we're going to connect on the other side to OpenSea, which is a place to host NFTs. We could connect to other platforms later on the NFT side, and we could also connect to other integrations later on the Discord side. And I already have, I think, an idea for one of those, Zapier. So if we have time today, we'll also build a Zapier integration from scratch. If you want to follow along in the nitty gritty, what I'm going to first do, let's switch to my computer mode. I'll keep myself in the corner at all times. Look, Ma. What we're going to do is make a document. This is a great way, I think, to get us all on the same page. I'll put this in the YouTube channel, NFT sales bot spec. And we're going to put a couple things in here. We're going to put some of what I just mentioned, like the user should do this. This is called a user story. As a user, I want to blank so that blank happens. And we're going to do all this kind of business logic in this document first, and then we're going to start writing code. But even before we write code, after we do this, we're going to write pseudocode. I'll explain that. And we're going to make a wireframe, so sort of a sketch of what the app should look like. That way, when it's time to code, we are basically just following the instructions that we've given ourselves here. We're just going to follow the recipe. So let's grab this link, let anybody mess with it. Anybody can view. I'll put this into the live stream. Actually, for now, I'll just chat this. Hey, Kirill. Sorry if I got your name wrong. Creating board games, maybe not very useful, but let me just put this Google Doc link in the description. Put this right at the top. What we're building. Okay, cool. Groovy. So now we've got the document. You guys can jump in. guys can jump into the document. And let's start going with it. And by the way, feel free to chat. I have another screen pulled up with the live chats. So you're welcome to contribute and give ideas and say, wouldn't it be cool if we did that feature? Our goal today is to do something as quickly as possible, to make it as simple as possible, that it can generate revenue as quickly as possible and sell the app. So I'm just doing this to encourage other people. I'm even open to giving away this app to someone if we can't sell it on microacquire.com. So I'll say simple service that fetches recent sales from an NFT marketplace, in this case OpenSea, and sends alerts to a Discord chat server. And I want to get an example so you guys know what I'm talking about. What do these alerts look like? Because my unfair advantage is I've made one of these for a couple people's projects. It wasn't a full-blown app, but I made one of these for someone's projects. Let's go to, where's the sales bot? Here we go. So here's an example, something like this. This is a sales alert. And as you can see, it's just got a few elements. So we've got the piece's name, how much it's sold for. This kind of thing is Ethereum sort of symbol, like the $. From this wallet to this wallet. These things are clickable. This is the image. So you can kind of see how it looks. I built another one for this server called Crypto Hoots. Theirs is more active than the other one. So they're getting a lot of sales coming through. It's just a sales alert. And with them, I think they just changed the title from MetroBot to SalesBot. So very, very simple stuff. I want to put these side by side. Make it cool. All right. And what we need some terminology. We're going to have users, admin, a sale, an alert. User is a customer of this product. Admin, us, the developer or employee of the app. A sale, let's blow this up. A sale is a transaction on the NFT marketplace, OpenSea. And the alert is going to be the notification sent to integrated service, in this case, Discord chat server. Okay, those are kind of our main terms. So I want to first make sure we understand sale and alert are kind of different. In theory, we could have one sale and that could trigger 5 alerts. Maybe I ping Discord and I send the person an email and I send someone a text message. So I don't want these to be combined. I want them to be modular. And now we can get some user stories, which again are simple, but I just like going through this process. As a user, and now we're going through each of these, I want to be notified of new sales in my Discord chat server so that other community members are reminded and encouraged to buy my assets. Let's do an asset NFT token artwork to buy my assets. So you see how in our user stories we're using our terminology. I don't want to log in ever to fix or maintain my bot, right? So this kind of should be set it and forget it. Value prop. And as a user, maybe I want to know how many sales I've had, how many notifications or alerts, let's call them alerts, my bot has triggered. Maybe also as a user, I want to connect multiple bots. Instead of connect, let's say create. Now I need one of those. Let's say bot, an instance of this service. One bot equals one NFT collection, okay? So I want to create multiple bots for each of my NFT collections. or my client's collection. So maybe someone wants to be a reseller of our app, or maybe someone does NFT consulting, marketing consulting. Maybe someone has 5 of their own collections. I personally have been involved in 3 NFTs in the last couple months. So this is a screaming multi-tenancy, which we'll talk about later. I want to have multiple bots under one user account. As a user, and we could say advanced features, advanced as a user. This is stuff we might add later or never. I want to invite other team members to manage my bots. I want to change my alert design. So if you look here, this is kind of a design. We've got a green side, we've got the title, clickable. All of these things could be changed though. The image could be a different size. Thanks, Luke. Thanks for joining. The image could be a different size. These wallets could look different, more digits. Instead of from to, it could say buyer, seller. Everything could be different. And we'll learn about that later when we look at the Discord embeddables feature. So this is called an embeddable, where we have to send data in a specific way and it will populate in a designed kind of widget. And so we could call that a design, alert design, embeddable formatting for the Discord chat server. So maybe we'll make a couple different designs. But those could be later. As an admin, I want to know my top users. This could maybe mean users with most sales or alerts. Otherwise, I want to know my revenue, which we could probably figure out just in our revenue app, so Stripe or whatever we use for billing. And that's kind of about it. There's only a couple user types. It's not like a marketplace where we have buyers and sellers and admin and moderators, and it's not like that. Pretty simple. Now in terms of how it should look, we're gonna do the wireframes in an app I love called Balsamic. They have a web version, I think a SaaS version. They have this desktop version. This is the old desktop version. I think I paid one time for it, like $30, and I've had it for 5 years. And you can unlicense a computer and get a new computer, so I like it. Let's call this NFT sales bot. And I'm gonna just set up a base wireframe. I like to number my wireframes so that they kind of go in linear order of the user experience. And I like to make it look somewhat realistic, so I add a browser window. You can even make these browser windows, right, like 1080p, 1080 by 720. I don't really know if that's the right dimensions. Let's double click and see if I can do it that way. Yeah, 1080 by 720. All right, I even like to make this look realistic. Sales bot. I'm pretty positive NFTsalesbot.com does not exist, but we'll figure something out. If you guys want to front run me and try to scoop up all the domains and be a jerk, I guess that's fine. I will still figure it out. Here we've got our call to action, right? And you might be wondering, why are we doing all this? But the thing is we want the coding part to be as painless as possible. You do not want to be figuring out business logic staring at code. Our brain does not really work that way. Our brain thinks about business logic without having any idea what code is. And so part of being a good developer is actually sitting around and deciding, sort of telling your brain, we're going to think in abstract terms right now. Okay, we're not going to talk about functions and methods in code. Okay, we're just going to think in abstract terms. And that's what we're able to force ourselves to do when we do a wireframe. Hey Young, Happy New Year to you as well. For now, NFT sales bot, and then I'm going to grab a subtitle and just say, what do we actually do right now? You know, get instant alerts in your Discord chat community whenever an NFT sells on OpenSea. Kind of literal, right? Sometimes literal is fine. I think I can do a new line with this syntax. Nope. In new line. There we go. That's sort of our home page, and maybe we want to put an example there. So we could say something like, let's get a shitty screenshot. Sol Metro. I'm going to put like a left and right thing. So let's see, what kind of arrow can we do? So like turn this into this kind of thing, right? There we go. Turn this. Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. There we go. Okay. Can I give this a border? It's looking crappy. Oh well. We can always give it a rectangle. So this is kind of the value prop. Color. No color, bro. Let's put it behind. Okay. Okay. That's enough for the marketing. We're not really trying to do a marketing live stream here. We're doing a dev live stream. But good luck just building the app itself without anything to explain it. And we might want to say that, you know, there's no code required. By the way, guys, remember, again, feel free to give comments or ideas. Will it have this? How will we do that? No coding required. Set up in 90 seconds. I don't want to lie here, so we'll have to revise this later. If it takes like 4 minutes, then we'll say set up in minutes. I'm not going to just put set up in 30 seconds. You know, some people do that. I don't get it. You know, be honest, okay? But then we want a big button. Get started, something like that. And I don't even know if we care about their email at this point. If this is all just an idea. Wasn't this what they did at like Apple for a long time? Something like that. Make that gray so it looks like placeholder text. All right, something like that. That could be our whole homepage. Now what I want to do is duplicate this, and we're going to use this for our other pages. So let's say maybe they just plugged in their email. What do we know that we need? We need their Discord webhook URL, and we need an OpenSea vanity slug like this. So we're going to maybe put that here. We'll call this like get started. Provide your OpenSea collection URL and Discord webhook. Okay. Here we don't need these things. I'm going to kill those. And we're going to make some inputs. And labels. We have a label. Cool. We'll make this kind of user-friendly. So it's like, oh, do we want their URL or do we want their slug? Not everybody knows what that means. So here we could maybe pre-fill this with OpenSea.io/collection/ right? Like your slug here. So they would maybe just plug in, intuitively what goes right here, right? And we want to dupe that, and we also need a Discord webhook URL. This is going to look like, well, let's make one. I have my own Kulp channel, I think. Kulp Enterprises. Kulp Enterprises. Where are you at, dog? Here we go. Kulp NFT HQ. I never really used this. So here we go. I will make a webhook channel. You guys are welcome to spam this right now if you're a dev channel. Webhooks, sales bot test, whatever. Here we go. And I want a webhook for this. Integrations, create webhook, sales bot. Oh, you guys don't even get to see it. I'll show you. It's fine. What does this webhook look like? Looks like that. So I want to just kind of grab this and plug this into my design so it has like good UX. Change a couple digits. Like that. I want them to kind of see what this needs to look like. Cool. That way, this is giving them, sort of guiding them. And then here, let's have like a link that says like, how do I, maybe, where do I find this? Right? And we'll just point them to some generic article already written for us. We don't really want to make a help center. Create webhook URL. Also, webhook URL, the instructions might change over time. So I'd rather link them directly to Discord's own guide. There we go. Let's see if this is an anchor tag that we can link right to. No, sad. Sad. All right, and we'd link them to that. And let's put a note so that when we're developing, we already have this guide ready to go. Cool. Check on the chats. All right, where do I find this? Great. And then we want them to maybe just hit like next. We could do more on this page, by the way, but for now, I'll just make it a new page. I'll just make it a new page for now. Let's duplicate this. Shift Command in. 2 in. Choose design. So instead of get started, let's call this setup bot. I don't know. Choose design. All right. Actually, I want to duplicate the other one. Nope. Duplicate. That way I get all the same kind of design. Choose design. Now here's where we want to provide this kind of thing. And I want to maybe give them like a few options. Thing is we don't have, I don't have any other options, but we'll just kind of call this like ABC, and maybe we'll make a couple options later. Choose which style, choose which alert style you prefer. You can change this later, something like that. Center that bad boy. Center these bad boys. Great, and then lastly, we of course want to take their money, but I was thinking we could have some add-ons. So this could be sort of like, let's say get started, do design, and then on this last step could be like add-ons, optional. So if you think about alert bots, one thing to know actually that's a cool tip about right now the state of OpenSea, they don't have webhooks themselves. So if you want to get alerted when there's a sale, OpenSea will not tell you a sale happens. You have to poll it, which means you have to ping the OpenSea server every minute or hour or whatever and see what's new. So that actually is a bug, right, that we can convert to a feature. What I mean by that is we can maybe charge people a different amount for a different polling interval. If you guys use Zapier, then you're familiar with this. Zapier lower plans run every 15 minutes. Zapier middle plans run every 5 minutes. The high Zapier plans, right, like run every 60 seconds. So we could have something like that. Extras to enhance your experience. Now maybe we won't put this in version 1, but I wanted to kind of stub it out. And I'd actually like the bigger browser window. Let's kill this smaller window. Oh, we just make it bigger. Here we go. So an example would be, let's get a checkbox. Run the, or I don't know, create alerts every every 5 minutes. Default is 10 minutes, right? Something like that. That's an option. Let's make it a little bigger. What's another add-on we can have? Again, you guys are welcome to contribute. What if we have like create a custom embed design? We could say like, we'll email you within 24 hours, right? And we need prices for all this, but what are some other add-ons we might want to have? Maybe the number of bots. So like unlimited bots. Default is 1 per plan. So we could have like plans for 1 bot or 3 bots or 5 bots, but I don't want all that stuff really. I kind of want it to just be simple. Maybe default is 2 per plan. I don't know. Unlimited bots. Now we need pricing. Let's say we're happy with these. How should we lay that out? For now, let's just get our labels. Plus 5 extra per month. I don't know. Unlimited bots. And maybe lastly, we have like a lifetime plan, right? Pay once, use forever. This could be a hack for us to get that $100 in revenue we need for the build, sell 30 competition. Maybe we just make it $100. Right? And we probably should put somewhere, set up in 90 seconds. Maybe we even put here how it's like, I don't know, $5 a month, I don't know, or $100 lifetime. That way, by the time they get to that page at the end, they are anticipating some kind of cost. Okay, now back here, this could have a big price at the bottom that as they check things, it changes, I don't know. Something like add billing. Let's make this much bigger. And let's grab all these, move them over. Maybe we check one, make the status of this checked, and just show that there's more payment. State selected. This could be like $10 a month. Something like that. Maybe when it's selected, this is bold and, I don't know, green. Something like that. Cool. Then they pay. And on the payment page, we might use a cool feature by Stripe, which is Stripe Checkout. Stripe, what's it called? Checkout? Maybe Stripe Checkout, where they will handle that UI, UX of typing in a credit card. We also could build our own form and just put it on this page. But Stripe Checkout's kind of nice because it handles all of the exceptions. So like they want to cancel their plan in the middle of the billing cycle and they want to keep the plan until the end of the cycle, right? Or they want to upgrade their plan 2 days into a new cycle. This Stripe Checkout service will automatically prorate the charges and refunds and everything for us. If I was building a bigger app, I would not use Stripe Checkout because I would want the branding to be under my control. I wouldn't want to point the user to an external URL. But for this case, I think it almost might be helpful for us, right? This is a very small app. You're not sure if you can trust it. So when it gets to the sensitive part where you're giving us your data, like your credit card, it should be, it should feel legitimate. So we can just point them directly to Stripe. Add-ons. This billing page will actually just be the Stripe billing page. So step 4 is kind of just like Stripe Checkout. And then step 5 is probably maybe pointing them back to their dashboard. So they land back in the app, and that dashboard, if we look back at our user stories, that dashboard can basically say, how many sales I've had. So let's make a really simple dashboard. Let's copy paste this one. dashboard. Now, we already talked about they might have multiple bots, so we probably need to have maybe some kind of drop-down that lets them choose which bot they want to be looking at. So I'll call this Soul Metro. And maybe Crypto Hoots, that other channel I showed you guys that we set up a bot for them. A little bit wider. A label. Maybe we hide this if they only have one bot. Or if they have only one bot, we show this, but it says like +, add a new bot. Here we go. Add a bot, something like that. And we don't need any of these things. We don't really need any of these things. But we want some kind of stat counters. So maybe just the rectangle's fine. We'll make this look nicer for real. New chats. Okay, good. Maybe this could be like 95. Some big, cool sounding number. This could even go on the home page. So when we have this dashboard up and running, we'll take a screenshot of it with populated values for a real bot we've already made, and then we'll put that in a separate section on the home page. So we can say like sales, slightly bigger, and like alerts. And maybe we don't want to call them alerts. Maybe later we want to call them notifications. Maybe alert sounds kind of like an emergency. This could sort of just be like, you know, or maybe we even put this, I don't know. I don't like the visual hierarchy of this bot right now, but edit plan. This could go back to Stripe checkout, something like that. And, you know, we're going to need some kind of navigation. So we're going to want like log in, log out, I guess. And likewise, we're going to want that on the home page, like log in. Really, all these pages log out because they're now logged in at this point, right? Cool. So that's kind of our V1 design. Let's save this. Let's export all the PNGs. And let's throw them into our Google Doc. Wireframes. Oh, bummer. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so what we've tried to achieve here, a few things actually. At first I mentioned that our brain doesn't want to work in code, right? As little time as possible, we want to think in code. Mostly we want to think in terms of business logic. We want to think in terms of making money. We want to think in terms of being creative. So wouldn't it be cool if this thing did that thing, right? Whether we're making an app or whether we're making flying cars. We want to keep our brain working in its natural state as much as possible. When we switch to coding, we just want to think in coding. We don't want to start thinking about business logic again. And so that's the first thing we've achieved with this process, right? We're now 30 minutes into the stream, 39 minutes. We haven't coded yet. The second thing we've achieved by doing this process is that now we've essentially created a spec. That's why I called this spec, specifications, that we could hand off to another developer and essentially get the result we're looking for without coding it ourselves. So this is really useful if we are not actually developers, if we are developers but we don't have the time. If we are developers, but we just want to see how it's like managing another developer, you can create this kind of specification and give it to another developer. And similarly to what we're going to do in a minute, they will simply follow this spec, which is like a recipe. They'll follow the recipe and get the outcome you want. Instead of going back and forth with people over screens and UI, UX and features, well into the build process, we'd rather just determine all that up front. But the final piece that I like to do, not necessary, but something I like to do, is create the data model. And the data model is just a fancy way to describe the tables and the attributes and how they all connect. So naturally, anybody understands we're going to need users, we're going to need sales, we're going to need alerts, which maybe we want to call them a notification. So I don't know what we want to call this yet. And that's kind of maybe it. We obviously want payment details, but we could attach that to the user, the sale, the alert. Some alerts might be Discord, some alerts might be Zapier. That could still all kind of live on the alert. So I want to start specking out these attributes. And I'll actually generally do this in here as well. So let's make a new one. Call this 0 data model. And data model, rectangle, I don't know. Here we go. Can I write in there? No? Okay. So I'm going to just put these in here. Users have an email. They're going to have a password. And I have an idea about this, by the way. I'm seeing a lot of apps nowadays in crypto trying to feel a little more decentralized, trying to feel a little more privacy focused. And so what I'm seeing apps do, even big apps, is not have a password, but just have an email. And when you sign in, it sends one of those magic links to your account, to your email that you have to click. So maybe we could do something like that. Maybe we'd call this like a magic link. So there's still sort of a password, but it's not a password you have to know or memorize. This also means the accounts can't really get hacked because it's just triggering an email to you with a token. All right, what else? Users are gonna have sort of like some connection to their payment. So I usually store the Stripe's customer ID, their customer object. Maybe that's all we care about now. We could let them give us their name. For now, that's that. Make this a little bit bigger. Let me zoom in. Just want to make sure you guys can see. Okay, that's the users. And then we're also going to have, what did we just talk about in our doc? Sales. And by the way, this is already creating a bit of a tricky situation. What does a sale mean? Is a sale just a purchase? So someone on here goes to a listed item and they click buy now. So let's say ones that are listed buy now. If I want to purchase this one, buy now. This is a sale. But what if this item is being auctioned? Should auctions count? If they do, should we give the user the option to say, hey, only sales and not auctions? It's a little bit tricky. So what we might want to do is store an attribute like sale type, auction, buy now, etc., but not actually surface that to our users just yet. We'll just maybe track it, but we won't do anything with it yet. This gives us room later to add that granular feature, and it will automatically work in reverse. It will automatically sort of grandfather everybody in. So this is one example of how to avoid technical debt, which is where you have to fix code later, and it's a lot more expensive, right, in terms of time, energy, effort. Things can go wrong. It's expensive to fix technical debt later. It's better if you architect things correctly the first time. So one example of that is that we wrote in our user story, as a user story, I want to create multiple bots. Well, this sounds like a simple feature, right? Multiple bots, of course, and it's intuitive. I have multiple collections, I want multiple bots. However, when it comes time to building, this user story changes a lot. Because if we only had one bot, our user could store attributes like this, the OpenSea URL and the Discord webhook. But suddenly, since we want them to have multiple bots, we actually shouldn't store this on the user table at all. We should actually now have a totally new table called bots. So you can kind of see how simple features can totally change. Let's call it, I don't know, because here's the thing. Maybe right now we only support OpenSea, but later we might want to support other things. But we'll just call it what it is, OpenSea slug maybe. Later, if we support another network like Foundation or Coinbase, maybe we'll call it Coinbase ID, right? And we can let those values be blank. OpenSea Slug and Discord webhook URL. Again, later, maybe we want not just Discord, but we want Slack or whatever. But if we give them these variables, these distinct names, then we're not too concerned. What would be a problem is if I name this webhook URL and later someone wants to connect it to OpenSea or Slack or Discord or Slack. Well, now we have to know how to choose the embeddable formatting. Embeddable formatting is this, if you guys remember. But we're not going to know how to choose because we're just going to have a thing called webhook URL. So I'd rather call it really descriptive, Discord webhook URL. And then later, if we add like Slack webhook URL, we can look at the presence or absence of these attributes to determine how to handle it. So now this is a bot. And I'm going to also put a note that this bot, child of user, right? So a user has many bots. So we're going to write that. Parent of bot. User has a bunch of bots because, right, as a user, I want to have many bots. So now this is the bot. The bot maybe owns the sales. So maybe our parent hierarchy works like that. Users are at the top. Users have bots underneath. The bots have many sales. Child of bot. And here we could say this, child of user, parent of bot. And this is just one simple way to do it. There's a thing called crow's feet. There's a couple notation practices where you explain database relationships with drawings. So if I did something like this could mean that bots and users have each other. Whereas if I did, I guess I don't know if I can do a one-way arrow. If I did a one-way arrow, then you'd be able to show that users have the bots, but bots don't have users. But this service, Balsamiq, is not meant for database modeling. So we're just keeping it really simple. So users have bots, bots have sales, and then maybe sales have alerts. And you're going to see that because we're doing this now, we're doing it this way, we're going to have a much faster time getting our code up and running. Now here's the point where we can decide, should we call these alerts or notifications? I guess I'd like to call them alerts or automations because a notification sounds more like what happens at the end user experience. So if I get a Slack notification, I call that a notification. If I receive an email, I wouldn't really call that a notification, I would call that an email. So this doesn't really care what it looks like at the end. This just cares what happens on the server side. So this is kind of like an alert or a notice. And it might be an email. It might be a Discord notification. So we can maybe call this like alert type. And we'll say like Discord, email, Zapier. And then we're going to have obviously, I don't know, the content, which could be code. It could be email content, HTML, whatever. HTML, Discord, webhook, embeddable. We don't know what it's going to be. Don't know what else the alert's going to have. Obviously, it's going to have like timestamps and stuff, but just assume all of these tables will have timestamps. This is a child of a sale. Child of bot and sales, parent of alert. Okay, something like that. So this is going to let us build an MVP without debating while we're coding, you know, how should this feature work? What should this page look like? Instead, we're just going to sort of already know what everything needs to be. Now let's export. Actually, I'll just screenshot this. Throw these in our Google Doc. Alrighty then. Okay, so I think we're ready to code now. Wanted to check if there's any questions. Another paid feature can be multiple marketplaces. Yeah, that's a cool idea. Let's add that up to here, advanced as a user. I want to connect other marketplaces besides OpenSea. So Coinbase, etc. And this could then, maybe this is what you're saying, Kirill, this could be an add-on maybe on that add-ons page in the wireframe. We could actually say like, other marketplace, right? Of course, Coinbase isn't out yet, but anyway, that's something we could definitely add, because then it's as simple as writing code for a checkbox, see who checks it, and then we actually, write the code to do the thing. Okay, so I think we're ready to start coding now. In the past, I've done these live streams where I used a template. The template, it was my own template. You can grab this template at github/Ryan/speedrail. I do not recommend it now. It's a Rails 6 template, whereas Rails 7 recently came out. So we're going to use Rails 7 from scratch, but this Rails 6 template does have some stuff already in it for you. It has user authentication, just those basic things that are difficult to set up. By the way, I should have mentioned this a while ago. If you're looking into coding, I have a coding course for free. I'm not pitching you. It's totally free. Founderhacker.com. I used to charge $100 for it. Got hundreds of students at the $100 price point. And then I decided recently to make it free. So you can check that out. This is going to teach you Ruby backend. And then from there, I'm considering new courses that go into Rails. All right, so we're going to go to my code folder, which I store in Dropbox. Not necessarily a great practice, because if your Dropbox sync corrupts files, you'll have to delete the files and re-download from your GitHub or wherever. But this is what I do. And we're going to make a Rails 7 app. To do that, I had to install Rails 7, so that my default version is 7. And I think you need Ruby 3 or above. Cool. So I'm going to do Rails new, and then you're going to type in the app name. So maybe let's just call this NFT sales bot. And then we're going to add some options. So we're going to make the database Postgres. This way we can have dev prod parity. I'll talk more about that later, where our development environment is basically identical to our production environment. That's going to reduce issues. And then we're going to add CSS of Tailwind. Tailwind is like the bootstrap killer. So a lot of us have heard of Bootstrap. Maybe it's getbootstrap.com. Getbootstrap.com. It is a free CSS kind of kit. You can make pretty decent designs with Bootstrap. However, in the last couple of years, Tailwind CSS has sort of started to trump Bootstrap. It's a little bit more modern looking, and Tailwind is a utility system, which means that utility first, which means if I want something to be 4 wide, I do W-4, width 24, height 24. It's a little more technical. It takes more markup, but you can get exactly the design you want. And so this is a demo here. Whereas Bootstrap is very opinionated. So if you go to Bootstrap, you don't have to write as much code, but you're going to get a sort of very bootstrappy look and feel. And that's not necessarily what everybody wants. So in Bootstrap, here's like an accordion. This is kind of what the accordion looks like. Whereas if you get a Tailwind accordion, you can make it any color you want or whatever. Whereas Bootstrap, you see, class accordion, it's going to give it this like blue when clicked, white when not clicked, and you have to really hack it to make it not look like Bootstrap. So we're going to use Tailwind. They recently added Tailwind as a default option to Rails 7 apps. So you can see here, CSS equals Tailwind, and that should make a new app called NFT Sales Bots. Let's go. We're now building at the 53-minute mark. I think spending 45 minutes on the spec, the wireframes, the data model is going to save us at least 3-4 hours in the build. So thank you guys for sticking around for that. I'll probably add chapters in the description later so people can click directly to these sections. What else you guys got? Feel free to keep chatting. All this is doing is setting up a basic app. It's going to look a little bit intimidating when we look at the code itself, because it creates a lot of code, and you're like, what am I supposed to do with all this? We haven't even built any features yet, but we'll walk through it. So I'm going to go to my code. What do we call this? NFT sales bot. Okay, here's all of our folders. These are all the kind of configs. I'll walk through this as we go. But for now, what I like to do first is make some pseudocode. So pseudocode, not real code, where we're writing out the logic of something without writing it in the syntax a computer can understand, right? Because computers are like retarded cockroaches. The smartest computer in the world is dumber than a retarded cockroach. They don't actually know anything. All they can do is parse true and false. So our idea wouldn't it be cool if I could get Discord alerts for an OpenSea sale? That's our like thesis. We need to turn that into must be converted to true false statements, essentially. Maybe hundreds of them, right? The bigger the app, the more true false statements you need. That's really all we're doing in coding. Make this markdown look a little nicer. So our pseudocode, we already kind of know the user flow, right? Let's call this user flow. We already know. Sign up, add details, pay, alerts begin. Okay. But what I also want to talk about now is the database or my app building flow, app development. I'm going to generate the database plus tables plus relationships. Relationships are like the parent-child thing. Then I'm going to convert wireframes to interface. Then I'm going to connect interface to backend. In the middle of all of this, we're going to probably deploy to a real production server just to make sure there's no issues. Rails 7 recently came out, as I mentioned, and it may not immediately work on a production server. For that server, we're going to use Heroku. Connect the interface to the backend, deploy somewhere in here to production server. We're going to buy a domain, hook that up, right? Finish setting up payments, something like that. Let's call this dev payments, and then finish setting up production payments. So dev payments means like the ability to pay with a fake credit card. We're going to test a lot locally, but when we know the app works and it's live and everything seems fine, we're going to switch that to accepting real money, and we're going to put it on a real domain. So this is kind of going to be our app development, let's call it workflow. Or I call this, workflow markdown. I'm going to make it in this folder of code, but I'm going to go to git ignore, which means all the stuff that git should ignore, and I'm going to ignore our workflow file. And now you can see this went gray, so we're ignoring it. So I'm going to walk through a little bit, obviously, how to code as we go through this. I can't teach everything in this spot, but first we're using git, which is version control. So I'm just going to add first commit is kind of a common way to do git. Now we are tracking versions of our code. I also want to set this up on GitHub. Let's make a new repo. NFT sales bot. Private, sorry friends, but you can obviously copy paste all my code. We're doing it right here, right? And we already have a repository. So I'm going to connect this code to GitHub there. Git branch, main. I like to use master. I'm old school. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Git origin master. It's just a muscle memory. I say git push master. And when it goes to main, it screws me up. So now, boom, refresh. The code we just created on my computer is on GitHub. And you can see that file we made called workflow, which has our process. It is not in here because I ignored it from Git. So anything in these folders is not going to be included. All right, now we've got that done. The other thing I want to do, we're going to need to store some passwords. We're going to need to store some passwords like API keys, maybe database passwords. We want to connect to certain services. We obviously need to store our Stripe API keys. Stripe is what we're going to use for payments. For that, I like to use a gem called Figaro. Figaro. In Rails, there is a built-in service called secrets, and there's a master key, and it allows you to store key values. So like this equals that. And it's totally fine. It's great, but I just kind of like it old school. So I'm going to use Figaro, which is how we used to do this before Rails 6 came out with that feature, Rails 5. To make Figaro work, we have to bundle exec Figaro install. And that's going to do two things. It's going to make this file, let's check it out, application YAML. This allows us to store passwords. It even tells us an example, Stripe key. And it's also going to do what we just did, go to git ignore, and it adds this. So now I can store passwords in here. So this looks just like that workflow MD. See how it's grayed out, it's being ignored. What this allows me to do, I can say like some password equals ASDF. Now if I were to go in our console, I can access this password via this thing env short for environment, and now we've got that. So now we're able to use passwords without putting them on our GitHub repo. So if someone were to get into my GitHub account and download all this code, they wouldn't have any of our sensitive data, and they wouldn't have our trusty workflow. So that's what Figaro allows us to do. And then it gives us more features like development, let's say some password, dev password, and then I can have a production environment like this, some password, prod password. So this will now, when we deploy to our server, our real server, we'll just give it these passwords, and locally we'll have these passwords. So this allows us to have like a test API key and a real API key. So that gives us one more layer of security. Even if someone got my GitHub code and got access to this file, well, if they had this file, but if they got my GitHub code with these passwords in it, they wouldn't know any of these passwords. So a little bit of geeking out. Next in our setup, we want to set up our database, right? So let's follow our workflow. Generate the database tables. To generate the database tables, we're going to run something called in Rails migrations. Really, databases of all kinds use the term migration, where we create, update, insert, delete, whatever, tables. We already know what tables we want. Let's open those up over here. I'll split my screen. Let's start with parent to child. So users are at the top, bots are below users, sales are below bots, alerts are below sales, right? So let's start with that. Now let's split our screen. We don't need our terminal right now. Let's generate our users. We're going to say Rails G or generate. I'm just going to do G for short. Migration, create users. This in Rails is magic. It's called syntactical sugar, syntax magic. It's called the Rails way, which means that when they see code like this, it knows you're trying to create a table called users. So this isn't just me deciding to call that. Create users. Let's give ourselves more room. And we need these attributes. We need an email. We need a password. Let's make that a text field. I'll explain that in a second. Stripe customer ID. And let's just not care about their name right now, right? We don't care about their name. We don't want the OpenSea URL. That's actually not true, right? We decided that we're only going to put that in the bots model. So let's make this again. Let's update our situation here. Okay, so email. Oh, we don't need their name, right? We're just keeping it really simple as possible. We just want to get paid, right? We just want to make some money, Kevin O'Leary. All right. Parent of bot. Okay, back to our code. Email, password, Stripe customer ID. That's it. Okay. So let me show you how this works. I'm going to literally go on our terminal, and from the root of our app, Rails generate migration, create users. This is just kind of like a CLI, command line interface. So Rails, if you prepend Rails and then some command here, Rails has a bunch of commands. One of them is the ability to create database tables without writing real code. All we did was write one line in the interface. So let's see what that looks like. If we look in our terminal, it tells us that we created a file inside of DB migrate. Created a table. It's gonna create a table. It hasn't created the table yet. This is like a recipe. This syntax is an active record syntax. So it's Ruby. So this is a method, a Ruby method, def some method, method code here. But this specific code is readable by the active record library, which is one of the sub-libraries of Rails. And you can use active record without Rails, the migration module specifically. So it's going to create a user's table. These are data types, string, text, string. Text and string, the big difference, text can go longer. So if you've ever been on a website and it says your password can only be up to like 15 characters, that's because that database is set to like string. They physically cannot store a longer password. Nowadays, of course, passwords being secure is more important. So everybody uses a text type or varchar type for this data type. String email, I could make this text, whatever. And a string for the Stripe customer ID. I happen to know Stripe customer IDs are like this, blah, blah, blah. They're never going to be really longer than that, so I don't need to do a text type. And then we're going to get timestamps, which is going to give us the created at and updated at. That allows us to see in dashboards, how many users did I get in the last day, right? So this looks good to me. And now to actually generate that table, I'm just going to do RailsDB migrate. Actually, RailsDB migrate, let's show you. It won't work because I don't actually have the database itself. It has the database been created. And it's giving me this tip, RailsDB create. The database is going to be created based on these details. It's going to create a database called NFT SalesBot development. These are all defaults. I can get rid of all this junk, make this look a little bit cleaner. Okay. We're using Postgres, so let's Rails DB create. Could not find expected. Couldn't infer multiple databases. Maybe I screwed up my spacing here. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this, line 15. Okay, that should have been a comment that I deleted. All right, now Rails DB migrate. And over here, we're gonna see a schema. Here we go. This schema is one way that we can quickly see what our database looks like. So this schema is really the same as what we made here. This is like a database schema. This is a more visually friendly schema. It's still not great. We could have arrows and showing relationships and stuff like that. I talked about it before, Crow's notation. But this is the same concept. This is the table. This is what type of data point it is. And now let's just keep rolling. So we now need another table. We want it to be bots, because bots belong to users. Bots, Rails G migration, create bots. And we need OpenC slug. We could call this a lot of things, OpenC vanity URL, but once you have the word URL, it sounds like it should include HTTPS, some kind of protocol. I don't really want to store a ton of duplicate OpenC.io/collection/. Also, maybe one day it will not be /collection/. Maybe one day it will not be OpenC.io, it will be OpenC.com. So it's safer to store just the information that's always unique. So OpenC slug. We can make that text, I guess, in case it's really long. And we want a Discord webhook URL. This should definitely be typed text, right? Those were pretty long when we looked at it. And this needs to be a child of a user. So to connect that, we're actually going to do it from here. User references. So if I want it to be the child of something, I type in the parent : references. Rails G migration bots. And again, before we run this, we get to double check it in our migration file. All right, we made a new migration. Create a table bots, OpenC slug, webhook URL, references the user. That means the user is going to be the parent, timestamps. Now, if we look back, before we run this migration, let's look back at our UI. What are we missing here? Well, we might be missing add-ons. We don't know where to store these add-ons. We can do this later. Should they be on the user? Should they be on the bot? Right? So like in theory, create alerts every 5 minutes. This feature should kind of belong to the bot and not the user. Maybe a user has 3 bots. One of them runs every 5 minutes. One of them runs every hour. But we don't really know yet. In custom embed design, we do need to know which embed they're using. So if we look here, like which embed. So we have to figure that out. We need to store that somewhere. So let's actually store that here. So instead of recreating this line of code, we're just going to go in and edit this directly. So let's do a string, and let's call it like, I don't know, Discord embed type, and maybe we'll have like A, B, C, or we'll give them names like, you know, Shorty, Long Boy, you know, whatever. We don't know yet, but we need to store which design they've chosen. And right now we're just figuring out which table do we want to store it on. I do think it's better to put it on the bot table. If we put it on the user table, but they have a bunch of bots, then we're forcing all of their bots to use the same embed design, right? And again, we are trying to make room for a later version of the app that doesn't just have Discord alerts. We want to maybe have other types of alerts as well. So let's put it on the bot. Let's just call it Discord embed type for now. And again, later we might have like Slack embed type, right? So Discord embed type, they will not be typing in a value here. We will have a group of values in our side that sort of determines which one is which. So I think this is good enough for now. The cool thing about databases, the good and the bad thing, they can always be changed. So I can make another migration later that says, you know what, I actually want the bots to own the users. And I want, right? So already our advanced feature idea of multiple users, currently we cannot support that. So if we had 100 users and we want multiple users to log into the same bot, that's not going to work because this user owns this bot. If we wanted to do it that way, we should have like admins own like users and the admins own the bots. And then I can just, as an admin invites users who get to modify the admin owned bots. So this is sort of how we would do that other feature where we would let users invite team members. For now, we kind of don't care. Or we could say users own teams, teams own bots, something like that. For now, I think that's just overkill to invite a bunch of team members because again, there's not much you can do in the app, right? And we know that, we have confidence of that because this is what the app looks like. You can add a new bot, you can turn off a bot, you can cancel your billing, whatever. For now, anything that someone else wants to do, let's say there's a 2-person NFT team and someone else wants to manage it, they can just message our customer support, right? Which will just be an email. So we're always balancing when we're building these MVPs, setting up our database so that we don't have too much technical debt, which means kind of building it for scale on day one. But we also don't want to get so caught in the weeds because if we build all that other stuff now, who knows if the first user who needs teams, they might not even be for like 6 months from now. Maybe I won't even own it then. So I'm just going to keep it simple and have single user tenancy relationships, one user, no team accounts. All right, so we've got bots, we've got users. If we look at our schema, you can see that the bots have another attribute called user ID. If you look at this table migration, we did not add a user ID, but we added a reference to the user, which translated into active records schema as a user ID attribute. So let's keep going. We only have 2 more tables to make, and then we're going to start building our UI. Next, we have what? Sales. Rails G migration, what? Create sales. And our sales table wants to have a sales type. We gave some examples. Just in case, remember, just in case later we want to capture different types of sales, or we want our user to be able to say, ignore auctions or only include auctions. We're just going to have this attribute now. We might not use it yet. This can be a string because we're going to determine the value of this. The user's not going to plug anything in, so we don't need it to be text type. We don't need it to be long. Sales password, oh, that was a mistake. That was me copying and pasting from the user table. Sale type, and we're going to need obviously the details, right, or the data. Now this is just going to be a blob of like some, data here. And this format is known as JSON, JavaScript Standard Object Notation. We'll see that in action later. I don't want to put here like from, to, amount. I don't really want to do all those attributes because what's going to happen is there's always going to be some new attribute coming out. A month from now, OpenSea will say, we now support, the pronouns and the gender of the buyer. And we're going to go in here and change our database to add like pronouns. We don't want to do any of that. We want to support that, but we don't want to have to think about that now and manage all those attributes. So instead, we're going to make one attribute called data, and we're going to shove everything inside of it. It's going to make it flexible and more powerful and easier all at the same time. Sales type string, data, this is going to be typed JSON. And it's also going to belong to the bot. So bot references, right? The bot belongs to the user, so user references. The sales belongs to the bot, so bot references. And it's going to own alerts. Okay, let's try this. Create sales, sales type, data, JSON, bot references. Let's go back to our code. Let's check out the migration before we run the migration itself. Data. This is JSON, which again means like this. Some key, another value. That's what this is going to look like. We can store unlimited key values in here, basically unlimited. I want this to be able to be null. I'll explain this later if I remember. A null true rather, which means I want it to be okay for there to be a sale that's like sale It was an auction, and data is empty. I just kind of want that to be possible. It just makes it a little bit safer to me, but everyone in this chat might disagree. So we're going to do that, and it looks good otherwise. It's going to store all the sales data, and we're going to have timestamps, and it belongs to the bot. Let's run that migration. We started coding around the 49, 51 minute mark. I'm looking now, we're at an hour, 15 minutes. So in 20 minutes, we're almost done with our database. And then we're just going to make the interface. And then we're going to make the interface pretty, and then we're going to deploy, and we're going to be done. We're going to be out of here in no time. Let's do our next table, our last table for now, alerts. Rails G migration. I'm kind of putting all these here so you can see the pattern here. It's like, what table are we making? Create table name. What are the attributes? If we need to specify a type other than string, we're adding colon that type. Then we're checking the file to make sure it has what we want. In some cases, like this case, we realized that we were missing attributes, so we added them manually. Then we run Rails DB migrate. Create alerts. An alert should have an alert type. By the way, if you're wondering why I can't say just like type, sales.type, alert.type, in Rails, I'm not sure if this is Rails or Postgres or Active Record or both, but type is a reserved keyword. So I cannot have an attribute, create alerts, just called type. It will complain. So avoid that. And the way I avoid that is I take the singular version of the table name and I then prepend that. That's just sort of a common naming convention that I use and many other people use. Alert type, string is fine. Content, and actually content, here we called it data when it was JSON. I think we want JSON again. We don't know what's going to be in it. So let's just stay consistent. Instead of calling this one content, even though that feels nice, I want to call it data just so it's consistent. In fact, they could both be called content or they could both be called data. Doesn't matter. I just think they should both be named the same so that as a developer looking at this code a year from now, I kind of see like data JSON, data JSON. It just feels good and it's less to sort of remember and store in my head. So alert type, data, JSON, and it's a child of a sale, which means sale references. And this alert, yeah, because again, this content is going to be who knows what. It could be an email, it could be a Discord web ping. We don't really know. So we just want to keep it generic. Create alerts, sale references. Okay. This also allows one sale to trigger a bunch of different alerts, right? So maybe I've enabled email alerts, Discord alerts, Slack alerts, text message alerts. By doing it this way and having sales and alerts separate tables, I don't have to make it one-to-one. If the sale was like this, like create sale alerts, then one sale equals one alert. I can't do a bunch of things. But by having sales be separate, I can have like one sale trigger 5 different alerts. Here's my alert type, JSON data. We're gonna do the same thing, allow it to be empty, null, and it references, it belongs to the sale. That looks pretty good to me. Marvin asks, is it a conscious decision to build the UI before building the backend? Are you referring to the wireframes? For me, it is to do wireframes first, because I find that when you do a wireframe, it actually tells you what the backend needs, or at least it tells you what the database needs to be. So if we hadn't done this wireframe and realized that, hey, at some point they're going to have to choose a design, and at some point they're going to have to plug in these values, I wouldn't necessarily know where these attributes should be stored. I wouldn't know which table they should be stored on. But by doing the wireframes, that sort of kind of screams at us, okay, here's what the data model should look like. Once I have the data model, I might as well plug that into the database. And then when I build the interface, I've already got backend tables that I can plug the interface into. To me, it's annoying to have to build an interface like hours or days or weeks before the backend. Because again, I find that when you do interface work, you realize, hey, we need a checkbox for this. Hey, we need an input field for that. Hey, we need a Boolean for that. So the wireframe just forces those database attribute requirements out of our head. And again, as we build the actual interface, we might realize maybe we've missed out on some checkboxes and Boolean fields, and we still don't know how we're going to handle these add-ons. So we have to figure that out. So we are going to make more changes, but this lets us actually build essentially exactly what we expect here in a functional app. So I think we ran that migration. We now have a database This is the database. These are the tables with 4 tables: alerts, bots, sales, users. I think we could start building the interface. The first issue I already realized we're going to run into is users logging in. So we talked before about whether we should have a typical user password thing or whether we should give them those like magic sign-on URLs. I kind of like the magic sign-on URL. It feels like that's what people are doing in crypto nowadays. I'm not going to store like a password. I'm just going to generate a token for you. It also is nice because we don't have to build UI. We don't have to build a forgot password page, a change password page, any of that, because there won't be a password. So this is called password. It's really more of like an authentication token. So I would rather like to hook that up. I've never done that before, so you're going to bear with me. Usually I use a service called Devise. Rails Devise is maybe the #1 most used authentication service. It has all kinds of features. You can suspend users. It can do team members. Has a lot of cool helpers, which we sort of need, but I don't necessarily want to. Let's say Rails Magic Link sign in. Maybe there's a gem for just that. Here we go. Magic Link. User model, login token. Okay, so we could use something like this, JWT. Maybe we'll use something like this. Sort of seems like overkill. Or maybe we'll just use Devise. For now, we'll do the rest of the app first and make the authentication later. Okay, so we have our database tables, but to actually interact with these database tables, we need one more thing, a model. So I'm gonna go in this models file, models folder, and I'm gonna make it a model for each one. So we have user.rb, right? We have bot. We have sale. And these are all, notice these are all singular, not sales or bots. It's gotta be singular. And alert. And then we're gonna inherit from this application record. In older versions of Rails, you could go to this active record, but now application record allows you to put more shared features in here, like some shared function, and all models, so all database tables can use this feature. It's just kind of one more abstraction, whatever, application record. And we need 4 of these, 1 for each table. So that's users, sale, bot, alert. Okay. Now that we have our models, we can actually insert records to the database using Ruby code. So we don't have to write this kind of code. Insert, blah, blah, into tables where XXX. We don't have to write SQL notation. We can write Ruby, and I'll show you that. Rails C, this is short for Rails console. You can type in the full word console or just C. I've noticed in Rails 7, there's this weird autocomplete, like I'm Googling. So if I do this, it kind of tells me all these features I have. I do not need autocomplete, so I might turn this crap off. But it is just FYI, this is why I'm seeing it. User.create. Okay, now we have a user. He doesn't have any attributes, but if I want to grab that user, grab the last user, since we set it up so that users own bots, if you will look back at our database table, users own bots, we want to be able to create a bot that belongs to that user. So I'm going to try that, but this is going to fail. This is my user, user.bots.create. It's going to say undefined method bots. It doesn't know how to traverse, like move from the user parent table to the bot child table, which is weird, right? Because our database shows very specifically, our schema, that bots belong to users, sales belong to bots, alerts belong to sales. However, we haven't represented that in the Ruby code. So we've got our database, we have our tables set up correctly, but to access this child-parent relationships with Ruby code, what you're doing here, we have to sort of mimic what we see in the schema. We have to recreate this logic inside of our models in Ruby code. And the way that looks like is we just say has many bots. That's it. But we have to make this reciprocal. So user has many bots, which means that the bot belongs to a user. Done. Now bots has many sales, right? Likewise, sale belongs to a bot, and a sale has many alerts, and an alert belongs to a sale. Sale, singular, always singular. Singular when it belongs to, plural when it has many of that. And Rails is pretty crazy. So let's say I have like a user model and a people model, a user table model, people model, or person. Remember, the model is singular, user, sale, bot. In my user table, it would be like this. I would say actually has many persons. No, I would write has many people. So active record, or I don't remember which library, somewhere in Rails, maybe active record, has a, what's it called? A pluralator, like a library that pluralizes, active record pluralizer. It's literally called pluralize. And it knows how to turn like inflector, there we go, inflector, transforms words and names, singular into plural, even when it's not as simple as adding an S. So it can get a little crazy. Some people hate this feature of Rails. They think it's too magical. And of course, it's not gonna work for every single thing. Like goose to geese, I don't know, does that work? Post to post, octopus will turn into octopi. I don't know. Sometimes maybe Rails goes too far with this magic, but this is just an example. Ham and egg is going to convert to ham and eggs. So that's now our database relationships that already exist in the database, right? These are the relationships when we added the user references, bot references, sale references. But now we've put those into Ruby. So when I go back here, if I try to do it again, user.bots.create, it won't work. But if I reload exclamation mark, this is the same difference as killing the app and going back into it, just a little faster. So user, let's grab our last user, u.bots.create. Boom, now we've created a bot. If I grab this bot equals bot.last, grab the bot's user, b.user, boom, it points to that user. So user now owns that bot. That bot has a user ID of 1. So that bot is now connected as the child of that user. If there's any questions about this database stuff, feel free to put in the chat. I keep checking it every couple minutes. Now I want to get a little bit crazier. Not really crazy, but let's say I'm looking in my dashboard, which we already wireframed. Currently, we select a bot and it shows how many sales and like alerts that bot has, right? But maybe we want a master dashboard that shows how many sales or alerts I've had across all of my bots, right? Maybe we even want to show how much money all of my sales have made combined, because we're going to be storing that data, right? And maybe I have 5 collections and each one of them is getting sales. So the way we can do that is actually create a has many through relationship. We do not do this at the database level. This is just some Rails magic. So I can say a user has many sales through bots. And I might not have done this correctly, but let's go in our Rails console and try. I'm going to reload, grab our bot, bot.sales.create. Now we've got a sale. So if we look at our account, we've got 1 sale, 1 bot, 1 user. If I grab that user, user.sales, boom. This user now owns this sale, even though technically the user and the sale are not connected at the database level, right? They're not connected at the database level. Users are only connected to bots. Sales are connected to bots, right? Sales are connected to alerts. But this syntax will basically say, right, it's going to do like 2 things. Get all bots from the user. Get all sales from each bot. Add them up together and return. So now I just do u.sales.count and I get all the sub-children. And I can even go further. I believe I can even say has many alerts through sales maybe? We'll fix this if it's not right. Okay, so let's get a bot. Let's get a sale. Last sale. s.alerts.create. Okay, now let's grab our user. Does this user own that alert? Yeah, he does. So now the user can access all of the 3 child objects, right? So there's 4 tables: user, bot, sale, alert. The only formal relationship is between users and bots. But user, if we wanted to build a master dashboard here, showing all of his sales across all bots, all of his alerts across all bots. We can do that through these has many through. And unlike the has many and belongs to relationships where I have to reciprocate, so I had to go into bots and say belongs to user, with has many through, we just do it at the parent. So I can do the same thing here. I can go into the bot and I can say like has many alerts through sales. So it already owns the sales. Alerts belong to sales. Bot owns the sales. Now the bot can have alerts too. So let's try that out. Grab our last bot. Great. Now the bot can access that alert as well. So has many through, super cool feature. It's been around for a while. So now we've got our backend, tables, relationships. We can even operate those relationships, insert records from the Rails console using Ruby instead of writing SQL. Next, we want to make our interface and connect that to the backend, set up our payments. Okay. Here's the part where I really suck. But let's run our server. Typically with Rails, you would do Rails S or Rails server. And we can certainly do that. The thing is, we also have to run Tailwind, which is sort of the front-end server. Rails didn't used to be this complicated. You just ran Rails S. But everyone loves JavaScript nowadays. And so now you run a client-side server that manages like CSS changes, and you run a server-side server. So now we have our client and server running. I can go to localhost 3000, the default port, and here's our app. It has nothing in it. This code, this sort of HTML, CSS is in the Rails gem. So there's not like a page in here in our code that I can just go modify to modify the home page. I have to do real work to make a home page. But a simpler way we can get these both running at one time is a new feature, bin dev. So now I just have one tab, and this did the equivalent of the client server here. And then this yellow is running the front end server. So this is the back end server running and the front end server running in one spot. Bin, what this means, it's just grabbing the command from this bin folder. So bin dev, it's using foreman, which is a gem, foreman start. Foreman will basically run a bunch of servers for you all in one command. So there's bin/rails, bin/setup, right? So that's all we're doing here. So now we've got our server running. Let's refresh this page. We want a home page. To get a home page, we're going to go to our routes. Very important concept in modern web dev is MVC, Model View Controller. We just built models, actually, app models. Each model just represents a database table. The code in the model gives us features for those objects, like a single user or a single bot. It also lets us define relationships. That's models. Views, we already understand conceptually because we use the internet, right? So a view is like, this is a view, this is a view. And then controllers are sort of how we decide when the request comes in. So let's say I try to go to thank you. When my server tries to process a request to /thank you, it's going to send that request to the controller. The controller, quote unquote, controls which view to present the user on this client, in this case, a web browser. And when it's consulting at the controller level, what view to give to the user, it may or may not interact with a model. So it may or may not need to grab data right from the database. Sometimes when you hear the word static website, it basically means, in some cases, that there's no interaction with the database. It's just text on a page. So you build an HTML file, you deploy it. You don't need a database, you don't need users. Sometimes you build a site and you need the page to load, and when the page is loading, it needs to grab data from a database or from some other API. So this is the model view controller. What we're looking at now is the router. The router, if we go back here, happens before all of this. So first we have the route defined by client or the user. So they want to go to /thank you. So the route would be like /thank you. Router file here dictates which controller should handle it. Controller determines what data should be presented and where. Controller renders a view. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. I'll just keep this here. And first we make a home page. This tells us a hint. The home page, we don't have to say get like that and go to this controller. We can actually just call it root. This is a unique keyword that only is going to work for our home page. I could also do this, and that would be the home page, but I'm just going to use it the Rails way. Root should be handled by pages home. Pages, now here in our controllers, just like we made models, I need to make a pages controller. And there are, if you guys remember, of course you remember, we just used generators, right? We used generators. This is called a generator, Rails G migration. I could do a generator, Rails G controller, pages, home. So let's try this. Let's actually delete this file. Let's go back to our workflow. I need a pages controller, and I want a home sort of page. Home. Let's see what happens. Boom, done. So this is cool. It's just that if you don't have the fundamentals down, you might use this kind of magic too much, and then you won't know what to do when you need something really special and unique. So I think it was good that we did it manually, because look at this. It's creating the route. It's creating the views, folder, tests, all this stuff I don't really need. It's even creating helpers. Like, I don't need all this stuff, but I'll make just that one controller so you can see how it works. And look, it made a route. We don't care about any of that. So we're just gonna kill that. But yeah, root pages home. Now it gave us a views. Now we're gonna have a home page. So I'm gonna refresh this. And now we have a home page. Now I can customize this. Refresh, there we go. And if you look back here, see this rebuilding? Let's Command K, clear this out. Let's move this to the left side, move my terminal to the right side. I'm gonna type in some text. I'm gonna hit Command S in 3, 2, 1. And over here, you can see it rebuilt the front end. So that's what we were talking about when we said there's a client-side server and a server-side server. All right, so that's our home page. If we go back to our wireframes, kind of all starts there, right? So we can keep this simple. I can obviously just write plain HTML, but if you remember when we booted our app, we installed Tailwind. So I'm gonna go to Tailwind UI. There's Tailwind CSS, which is the library itself, and there's a lot of great information on here. But if you click components, it's gonna go to Tailwind UI. Tailwind UI has copy-paste blocks of code, just like the Bootstrap website, that kind of give you common things that you're gonna want. You're gonna want a dashboard with stats. You're gonna want a user profile page, things like that. So we're gonna use as many components as we can to build quickly, and because I'm not a designer. One thing to note, however, I'm logged in right now to a pro account. So this was, I think, a one-time fee I paid to get access to some of the advanced components. But if you go to tailwindui.com, there are a bunch of free copy-paste components. I just happen to, I think, pay extra so that I have a few more. So let's look at headers. This looks kind of like a header of a specific page. Not bad. Hero sections. A hero is kind of like your home page. This has like a proper navigation bar. Maybe this is better for us. There's still a little bit like overkill to me. Maybe we do one like this. I don't really have a video to embed. We could do something like this, but we're not going to let them sign in all these different ways. So maybe we actually just want one of those headers. We would like the navigation though. Let's just start with this. Let's go to the code. It takes a moment to load here, so just don't click around too much. Copy paste. Let's just replace our whole homepage with this. Reload our homepage. And that looks weird, right? Looks really weird. I think it's built for a smaller screen. Let's go to our layout. Container, MX Auto 5. Let's get rid of this and see what happens. Okay, now it's kind of full screen. Let's get rid of just a few things. That didn't get rid of it. Let's get rid of flex. Flex helped a lot. I don't really like this gray thing only going to the edge, so we'll probably get rid of that. But yeah, if we do that, how does this look when I go smaller? That's kind of weird, right? So that flex thing probably helped with this navigation bar. So I don't really want to get rid of all these features. But something is funky here. Let's go back to just headers and see if we can fix this for now. Okay, also weird. It's my least favorite part. It could be this class. No. Margin top, pixel X, 5. Go down here, look at our box that we're dealing with. It's really just that this is not centered. If this was centered, tailwind CSS center text. Maybe there's not a real problem. Text align it, text center. I'm not a big fan of, it is centered, but this box is not centered. Maybe align center. Vertical alignment. Could just be because I'm using a big monitor here. Let's see a couple more chats. Why'd you choose Rails for your program language? What's the IDE? Rails is kind of what I know, so it's just faster for me. Not saying it's the best or anything like that. And in terms of IDE, I'm using Atom, which I think is created by GitHub. It's just like Sublime Text. It's actually a little slower than Sublime Text, but it's officially free, whereas Sublime Text is a free trial, and every like 59 times you save it, they ask you to pay. Not a big deal, but it does kind of mess up your flow, believe it or not. So yeah, so I'm using yeah, I'm just gonna kill this default class thing. This is wasting our time. But yeah, Atom is created by GitHub, and it looks a little bit sexier in my opinion. If I refresh one more time, what specifically, which class specifically made it suck? Flex. Okay, let's just get rid of the word flex, and then we can try to hack the rest. Okay, go back to our homepage. We didn't really need all that code from the official homepage, so I'm gonna instead just get rid of this and try to match our wireframes, and then we'll make it, you know, a little bit better and prettier and more informative later. NFT sales bot and our wireframe tells us. Remember, we just follow our wireframe instructions now. I can literally just copy paste this stuff, and we're saving a lot of time. If we were staring at code now and trying to figure out like what's the best marketing pitch, it just wouldn't be as efficient. That's our hero. And then I had this idea, like we could do this. I don't know. So we can throw a big image in there. Okay, this image could be, going back to our browser, like looking at the bottom right corner of my drag, like 700 pixels wide, 300 pixels tall, I don't know. Let's make a new project. 800 by 400, fine. And let's just really ghetto, really ghetto for now, that's okay. I want to give it a border and all kinds of cool stuff, and then let's go back to our Discord, get those examples. Let's erase some junk, not that much. Actually, I'll even make this whole thing the background. All right. Put this on top. Open the C. you don't have Photoshop, there's an app, I forgot what it's called, an app just like Photoshop. A guy open sourced Photoshop, and I believe it's legal too. If you just Google like free open source Photoshop, I think there's ads in it or something like that. Again, this is really ghetto. This would not be my ideal final version. We can also make, even just making fonts better, like non-typical fonts like Helvetica, choosing something a little bit sexier is already going to give us more production value. But I'm just not into like designing right now. So return this. Turn this. Gosh. There we go. Right? We're going real old school. Okay. I kind of want to intentionally make this a little bit ghetto because I want to encourage people to just get started. I think there's people who would build an app and then get to this step and say, it's already like, beyond my level because I'm not a designer or something like that. Again, we can easily make this better later, right? I don't even really like this color. I just use the color because that's what the Discord color is set to. But for now, I'll save this actually as a Photoshop file in my documents folder, and then we can, do it later. NFT sales bot hero. Maybe we'll change the font, we'll change something else. We can make it a GIF. That already is going to give it a little production quality. And now even here, Tailwind, CSS image, because I want the image to, kind of resize. Resizing to a cover, stretch to figure container. I don't know. Let's just throw this in here. This image. We want to actually use the Rails asset helper, which I need to remember how to do that. Rails for images, Rails 7, image URL. It's not image URL. Is it image URL? I don't think so. I don't think so. We'll try. Image URL, and what we're going to do is pass in an image here. So let's put a copy of our Photoshop image in there. Option Shift Command S. Save. Put it directly into there. NFT sales bot. Sales bot, NFT sales bot hero.jpg. What this does, using this image URL thing, it's a Rails helper, instead of image tag, is that when the code is deployed to production, it's going to minify and do all kinds of stuff with this image file. Yeah, image URL, it's not happening. Image tag. There we go. Okay, we got our image. We obviously don't want it to be background yellow. And we want to add some classes, so let's see what happens when I add these classes. Okay, so that obviously made it too small. Let's just say, what, content center? We just need a big image. Okay, and I want this to be, how do I do that? Align center, content, middle. MX Auto. There we go. Okay. MX Auto. Get rid of all this junk. Okay. Ooh. It needs to be on the image itself. Okay. Okay, now I don't think we need this div at all. Okay. And let's add a little margin bottom here so the text has some space to breathe. Something like that. And we don't need this hard return because it does it automatically. Okay, so really simple. Get rid of all this extra class. And that's our hero. And now let's keep going. We want an email. We want that email to basically either log them in, to some degree, get them started. Maybe it sends them an email they need to check and logs them in. But we need to get them started, right? So let's add a new section. Instead of margin bottom, I'll make it margin top. And we'll put some kind of, instead of P, let's make it small, which is a different HTML tag. It should make everything smaller. Again, we're working with Tailwind, so that's going to overwrite everything. So let's just see what it looks like without any markup. We're going to have to say our disclaimers. If you look back at our wireframe, not disclaimers, but value props. Required, set up, and 90 seconds. Again, we're going to keep this honest. We're going to change this later if it's not 90 seconds. And then we need an input. Now, inputs, I definitely want to style the way that Tailwind talks about styling. So if I click components here, I could probably search like the word input. Here we go, input groups. And now we just get to choose what looks the nicest. I don't really want a label like this, so probably something like this. Input with a hidden label would be nice. And here we might want this for later. If you guys remember in our wireframes when we talked about adding their OpenSea URL, we could fix this OpenSea/collection into this gray part, and they would just plug in, the slug. So UX via way of a form input. So I think we want, this is kind of nice. It could say email, but maybe it's just overkill and it's obvious that we need your email. This is okay, but we don't have a big form. Pill shape is okay. Let's start with just this simple one and see how it works. We just need this. I'm gonna just put it right here. Looks crazy, right? Really wide. So we need it to be smaller. So if we look back at this div, it could be inside of that div maybe. It is inside of that div. No, it's not inside of that div. Put this inside of here. Refresh, a little bit better. Still needs to be not that wide. And let's put this in here. Maybe max 3XL. Already better. Add some margin top. We had 4 between here and the image. Maybe between the image and here, it's double that. I kind of like thinking in terms of multiples, and it's going to be cleaner. So don't do 4 and 6. Do like 2 and 4, 4 and 8, whatever. Still way too big, right? It doesn't need to be. That was the higher number, the smaller? No. Still just too big. Anyway, we can fix all this. Way too big. We can even maybe make a grid. There we go. Something like this, where we just throw the email in the middle. Or flex box. What happens if I put this in here? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. This is why I don't really like Tailwind. Bootstrap is kind of like really quick to get up and running with this crap. Okay, we'll just go back to what we had and fix it later. Just want this app to work. And then we need a big button. Are there any buttons on this input group section? Let's go back. Form layouts, maybe this is better for buttons. Let's try Tailwind input with button. Those are kind of nice, where the button is on something like this. Maybe could be nice. I don't know how this will look. Let's see. Looks like this is an unofficial component. Okay, we could do something like that. Okay, we don't care about the background. We don't need a container. Maybe we should. Okay, this is already much nicer. What happens if I get rid of that? What's all this crap? H screen. There we go. Kill H screen. Maybe comment out this one altogether. Add some margin top. Sort of search anything. John at NFT project.xyz. Oh, there's placeholder. Okay, great. The search button is get started. The button, placeholder. Doesn't have enough room for get started. Start. All right. And that is what we call open source. All right, we need a different color. For now, I'll just grab this color with the eyedropper. And this will be our button here. We're going to throw that in. I see. All this red, killing it. Just going to go ahead and inline style it. Background color. Okay. For now, that's our lander. Got maybe too much padding on the top. Yeah, let's change those 24s to 12s. There's something going on in our application layout. Okay, good enough for now. All right, good enough for now. Next we have, let's check the chat. No more comments, all right. Next we have our kind of getting started screen. So we go back to our wireframe. We decided after they plug this in, we can have one more bit of text. So we have no coding required. We got rid of that when we made the new UI. What happens if I just do this? No coding required. What's that look like? Looks crappy. What about a line break? Whole thing's jacked up. No coding required. Outside of the div. Looks crappy. With a line break. Doesn't care about line breaks. Interesting. Because it's has its flex. Okay. Okay, so something like that. Donate this class. Okay, we still need to also say the plan pricing. Get instant alerts whenever it says. For now, I'll just say from $5 a month. Okay. Chowa. Chowayo. All right. Great. Plug in their email, and then they begin. So now we need to determine our user authentication. I talked about this before. We have a couple options. One could be Rails device, which is a little bit overkill, and one could be sort of like a magic link. Rails one-click email sign-in gym, right? I'm just kind of Googling around. Maybe there's a a guide that has like a home rolled way to do it. Rails one-click magic login. Everyone's already looking for it. Magic email sign-in gem. There's an article that came out a year ago. Create, generate login. This is pretty simple. Maybe we'll just do this. Add a magic sign-in link. Let them log in without a password. The user just enters the email. They get a link in their email, which has a token. When they click the link, they'll be logged in. Great. We need a controller, login token to users. We have to set up an email mailer service. That's fine. But what about keeping them logged in? Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to assume you're using devise. Use another gem. You need to adjust this logic. This still wants us to use devise. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we're going to use both. We're going to use Rails devise, which has a ton of features we don't need, but we're going to use it because it will store cookies and authenticate the user. And then we're going to use this custom solution so that people don't have to type in a password. So here we go, gem devise. Following instructions. I haven't set up devise in many years because I typically use a template. Gem devise. Kill our server. Whenever we add new features like this, we have to stop our server. Bundle. Okay. Rails G devise install. This is going to probably have a problem because we already made a users table. And locals devise. Okay. At this point, a number of instructions. You'll need to do blah, 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 blah. Okay. Yes, we need to set this up. What this is going to do, config dev. If we have an email that says like, hey, go here to forget your password or something, anytime we want to link people in an email, the email, of course, is not on our server, right? The email is living in their inbox. So we have to have some kind of URL that we know is going to point to as the base URL, or else that email will say like, click here, and then the link will be like, start page. So we have to put on the server level, what should this be? What should this URL be? So devise is just kind of giving us a tip to do that. We do have a root URL, flash messages. We'll set that up. We'll make it look nice later, but we'll grab this. A flash message is like when you see a message that says, you've logged in successfully or something like that. We'll throw these in here, but we're going to need a to-do. I like to do this. If you do to-do or some convention like all caps to-do, you can shift Command F your whole code base and type in to-do and tell yourself like, oh, here's the 7 to-dos I have. So as your code base gets bigger and bigger, you have a lot of to-dos. You can obviously put them in some separate file or a notepad, but I kind of put them in line so I see them later. And even if I don't remember where they are, I just search the whole code base for the word to-do or to-do colon. To-do style this later, so we've got our flashes. So we set this up, step 1. Step 2 we did, because in our router we made a root page. And we set up these alerts. You can copy paste devise views for your app by running Rails G devise views. Yes, sure. In case we want to ever edit those views. We don't think we will, right? But look how many views this made. Change password, change user profile, unlock password, suspend account, confirm account. It's just a lot of stuff we don't really want. So it threw them all in here. We're going to try to not use any of them because we're going to try to use this guide, magic logins. Okay, now Rails G devise model. We already have a user, okay? And Rails G devise user. This is going to complain. I think it's going to complain. Rails G devise user, because we already have a user table. But let's see. Okay, so it's smart enough that it sees we have a user table. It's going to try to modify the existing user table. It's changing this stuff. Okay, let's see what happens when I try to run dbmigrate. I think it's not going to work. Not going to work. Duplicate column email already exists. duplicate column, email exists, email already exists. So what we're going to do is we're going to kill this database migration. We're going to run our own migration, Rails G migration, remove email password from users. And I'm just going to drop those columns so that there's no overriding. Is it remove column, drop column, delete column? I don't remember. But the first argument is the table. Second argument is the actual thing we want to get rid of. So we want to get rid of the email password, Rails DB migrate. Let's see if that removes. Boom, we got rid of the email and password. Now we're going to redo the devise migration. Okay. And supply. Okay, whatever. Migrate. Great. So it changed the users table. It added an index to users, going to make it searchable. Also going to make sure that we can't have two users with the same email. Obviously, that's critical. It's adding some new fields. Now if we go to our schema, look at users, there's several more fields here. Email, encrypted password, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's keep going. Rails migrate. When you're in your filters, you can do things like this. These are helpers we get. Who's the user? Is the current user signed in? Make sure they're signed in before they do stuff. These are lots of cool features. So we're just gonna keep this tab here, and now we're gonna head over here. What we wanna do, our goal now in our UI, is for the user to type in their email here, click next, land on a page, signed in without typing in a password. So let's do that. Add login token to users. Okay. I can basically just copy paste this. So this is gonna generate one of these migration files. It's going to add a new field to the users table called login token. It's going to be a type of UUID. Let's make sure it tells us to just go ahead and run that. Great. Now let's create a controller. If we go back to our router, controller is going to determine what data should be presented when someone tries to go to some endpoint, right? So if they try to go to like /dashboard or something, right? The controller is going to decide what to do about that. So this is giving us a whole copy-paste controller, which is nice. Can create a controller. It won't be RESTful. REST, I don't know if we should talk about that, HTTP term. You can't use a post request from the user email client, right? So when I get an email that says click here to log in, that's gonna do a GET request. So it's gonna go to like nftsalesbot.com/user token equals like this. This is a GET request. I'm just fetching data, getting data. A post request would be more RESTful because I'm trying to mutate or change data. Post request would be kind of like when you try to create a record on a database. So that's why it's saying it's not exactly RESTful because we can't send a post request from a user clicking on a link. But we're gonna allow it to do both. So let's make this magic logins controller. I'm just pasting this whole thing in here, which is nice. And great, magic login controller. Okay, and we're gonna wanna route. Remember, now if someone lands on /magic logins, okay, if someone goes to, in other words, local /magic logins, whatever, this endpoint, this URL is now supported because of this. And next we need to add a method to generate a new token or user model. So remember, we already have a user model. Our user model is just the way that allows us to interface with the user table of our database, but using Ruby code instead of SQL. So we're just adding this function here. So I could have like user dot, full name. Let's say we stored name, first name and last name. And I could just say, first name, right? Now I'd be able to say user.fullname, and boom, I've added a feature to users without adding any attributes to the users. So generate login token. Okay, great. We don't need to validate anything here. We're using UUIDs. This should be safe. Let's create our magic login email. Okay, we need a login mailer. This is going to go in mailers. Login mailer. Application mailer. Okay, and this is the mailer itself, which means we need app views, a login mailer, and then I think this file needs to be the same as the function. So magic login email is the function name, and in the Rails, you kind of have to shadow things. So if this is login mailer, the folder needs to be login mailer. The function is magic login email. The file needs to be magic login email. When you do it this way, you write less code because Rails will already expect things to be set up that way. You might have noticed reason the index URL passing the token as a query string, do this other ways, blah, 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 blah. Now I just need to add logic to sign in the users. Okay, so now they land on your website and you need to actually sign them in. Okay, magic logins controller. Let's go back to our magic logins controller. Maybe he already gave it to us. Nope, he didn't. Root path. Now we're going to change this to do redirect to dashboard when logged in. But for now, that's fine. Redirect to dashboard or get started wizard. If you guys remember, if they've just signed up, they should go to get started. But if they already have bots set up, then they should go to their dashboard, right? Great. That way they can sort of begin signing up at 2 p.m., leave their computer, come back to the website, log in again, and finish signing up later. So we have to handle both of those possibilities. As you can see, we're signing the user in and removing the login token from the database. This prevents the token from being used more than once. Great, everything's hooked up and they can now log in using magic links. Add login token generated at 2 users. Okay, what it looks like this is gonna do, you can restrict how long the tokens are valid. That's good. So, you know, the email can say, hey, this can only work for 10 minutes, right? So we could do something like that. Sounds good. Okay, let's migrate that. Add login token generated at. And to do this, we simply add another column and verify it hasn't expired. So I'm actually going to re-copy paste this whole index function. He must have changed one line of code. Let's see which one it was. Line 10 to 12. Okay. If it's generated 15 minutes ago, okay. Then more than 15 minutes ago, then they need a retry. Okay, great. That's it. That's all there is. It's simple. Okay, so we haven't tested this at all. We literally copied and pasted. I did nothing. I used no skills. Let's just go ahead and add all of our models though. Add DB. Should have done this earlier. I'm going to make a new commit. Let's just database migrations. Let's also add config database. Database migrations. Anything else worth it? Git add app views devise. Git add gem file with our libraries. Git add gem file.lock. Let's call this user authentication with device. And then a bunch of other junk. We added like a home page and a mailer. Just gonna be generic. Begin homepage and magic login token. Push that, go back to our code here, and you can see we have all of this here now on GitHub. Okay, so let's try this out. Again, we have not tested anything. I might have screwed something up in my copy paste, so we're gonna see. We have to first trace back in this guy's guide. How does it literally start? So I think this needs to point this form to magic logins endpoint. And where does this login token happen? On create, it needs to point to create. Okay. So what I want to first try is, let's go to our homepage. Where's our server running? Server's running. Let's go to magic logins. And it's going to expect a param called login token. Login token params. Login token permit email. Okay. So that means this needs to be login underscore token. That's the param. Oh, it's a post request. Post request. Okay. Okay. Then we need to actually do it from our homepage. So here's our form. It's actually not a form right now. It's just an input. So we're going to have this go post to login tokens, magic logins. And this field, this input, is going to need to have, it's going to need to have an ID or a for field. So let's call the ID login token email. What is it? Login token email. Okay. And we're going to add a service called, or a tool called pry. Pry lets us freeze frame. If you've ever used JavaScript debugger, where you add in your code something like debugger, and then you can pause the code while it's running, you can do that in Rails with pry Rails. So I'm going to add that, and then I'm going to go to our controller. It's going to try to hit this endpoint, and I'm going to say binding pry. I want to see what happens, because I'm sure this will fail on our first time. Login token email. Oh, and I need to, of course, throw this into the form. So I have no idea what's going to happen. Refresh our homepage. asdf@gmail.com. Okay, here we go. It hit that stuff. Params. Great. Great. Login token params. Wrong number of arguments. Params. The data didn't come through at all. The actual content here, which I think is because we are a Rails feature is blocking some stuff from coming in, I think. But if I look at params, okay, nothing came in. That's fine. Login token. Let's just try again. Huh. Rails 7 is not handling this binding pry very well at all. Name. Duh. Okay. Let's go back to our code here. We're actually going to put out the params, because when I try to do it from the console in freeze frame, it doesn't like it. Okay. Refresh. All right. Puts out params. There we go. Login token email. Great. Params, login token, email. All right, here we go. Name, login token. Something like that. Let's see if that does the trick. Login token, email. Great. Now this is going to work, because now if I look at this, if this actually wanted to do what I'm telling it to do, this should create one of those emails. So great. We're going to find a user by those params. That user won't exist. It's going to generate the token. Once it finds the user, that's going to send the mailer, which we have to now set up. So let's set up postmark. You can use SendGrid, postmark, anything you want. I like postmark. I'm going to actually put this on my other tab. No offense, don't want anybody to see my passwords, my API keys. So I'll put this in another tab. I'll actually also switch the broadcast to my face, so anybody wants to answer or ask questions rather. What is the IDE? Yeah, the IDE we already answered before. I have to select bridges. Oh, I don't know. This is crazy. Oh man. CAPTCHAs. Just keeps going. Okay. Logged into Postmark. I'll show you guys how we set up the mailer. I just need to preserve my keys, you know. Create server. We're going to call this NFT sales bot. All right. Anyone's welcome to ask questions. We're now at the 2-hour mark. And I think we're going to really accelerate our speed. Okay. You gotta know, you got to know that I told you. So smart. All right. I think we already might be ready to go. I'll share the screen back to my my screen so that you guys can follow along. All I did was just copy paste 2 things right now, and then I'll put in the password kind of on my other screen. Can I put in the password on another screen? Yeah. All right. Let's switch back to me. Let's switch back to our code. Okay. So I just did 2 things. I added this gem postmark Rails. We're going to use a service called postmark to let's put a new tab over here. Yeah. New service called postmark to send the emails. It's just like SendGrid or anything like that. This first thing I did was that. The second thing I did was I went to our application configuration and I said, hey, send emails from here. And these env variables, we already looked earlier. If I look here, we're going to plug them in here. So we're going to have a base URL, which here is like, localhost. Okay, and then we're going to have a base URL on our production server, which we don't know what it is yet. Okay. And here, we're just telling it what to use. And we need an API token. So I'm going to put a API token here. Something. I'm about to fill that in on my other tab. Okay. And since we added a new gem, the postmark Rails gem right here, I just need to run bundle install. Bundle for short is fine. And now I need to actually put in the API key. So this file, I'm going to move over to my other screen. Let's plug in the actual API key. Is that the right key? Okay. Almost there. Okay, let's try this. Make sure sales bot. Great. Okay, let's try. Back to both of us. All right, we have this. I'm gonna make a new mailer that's simpler. We need this anyway. Like a welcome mailer, right? Welcome. Passing the user. And welcome to NFT sales spot. Now we need a corresponding folder called user mailer. And we need a corresponding file with the same name as the mailer itself. We talked about this. Hello. Okay, what I want to try, go in our console and grab a user. Okay, let's give him an email. Ryan at, let's make an actual email so we can test this. Okay, user mailer. Must have had syntax. Reload. User mailer dot welcome. Pass in my user. From you supplied is not a sender signature. Aha. No problem. I just need to do one more thing. I need to confirm that I own that address, which makes a lot of sense. But the address that we've said that we owned doesn't actually exist, right? If we look here, we don't own this address. So for now, I'm actually gonna make this a variable as well, but I'll just say it's coming from DM at Ryan C. Kulp. And now I'm gonna, in my account, I'm going to make, in my Postmark account, I'm gonna say, hey, I'm gonna verify that I own this. So let's add that. DM at Ryan C. Kulp. Ryan, and that's it. It should now send me an email to my Gmail that asks me to verify I own it. I'm clicking that email from my iPad, just in case someone sent me a sensitive email. I can't show you guys, otherwise I don't care. It's more about protecting someone else's privacy. Okay, let's restart our server. Now I've set the from address to be myself. The from address is not a signature. That's not true. It's not true, but from DM at Ryan C. Kulp. Yep, that's definitely a confirmed email. Maybe it just needs another second to process. I'll go back to my Postmark account. Make sure it's confirmed. Yeah, all confirmed. So I'm guessing it just needs a second. The from you supplied. Maybe it's using something from, yes, got it. It's overriding what I wrote. Okay, here I wrote a from address. It's overriding it here with this fake email that doesn't exist. Okay, let's kill the server. Grab my last user. Okay, and now it thinks we sent an email. Let me open my email on my iPad. And here we go. I'll show everybody. I just received the email from Postmark. So now we have a working mailer. So now we can try our magic login mailer, right? That's the whole reason we did this. So let's try the magic login mailer. Cray. All right. Let's go to our home page. Run our server, of course. Bin dev. Okay. I want this to actually go to me so I can test it. So DM +1 at ryanckulp.com. New login token path. Ah. This is something we have to create. Magic token. Magic logins controller. Did this guy give us 2 controllers? Magic logins controller. Magic logins controller. Just one controller. Okay. New login token path. The email is not registered. We have to actually... I see. This guy set it up so that the user needs to create their login a separate way, and all this does is generate the token. We don't want that. we actually want to register the user if they don't exist, right? So we're going to modify this code to say user equals user.create with an email equivalent to user.create with that email. And yeah, that's actually all we want to do. So we want to, if they exist, great. If not, create them. Then do this shit. Generate a token. Boom. Redirect to just back to the root path for now. We might have a screen that says check your inbox and blah, blah, blah. So I'll put this to do. We'll call this an interstitial screen with check inbox instructions. Okay, so if the user exists, then great. Okay. I'll say this user, and then I'll say if user.nil, there we go. Find the user by these params. If they don't exist, create the user. And then generate a token and send them that token. So let's see how this works out. Okay, password can't be blank. Because devise wants our password to exist. So when we're creating this user here, password, we're just going to give them a random password. So we're going to use, I think, this thing called secure random.hex, pass in any number, and it will give us double that number of digits. Okay, we'll do something like that. We could do 8 for good measure. 9, 8. All right, we're going to give them a password. All right, now this should not have problems. Let's try again. All right, look at that. A lot of stuff just happened. So we pinged this endpoint. It didn't find a user, so it created a user. Here's the raw SQL query that it did. But see, we don't have to do all that. Insert into. We just say user.create. Then it created a login token and then sent this email. Here's your login link. Now I can check my email, and sure enough, I have an email with a login link. But I'll just go ahead and grab this right here. This is my login link. And let's see if I click this. We already know what this is going to do. It's this other endpoint. So it's going to make sure there's a param, a token param, which there is. Token equals, that's a param. Then if it finds the user by that param, and it's created in 15 minutes, in the last 15 minutes, it's going to sign in the user. It's going to reset their token to nothing and redirect to after sign-in path. We don't actually have an after sign-in path established. So before I run this, I need to check that. I think it's just Rails after sign-in path 4. I think I just type that in and it will just work. I don't even want to do that. Instead of that, I'm just going to say like redirect to, here's what we talked about, right? Either dashboard or get started. So we'll say, let's redirect to get started essentially. So our first screen, if we look back at our wireframe, is going to be this. So maybe we just call this like setup, right? Something like that for now. Setup. We can even make a controller just called like setup, or we can just call this like step 1. 2, the setups controller, step 1. Okay, so setups controller.rb. Setups controller, application controller, Step 1. This is not a good practice. We're going to probably change this. I'm not going to put a number in the method, but I just want to get us going. We need a setups folder with files that match these function names. So step 1. Step 1, you should be logged in when you see this page. Okay. All right, so it's going to log them in, and let's have it go to, let's call it as step 1 or as get started. Okay, get started path. Now this new magic login links path, new magic logins path, we don't really know what that is yet. That's just going to be a root path. Okay, so now that we have the controller set up, it's going to look for the user, make sure it was created no more than 15 minutes ago, sign in the user, reset the token to nothing, go to get started path. We've just decided that /step 1 is going to be the get started path. We've made a setup step 1 page. It should log them in and say logged in successfully at the top. Otherwise, if it was created 15 minutes ago, it's going to say it was invalid. So let's try. Where's that URL we copied? Here we go. Here we go. Get magic logins, of course. Resources, magic logins. What do you mean there's no magic logins? What magic login is there? Get magic logins /new. Oh. This should really be like this then. This guy's code is wrong. Boom. This guy's code was wrong. Interesting. So this email, login mailer, magic logins, URL. He needs new magic login URL maybe? And let's go back to Rails info routes. That's going to be called new magic login URL. Okay. Let's try this again. I'm going to delete. I'm going to start over from the home page. Let's clear some stuff. I think we don't need his code anymore. Check your inbox. Okay, let's check my inbox. Did I get a new link? I did get a new link. Let's look at that link in our logs. Now it says magic login /new. So I think that's going to do the trick. Here's my token. I should be logged in. I want this to be a little more satisfying. I want us to really know. So redirect to path unless params token present. Well, there is token present. Okay. Where to get redirected. Okay, we were. Let's grab that. Let's grab our last user. Login token. Do I get to see it? Okay. Here's our thing. CD7. Okay. Let's go by one at a time. We're going to go line by line through this controller to make sure everything's working as expected. Find that user. User. Did this field not get saved? We're never creating our user login generated token at. So I see. And the token at. I see. Date time. Yeah, this guide isn't perfect. It's missing a couple things. Okay, so it's getting nil here and then it's failing. Okay. User login generated token. update time dot now. Now this kind of line should work. Wow, user login generated token at really like 5 minutes ago. Okay, good. Otherwise, sign in the user update column. Okay, let's try again. Arguments. Oh. Syntax. Or updating multiple columns. We're just going to do that. Oh my, okay. Here we go. Let's generate a token again. Check your inbox. Did I get the token? I got the token. Let's check our logs and copy paste this token. What we want is this token to redirect us to that page that says you're logged in. It's not. Got a binding pry here. Fascinating. Ah, okay, I figured it out. So we did fix something. We weren't generating this timestamp, but right now we're just going to this path when we want to not be doing that. We want to be going to the index path. Okay, got it. Login mailer, new magic logins. URL, go back to that strategy. Okay, this we don't need yet. Okay, let's restart the server and everything. I'm feeling good now. Okay, got it. Always good times. I said one time, maybe in a blog post, entrepreneurs aren't the ones who keep trying. They're the ones who keep trying until it works. And there could be moments, hours, months, whatever, between those moments. Between keep trying and trying until it works. All right, so now we're good. So we're now actually logged in, and the user didn't have to do a password. So this is kind of cool. Future projects, I'll be able to implement this much more quickly, and I'll literally copy paste from this project. So every time you build something, some kind of clever, specific, unique, small feature, as long as you keep your code in an organized way, if you use Git, things like that, you can now reuse your own code later. So it's, instead of just searching the internet for something that fits, because as we just noticed, the internet isn't always correct. That guy's guide needed to have this action. That guy's guide needed to have this field being populated. His guide was wrong in 2 places, but it was a cool technique, but it was missing some steps. So I wasn't able to actually just copy paste. I still had to use my brain. But now going forward, if I ever want to have single step login without passwords, I now have my own code that I can copy paste. So now we're logged in, and now we can start building out that setup. I'll check the chats, make sure nothing else is going on with you guys. Now we're going to build our first input field. No chats, okay. Our first input field looks like this. Get started, very simple. I think we can maybe even take what our homepage has on it, right? This like thing. So let's just grab that. Pages home. And we're actually going to do something kind of cool with it. I'll show you. Also, do we even need BG white? I don't think so. There's already no background, so I don't think we need this. Let's refresh the page. It looks the same. Great. This is what we really want. If I throw this here, it probably looks crappy on step 1. Oh, nope, looks fine. Looks just fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make this abstracted, because if we look at our wireframes, we want this kind of big text, small text on this page, and on this page, and on this page. So I don't want to keep copying and pasting all this code. So instead we're going to make a folder called shared, and I'm just going to make a thing called like heading. And we have to underscore it. We have to prepend it with an underscore. That's because this is not a regular view. This is called a partial. So it's a part of a view. And let's just see if I can first make this work. Render partial. That is in shared heading. Now notice the file is underscore heading, but when I want to reference it, I don't do an underscore. I just heading. Let's refresh step 1. And there we go. Look at that. So now step 1 only has this one line of code, but it has all this text. But of course, I don't want it to say this, sales spot, and this. I want to pass in a custom title and a custom tag. So let's go back to our shared file. And instead of hard coding in, we're going to call this like title. And then maybe let's call this whole section description. Description. Now when I reload, it's broken because it doesn't know what title and description are. So back on our step 1, we're going to pass in variables. We're going to call them locals. Title. And what's our wireframe tell us to do? Our wireframe says get started. Something like that. We could just call it step 1, get started, whatever. We'll change all this later. Get started. Our description is provide your OpenSea collection slug and Discord webhook. Okay, let's refresh our step 1. And look at that. So now we have one sort of block of code. Now we're using front end as if it's a back end function. It's a reusable recipe, partial. JavaScript frameworks, modern day JavaScript frameworks, kind of take this to the next level. So you can have a whole table and bullets and all kinds of stuff. But we're just doing it sort of the Rails way, using what's known as partials. We can even now replace actually our homepage with this partial. So let's grab this partial, throw it on our homepage, and just swap out the title and description with the homepage title and description. Now I should be able to delete all of this code. Let's refresh our homepage. And look at that. So as we're going, we're kind of cleaning things up, right? Step 1, get started, provide your OpenSea collection slug. We want that to look like this, pretty simple. Let's go to Tailwind UI. We want to look at those components. Forms. Checkout forms, not really. What else we have? Form layouts. Okay. Look at this. Kind of nice, right? This is kind of everything we want. Ooh, this is kind of similar to that thing we wanted to talk about. We wanted to have like the OpenSea thing fixed in there. This is good with less text. Ooh, this could be good for our add-on section. Okay. Okay, I want one with as close to what we need as possible. We can try this one. And we're just going to delete like everything. Maybe there's one even simpler. Again, this website, as of now, Tailwind UI, it's kind of slow. See, it's crashing when I try to click over to the copy-paste code. So I might, there we go. Let's copy-paste this. Now what's our page look like? Step 1. Okay, way too much stuff, right? That's okay. Let's start getting rid of stuff. Everything starting below, starting at personal information we know we don't need. So I'm going to figure out where this breakpoint is. Starting from here. That's the first one, and now we don't want anyone after that. Oh, and we need one more div to close off the whole thing. Okay, we're getting closer. We don't really need this whole column though. So I'm just going to click around and find this column. So you can see this is 3 columns. Let's try to make this 2 columns. Okay. Or we could even keep it 3 columns and just get rid of the junk in this column. How's that work? Okay, that's cool. So let's keep it 3 columns and get rid of this. I'll just comment it out now, and then we'll delete it when we know we did the right thing. Now this is like another column. I don't want it to span 2, I want it to span 1. So there we go. Now we have this kind of 3 column. This is sort of what we wanted on our homepage, email capture. Okay, we've got this, which we're gonna make like the OpenSea vanity URL. Then we need an input though. We need just an input. So let's go to input groups. And that's gonna be for the Discord webhook. Input with label and help text. Remember, we want a label and help text because we want to show them how to make their own Discord webhook URL. So this is another step where having our wireframes is really helpful. Corner hint. Oh, maybe that could be like a help icon or something. But I like this help text one. So let's copy paste this input. Let's throw it underneath this website div thing. Format. Okay, it's going on to the same thing. I want it to be the next one. I need it to be like this. Okay, so it needs to be in its own div then. It needs to be outside of that div. There we go. Much better. And I don't need to be all that wide or whatever, but let's get rid of stuff we don't need. I don't need the about section. I don't need the photo section. Done. Don't need about, don't need photo. Done. Email, way too long. We're gonna fix it. This itself is a box with a shadow. See this? Shadow. Now I get rid of the shadow, but it's also rounded, which you can't see the rounding unless it's got a shadow, right? So we just don't need any of that at all. Let's kill shadow. Let's kill the roundedness. Still 3 columns, but this middle column is being majorly extended. Width full, that's probably why. Let's get rid of W full. There we go. Now it's almost not wide enough, right? So maybe I can try to figure out why this one is this wide. Block width full. Okay. Well, that is what it says. Why is this one limited? Flex 1, block width full. Flex. Maybe the parent div is flex, and that's why it works. Parent div for see if that gives us the effect. Okay, cool. There we go. Now it's going to improve this. We want this to be OpenSea and OpenSea slug, right? And we could maybe even put placeholder like our collection. Here we go. OpenSea collection slug, maybe. What I kind of like about grabbing these details up front instead of like payment or other stuff, and we could change it. For example, maybe we want to have the design be the first step so that they can see kind of how easy it is, right? In fact, I think we will do that. But what I like about getting this now is that we already can attach it to their bot or to their user. So if they abandon cart, right? If you think in e-commerce terms, abandon checkout, we sort of know who they are. We have their email. We know what collection they have. So I could, for example, if 10 people sign up in a day and only 3 get through checkout, they finish, I can look at the other 7 people's collection URLs and emails, and I could go, let's say, to their collection on OpenSea and see that like they have a lot of sales. And if I see they have a lot of sales, I'm going to send them a really nice follow-up personal email saying, hey, how can we help you get started? Likewise, if I check an abandoned user's details and their collection doesn't exist, or it has like one sale or no recent sales, then I might not really care about spending a lot of time as a marketer. So as developers, this saves us time. We're sort of building marketing, vetting, user qualification, targeting. We're building it all into the code, into the product itself, by collecting some of these details. Email, it's not going to be email. We're going to ask for the Discord webhook URL. And this will only use for spam section. We're going to make it say, how do I create this, right? Maybe something like that. Go here. Or not sure how to create this. Go here. Let's make this a link. And even Tailwind has a way to do links. So this doesn't look like a link, right? It hovers and has the hand, but it doesn't really look like a real link. So I'm just going to grab anywhere that has a link. Tailwind. Basically anchor tag. There we go. So what kind of link do we want? Maybe a link with an underscore is fine. Underline. Class, underline, and we probably want the text to be one of those other colors. Text, how do I do it? Indigo, 500. My computer froze. Okay. There we go. Okay. And maybe this whole thing could be aligned to the right or something, so that it's over there. But whatever, for now this is fine. And we also have the exact link we want. We already kind of did this work. Okay, so let's plug that in. Here's the URL. And of course we need this to be target blank, which is going to open in a new tab. Boom. Now we don't really have to do that work. And our placeholder text, we already know what that should be like as well. We grabbed an example, and I swapped out some of the numbers so that this isn't a valid one. I can even make more crazy numbers here. And boom, now we've got that. Now we need to save this, and we need to get them to the next step in our process. So here we need a next button. So let's grab a big button. Buttons, button groups. So nice, right? I don't know. We can keep it really simple. Get like this almost really huge one. I have a feeling this is not going to be aligned. I think we need a new div. I think this is going to be next to our... Oh, great. Maybe we should make it centered, so to kind of match our wireframes and just the whole app itself, everything's kind of centered. Let's see. That's centering to all three columns. So actually we need to grab this. And then we need to fix it big time. Here we go. Okay, almost there. Gross. Okay, I'm just gonna keep it like that for now. This is not Adventures in Tailwind. This is how to make an app in a day. All right. Groovy. Later we might want to adjust mobile styles, but this is one benefit of Tailwind is it already looks kind of nice, right? That's what's sort of the magic built into those classes is it's going to handle it on the other levels for us on the iPad and the phone. So even here, right, we didn't have to adjust any margin padding to make it look good. In fact, we can adjust margin that only affects this small size if we wanted to. There we go, make this 8 kind of thing. I'm actually gonna do that now. Okay, back to step 1 page, back to desktop view. Now they're going to go next, but we need to save this. So in other words, this whole thing needs to actually be a form. And you can see we have a form here. The form body header is wrapped around these buttons, but there's no action. The action is going to be the endpoint. We already decided, if we look at our schema, where to save these details. OpenSea Slug, Discord, Webhook URL. We're going to save them on the bot model, which means we need to actually have a bot. And we need to have a bot controller. This is just the official way to do it, or the preferred way to do it. We could put a controller called like actions. So this could be called actions controller. And we could have all kinds of stuff. Create bot, delete bot, edit bot, but it's really, really gross and nasty. If you do it a certain way, called the Rails way, then you don't have to write as much code, and it's a lot easier for another developer to look at the code. So what we're going to do is RESTful routes, where we have like index, create or new bot, create a bot, things like that. So actually, instead of what we already did, setup / step 1, let's not do that. Let's actually have this route get started could be our new bot route. So if we look at our get started earlier after their magic login, we said redirect to. Instead, this should be like new bot path. They should log into the new bot path. And route here, I'm going to kill this for now. Resources bots, only new, create, really everything. So resources bots. What that's going to do is let us have all these things: index, new, create, destroy, methods. And this is going to be, this is the get started tab. The reason we're doing it this way is because if I'm getting started, yeah, it's cool for the URL to be like /get started. But if I want the user to create another bot later, I kind of want them to just go back to this page. Like, I don't really want to make 2 UIs, one for the first time they make a bot, one for the second time they make a bot. Kind of annoying. So maybe instead of even get started, we call this like create bot. So all I'm going to do is literally move around the code we wrote. We're not going to rewrite anything just because we made this decision. We're just going to move it into a new file that's a little more intuitive. So first step, right? Create a bot. This no longer exists. Bot/new is now how we're going to do that. So after they sign up from the home page with their email, they're going to land here. And we can make this feel a little more friendly to first-time users. It could say like welcome, right? There could be a message that says welcome, start by creating a bot. But by doing it this conventional way, when existing users want to create their second or third or fifth bot, they'll just go to the same path. So it will be very intuitive to users, less code for us to write. Let's get rid of all this stuff we're not using. Great, so now we've got our create bot page. I'm going to kill this whole setups thing. I'm going to go to our routes and kill setups. We're going to have all these bot actions. We can make new bots, etc. And on this new bot page, we need to instantiate an actual bot object. Instantiate, kind of like pre-build. We want it to belong to the current user. Remember, when we looked earlier in Rails console, and again, we can't really do a full like Rails thing. If I grab my user, u.bots. So u.bots.new. That's what we're doing here. Current user, this is a method provided by Devise. We didn't have to do anything to get this. But what we want to do is say before action, authenticate user. This is a feature provided by Devise. I don't know if I kept the Devise tab open. I didn't. Let's look before action, authenticate right here. This is a feature so that before any of these functions can be run, it's going to make sure there's a logged in user. And the way we logged in our user is right here. This feature also is from Devise. So sign in user. So this is kind of why people use Devise. Even though we didn't want a lot of Devise's features, it's going to handle all of those cookies for us and stuff so that the user stays logged in while they're in our platform, and we don't really have to think about that logic. So current user.bots.new. Before it even lets them hit this stuff, it's going to make sure they're logged in. If this returns false, it's going to redirect them to like the sign up page. So it just does all this cool stuff for us. All right, so we're going to instantiate a bot. And then on that bots page, this form action is fine, but I'm actually going to try to replace all this with the Rails way. Form for bot. And now, instead of this form, except we do need that class. So you see this had a class. Let's see, class space y6. Kill that. I'm going to kill this. And let's first see how this changes how the form looks. Oop. Form for bot. I think it doesn't like my @ sign. Good times. I have to do this. Do F. Okay. So now we've got this form that's done the Rails way, which gives us this benefit right here. You see this input type hidden authenticity token? This is how we're preventing someone from hacking. So in other words, if I submit stuff through this data right now and I hit go, and I look at the network tab, let's maybe if we can see it. Oh, this isn't set up as a submit button yet. But if I submit this to the network tab, someone can spoof a network request from my website and create 1,000 bots and shut down my server, right? But what Rails does, when you use the form feature, this right here, form for, instead of an HTML form, what Rails does is it adds this authenticity token, which prevents someone from spoofing a request from your site, because this has to get decrypted on the server side. So that I got this whole new feature of security by just replacing this line of code with this line of code. So I'm going to kill that. Everything else can be plain HTML on the inside if I want it to be. Okay. So now I've got that feature, but next we need to, kind of make sure that, let's see, I want this to be, okay. We need to make sure that these variables get passed. So right now this input, company website, see this name, company website ID? That doesn't make any sense. That's obviously not what we want. We need those to map directly to our attributes that we defined in our schema. So this needs to be OpenSea slug. This needs to be Discord web URL. So the way we're going to do that, we can look actually at our home page, how we did it there. We're going to do it in this format, this kind of name format. And what this means is these are nested values. So you'll see in practice. We're going to put this, and I'm just going to call this, like, this is actually going to bot OpenSea slug. We call this bot OpenSea slug. Okay. And then similarly with this field, Discord webhook URL. Let's fix those. Bot Discord webhook URL and bot Discord webhook URL. These are going to be passed in as parameters to our bots controller. And this allows us more security that we can prevent someone. Let's say someone figured out in our schema that bots have an attribute like user ID, right? So this bot belongs to user 7. That bot belongs to user 8. We don't want someone to, either from our website or with their own hacking tools, we don't want them to try to pass in a field like user ID equals 7, because then they could change the ownership of your bot to be their bot, right? So that's why at the controller level, when the data comes in, we only want to permit a few specific fields. Even though we might have a bunch of fields on bots, we have user ID and embed type, We don't want the user to be able to edit those feeds. OpenSea slug, Discord webhook URL. Hope that makes sense. And when we submit the form, it's going to land here. So we could say bot equals current user.bots.create, and we're going to just pass in those parameters. So these are called strong parameters, which means they've already been verified as things that we want the user to be able to change. After we create that bot with those parameters, the Discord URL, the OpenSea slug, we want to redirect the user to probably to update that bot, because now they need to add one more detail, right? Which is the embed type. So we could put all this on here. Maybe we just put all this on one page. Yeah, we could do that. We're going to need to change our bots new. Provide your collection details and choose a design. There we go. Let's just merge, make everything simpler. Refresh our page. Okay, we got this, two things. We need one more thing. They need to choose an embed type. Okay. Button type submit. And they need to choose embed type. So we're gonna go back to Tailwind components and try to grab a couple components that look good, that maybe store like a grid of 3 images, right? 3 image, embeds here. But for now, we actually only have one. We only have one image, one embed type, so we'll add more later. So we're just gonna literally get an image, right? Pages home, same image. Okay, it needs to be much smaller. Tailwind, CSS, images. Yeah, something like this. Maybe we could try this. Let's do that. As for the source, image URL. We're just going to try to sample this. Need that whole thing to be strings. Okay. What's this about? How does this look? Nothing. Horrible. Basically doesn't work at all. Okay. Object none, object top left. Okay, that's getting there. All right, let's get a few of those. They were top left, top, object, right top. A million ways we could do this. I'm just doing it a crappy way. Yeah, this is not gonna work. Okay. I literally hate all of this. Okay. I'm dying. All right, I just am not a Tailwind guy. If this was Bootstrap, we'd be done. Images. I don't want a back on image. I don't want any back on images. If you hate this, I'm sorry. Tailwind image grid. Image gallery with grid. All right, I should have just used an image gallery. Okay. Let's see how this looks. Okay, something like that. Maybe kill this with full thing. Maybe just grab the images themselves. Well, quick hack. We just kill one of ours. Okay. Select, they're going to select their embed type. Let's see what this looks like. Select design. Great. I still love you. Yeah, I don't like how they don't look the same, so we're gonna put that in a label. Space. How much space is between there? Gap 6. Okay. And trace with the images. All right, they should just choose one of these, basically. All this hover stuff is going crazy. We don't need any of that. Maybe hover shadow is kind of cool, but not making that less opaque. There we go. Hover and get a shadow. Okay. And this also needs to be, give a little breathing room. Of course, this could just have MT6 like the other one. There we go. Something like that. OpenP selection slug. Select the design. Select a Discord notification design. Okay. And maybe when these are hovered, they should be cursor pointer, but whatever. So they select one, and again, for now we only have one. So we can have more coming soon. All right, they're going to select that embed, and that URL will be the URL from our homepage. Baby, 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 tell me why you want me. Going to do it the Rails way, and just grab these classes if there were any. There we go. Okay, we don't actually have our design. Here we go. Let's put our design images, and let's grab one. Discord notification embed 1. And notification embed 1. PNG. Cool, you can see it's got this dumb white surrounding all this junk we didn't need. But anyway, now we've at least combined 2 screens into one. By the way, again, anybody can type in stuff if you want. I'll keep checking the chat every few minutes. Okay, so we've combined 2 screens into one. They're gonna next this. And I did not like Tailwind. Okay, creating the bot. So when they click this button, we need to go ahead and choose, we need to go ahead and send those details to the bot controller, which is what we were building before we decided to merge the 2 screens. So we're gonna grab those parameters. Now, technically we're letting them choose their embed type, Discord embed type, but it's kind of a sham because right now there's only one option. So I don't need to do this Discord embed type. I don't need to whitelist this yet. I'll put this as a to-do. To-do, whitelist this after adding 2+ types. When there's actually other designs available, right? Next, I want to redirect them to the next screen, which is going to be, we already merged this, so it's going to be add-ons, which again, we could do later or never. For now, I guess we can try E. We could try now. Add-ons. And let's say, again, add-ons controller. Not as a folder, as a file. New add-ons. What I don't like about this is it's not very Rails way. New add-ons, then creating the add-ons. This should just go to billing. Maybe instead this should go to like a account edit page. It could still look like this. I'm just thinking how it should be on the back end. Kind of like their preferences page. Or we just hit them with this after they've finished. Or we send them this and they can check stuff and then we bill them for it later. Yeah, we could do that. That would be really MVP. So we let them choose the other stuff they want. We store this on their account. They just pay $5 a month or whatever it is. Maybe we let them choose which plan they want, lifetime plan or monthly plan. And then we bill them separately. We could even do it from inside of Stripe. So instead of add-ons controller, we could call it like billing controller maybe. First path be the new billing path. They need to choose which plan, monthly or annual, or monthly or one time, I guess, and then they have some add-ons. So this final checkbox actually will be more like a radio button maybe at the very top, you know, plan type. Or it could be one of those sliders. Yeah, like option. Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of. On-off switch, something like this, where it could basically say, you know, monthly, lifetime license, something like that. And this could obviously be huge. Maybe we do something like that. So then it's like, choose a plan, optionally include, optional, select add-ons to enhance your bot, something like that. And then this is basically like plan type. So it's going to say, you know, $5 a month if they chose monthly, and it's going to say like $100. Something like that. And if it's selected off, whatever the case is, kill that as an add-on. It's just the plan now. These things they can just check. We'll just save it. And we'll explain somehow, like, yeah, with a label. Add-ons will be billed separately. Will be billed within 24 hours. Something simple like that. Okay, now we've modified these two screens to combine them. We've made this screen easier. And we still have the instant ability to pay upfront. Because I would love for someone to, you know, subscribe to the lifetime plan right away. Why not? Okay, so after we create their bot, we need to redirect them to new billing path. And the way we're creating that path is back here. Resources, billing. We really only want them to be able to do new, I guess create. You'll see what that is. That's going to create a new billing path, which is here. And a create is actually going to do, you know, Stripe checkout logic. So we haven't done that yet. We're going to do that. Okay, and on this billing path is where we're also essentially updating the user. So we need to make sure this is only something authenticated users can do. So before anyone can see any of these pages, they need to make sure they're logged in. Redirect to new billing path. Great, and we can even add a notice like bot created successfully. Great. Now though, back on our bots create, we're passing in these parameters. Let's see if our bot page actually works. So bot's new. Sol Metro. Discord. Webhooks / yeah. Okay, now I'm going to watch our logs and see if we actually create a bot. Here we go. Juso. It thinks this is an email field. Bot's new. So when we copied and pasted from the Tailwind UI components, it said that this is type email. This is just type text. Now we won't have that alert. Refresh. So Metro, fake URL. Refresh our logs. Let's watch. Look at that. Insert into bots. It passed in these two parameters. It inserted in Discord URL. Now let's go here and grab our last bot to see what we look like. Great. So we just created a bot and we passed in those things. This embed type is nil because we only have one embed now. So we're not. This doesn't actually do anything. We should add some kind of thing that highlights it though. So we can do that. Let's get something like that going. Let's get rid of NX auto. Even this whole thing with this ridiculous margin. So much junk we don't need. It's because we made this. Do we want that gap? No matter what, there's a gap. There's 3 columns. Okay. No big deal. Okay. Hover. Just gonna clean this up, and we're gonna make this look like we're gonna make this look like they're actually selecting it, and then we can pass in this type. Why not? So it's just done. Let's add some data attributes. I don't know, let's just call this embed type. Simple. Let's see if we can see this in here. Data embed type simple. All right. Man, I really hate this surrounding. Okay, great. All right, cool. Now, what we want to do is just whenever something is clicked in this container, we want to light it up, maybe the border, so it feels like they've definitely selected that one, right? So we could do something like this when they select it. So we're going to do a little JavaScript. Kill our MX auto. Great. And we're going to add class to this, or ID. We'll call this embed type catalog. Not the most amazing way to do it, but here we go. Do we have jQuery? Maybe. Okay, it looks like we do. Okay, great. So we're going to grab all of the images in there. Children images. Image, sorry. Children. Image. I'm just being an idiot. Children images. What's going on? He thinks there's just divs in there. Ah, because it is just divs. All right. When any one of these child divs is clicked, okay, array from. We want to basically say when any of those is clicked, do this stuff. So let's make a script tag. I'm just gonna add a little JavaScript. For each. Let's debugger this, make sure we're getting in there. Nope. For each, okay. L dot add event listener. Click. Debugger that. All we want to do is light up that image. Now it says we don't have access to, jQuery because jQuery is actually added later. It's added after this page loads. So we might just hack it and add jQuery CDN at the top and not worry about rearranging the way the new Rails is doing this. I'll just add this here. Okay. see the trick? Oh my gosh. One more of that. Let's just kill ourselves. Oh, the struggle. It will all become clear when we, yes. He doesn't like that. Huh. Let's just do this. Class, embed image, embed, embeddable. And let's just say anytime an embeddable is clicked, I just thought I would do it the fun way. There we go. Okay. All we're trying to do is get all these images. Array from. There we go. Now we're rocking. No job, no jQuery. There we go. All right, I click, it does it. Now we just want to light up that element. Okay, we're going to debugger. We'll just start with like that border of green or whatever. Okay, this dot style dot border. I don't know, 3 pixels solid green as an example. There we go. Okay, this dot style, something like that. Also, when anything is clicked, all of the images need to have that style removed, right? So, embed doubles needs to be all of these. And then embeddables. Let's refresh. Embeddables. Right there. Okay. Style. Okay. Whenever one is clicked, all embeddables need to have their style removed. Deselect. adding to one. I just need to remove from all. That style. Okay. Okay. Now, if I had another embeddable, we'd be able to demo this. We'd see that when I click one, it makes the other one go away. So we can try that real quick. There we go. Okay, that's all we're trying to do here. Well, we don't have two yet, but now we're set up to have two. And this attribute, embed type, we're going to send along. So when one of these is sent along, we're going to make a new input that passes along. We can throw that here, I guess. This is going to be type hidden. It's going to be the embed type. Embed type. Doesn't need a class or anything like that. Okay. Now, if we look here, there's an embed. There's an input with nothing in it. So what we want to do is grab this input, and whenever one is selected, we want to say set embed type, something like that. So document get element by that value equals, let's actually save this as a variable, selected embed type. Okay, we type that value equals, we'll pass that in, set embed type. This, and let's debugger this. It's going to be like this dot data attribute. Unexpected token, where? Okay. This dot data set dot embed type. Cool. That's what we want to pass in. So now we're just passing this, which is what we want to control, the embeddable type, like a simple one, a cool one, a wide screen. We're going to just give them names like that, and we're going to pass that in. Boom. Very simple. We're going to pass that in, and then when it hits the database, our bots controller, when it hits our server, now we're going to handle this Discord embed type. Okay. Now, when we add other images, we don't have to change anything on the back end. We just need to add one line of code here, boom, new image, and it will all just work on the back end. But that ID is wrong. Discord embed type. Bot. Discord. Okay. Okay. Refresh. Let's try to create a bot again. I'll mention Metro 2. Let's watch our server. Okay, bot.last. Oops. .last. Didn't pass through. Okay, what happened? Insert into bots. Discord embed type. I tried to do a Discord embed type. Because I didn't select one. I didn't select this. Now I think it's filled. If I were to grab this item and look for its value, because we called it Discord bot embed type. Got it. Okay. Now what we want to do is we don't want to let them select next, right, unless this has been chosen. Set embed type. Selected embed type. Here we go. So we'll do that next. We really want all of these values to be required, right? Values of null. Discord bot embed type. Bot Discord embed type. Bot Discord embed type. There we go. It's set. If I look in the hidden field, it should be set down here too. Value simple. Good. Now let's make all these other things required too. All we have to do, required. Boom. Required. Boom. Now the browser itself will not let me submit a form unless these things are filled. I hit this. It should require this as well. Oh, maybe I didn't put it in the right spot. Required input type. Okay. Required Discord web URL. And required the OpenSea slug. Okay, great. Now if we try to hit go, gotta fill it in. Some collection. Try to hit go, we gotta fill this in. Hit go. It doesn't have an error because we hid the field. We can fix that later. But it's making us pick this. Now I can hit go. And let's look at our last bot. Boom. So now we're passing in all the things. They're selecting which type they want. They're giving us all their details. Great. We're saying that bot created successfully. We want to go to new billing path now. We're not going to the new billing path. So new billing path here. App views. Billing. New. Billing here. Okay. Let's try again. Boom. Now we're going to billing path. Okay. So we're working through it. This is our billing path. We're going to use our partial bots new that we also use on the homepage, which is this guy right here. So that's going to save us some code. We want to call this, choose a plan. Optional, select add-ons to enhance your bot. Boom. Now we got our billing basic page. Now we need to choose this kind of plan picker. We're definitely going to go back to Tailwind components. We want, I guess, a form. Maybe there's a thing for plans. Pricing might have something useful for our, yeah, this is what we want, right? We want this kind of thing. I don't think we need these huge tables, but this kind of thing is nice, for sure. We want the one with the white background. Okay. Pricing plans. Again, we're letting the code load here. Checking on everything. Checking on the chat. We're still waiting on this to load us, the code. We're in hour 3 and 48 minutes. Okay, here we go. Let's try to just grab this section. What does this look like? As expected. There's junk. What happens if we grab this whole thing? Does it kind of fix the problem? Yeah, it does. So how do we just grab this stuff? Okay, it looks like it's because of this small flex column. Can we add that to here? Nope. Okay, for now, I'm just going to grab this whole top part. We're trying to just go as quickly as possible. Okay. Pricing plans. Ooh, maybe I can do that. Okay, maybe I can wrap our partial with this thing. Put another closing div down there. There we go. All right, now we're still using our partial. We're not duplicating code anywhere. We just needed this new class to handle. If I were to go to bots new, checking if the alignment is still the same. Let's try. Yeah, still the same. Okay. Choose a plan. Now we need this. We need this to actually toggle. Let's see. I guess it's not really a toggle. We have to build that ourselves. Focus outline none, ring 2. Yeah, I think we have to switch that. Outline none, ring 2, focus ring. White space, looking for the differences. Rounded, shadow, border transparent, border gray. So it looks like this border is kind of what makes one look selected. This one is border gray and background white. This one is border transparent and I guess essentially the background is gray. Okay, oh yeah, the background is gray. I want to not do that. I'm going to take this away from here. Make this background gray. But we do need a nice shadow here. Okay, so all we want to do is make this BG white. I don't really love it. It's kind of what we want, but it's a hack. Maybe we should just go with an actual toggle instead. Radio groups. Let's see what these look like. Toggles. Yeah, these might be just better. Yeah, just really simple to do this kind of thing. Right, there we go. Something like this. So default $5. If they choose this, it's going to override it. Let's try that. Lifetime billing. Of course, the toggle isn't actually working. This actually happens a lot. I can't get Tailwind components to do some of this, even though there is the JavaScript. The JavaScript is included. We did this the Rails 7 way. But... okay. All right, we're going to get Tailwind toggle. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. I guess monthly is nice though, the way that this is worded. Lifetime billing. Yeah, we can just keep it how it is then. Focus, ring, indigo. Right, so they choose one, it's already going to be, okay, focus, ring, indigo. Then we're going to take the same code as bots knew, this, and make it work for these plans when they choose a plan. So instead of betables, we're going to call it plans. Plan. And deselect. Instead of embed type, plan type, deselect plan. Okay, and the actual plans are going to be class plan, selected plan type. We need to make a new hidden input, just like we did before. Type hidden with an ID. Plan type or whatever. Plan clicked. So something like that, except we're not going to do that gross thing. We're going to do what they already kind of provided us with. which is this border ring, focus ring indigo. We're going to add that class, ring indigo. Okay, let's debugger this. Instead of focus indigo, we're just going to do ring indigo 500. Boom. Okay. Except we needed to keep it there. Okay. I should be able to click away and it should not do that. Indigo. Border. Okay, now it's solid. Okay. Something like that. Okay, get rid of the debugger. It's not actually the same indigo. We will fix that. The real indigo is this. Grab this, throw it in our Photoshop. Eyedropper. Pass it into our code. Okay. This is just for now. Better than nothing. Okay. Something like that. Again, can all be better, but now they've selected a plan. We've actually selected it in the code. So this guy, plan type. Oh, ID plan type. Okay, it's not setting. Let's go back to our code. Selected plan type. Set plan type. It's not a data set. We haven't added the data set. Okay. Data plan type equals monthly, and data plan type equals lifetime. Let's try now. Plan type equals monthly, plan type equals lifetime. Great. And then of course our fee down at the bottom is going to have to also show whatever that is. So we can have another map or something like that. Price. We need this to be kind of big. This is going to be what we have in our wireframe here. We could even use our partial again, actually, just if we wanted to. Let's pass in nothing for the description and see what happens. Okay, a little too big. We could pass in nothing for the price and pass in something for the description. Not great. Maybe we'll just make a new thing, no big deal. I'll just grab the whole code for now. We'll modify it the way we want. It doesn't need to be 4XL, maybe 2XL and 3XL and 4XL. And this can be price. This can go away. Something kind of like that. MT12. We haven't added our other add-ons yet. Something like this. So when they select this, this should change down here. So by default, we'll have this selected. So once the page loads, I want to click default plan type is going to be that first one. Something like that. And I just want to go ahead and click that. Default plan type. Click. So once the page loads, it's as if the user's already selected this. That way our JavaScript logic can say, hey, look at whatever's clicked. So page. And then we're going to set defaults. We're going to also have a function that's set price. That's going to look at the selected plan type. We'll type that value. Okay. And then if plan equals monthly, right? Else if plan equals, what do we call it? Lifetime. We're going to do something. If plan equals monthly, then this area here, we need to give this some kind of ID. ID equals price. I don't know, for now. For price equals document. Okay. We're going to say the price field, right? Inner text equals, 5 a month, something like that. And if they chose lifetime, then price is like $100 once. And we're going to set the price after we set that default plan. Okay. Now let's change to lifetime. Plan type, lifetime. Now when I select this, the plan type is lifetime. Okay. Set price. Plan type dot value. Okay. If plan. Set price. We're only setting the price once. Got it. Whenever we do that, there we go. So now this click actually tells the backend what to do. This price down here, the backend doesn't know about it. It doesn't see it. It doesn't care. The user could try to hack this to say $4, and it's not going to send this value to the backend. It's sending whatever is in this hidden input, which is going to just be monthly or lifetime. All right, now we have a couple more things. Do you need Tailwind forms CSS separately? Morgan asks. Typically you do, but when you do this, Morgan, you add these as plugins, and then you get those form inputs. If you don't add this and you do an input, like a form input, it's not going to have the border radius, or it's not going to have the border shadow, and it's not going to look very good. So the Tailwind site will tell you that you have to add these as plugins. Technically, some people build Tailwind sites without forms, and so this would save a little bit on the CSS code, make a file or your page a little bit smaller in terms of kilobytes, which would make it load a little bit faster. But I set up this not manually by hand. I just added --CSS equals Tailwind when I built the Rails app, and it automatically assumes that you kind of want all this stuff. Okay, all right, so now we've got that. They can choose a plan, create alerts, And let's get those checkboxes from the Tailwind UI. I think we already, here we go. Here's a whole section of just checkboxes. This is kind of nice with these bars. It gives a little separation. Kind of like this one. Let's see if it works though. Let's see if it actually works. Okay, can I check it? Okay, awesome. Okay, and we want to put those in a much smaller space. So I might grab what we did on the bot new page, that 3-column grid we made. And let's try to wrap this in those. Okay, we just want one column before it with nothing, so this is centered. And MT4 could be a lot more than that. I don't really love, actually, maybe I don't love all these lines. Maybe we should just kill the lines. These are radio buttons. Here's our checkboxes. This is kind of cool that we get a description underneath. Maybe let's go with that instead of inline description. Okay, not bad. And we have an MT12, so let's have a margin bottom of 12 so it looks a little more, yeah, a little more even. All right, symmetrical. And maybe we don't need all that 12, but okay. And we need to fill these in now. Create alerts every 5 minutes. So we can kind of make these more marketing speak. So like sort of comments will say, faster syncing, something like that. We could actually go to Zapier's billing page and see what they call it, if they have a short word for it. Fetch new sales plus create alerts every 5 minutes. Default is 10 minutes. Okay. Create new sales alerts every 5 minutes. Default is 10 minutes. Okay, faster syncing. Next we've got custom embed design. So here's where we could get away with having just one embed for now. They select that one. That kind of gives them a hint that maybe more are possible. Change the fields, attribute, like attribute placement, the from wallet, the to wallet, but that's kind of the same as fields. Change the fields, formatting, and more. And again, we have to still put pricing on all these things. Let's see how this looks. Formatting and more. We'll send details or something like that. Okay, details sent separately maybe. Instructions sent separately, okay. And then our last add-on for now is, is unlimited bots, okay. Unlimited bots. And this is about whether or not the user can have one or more per account. Have clients or multiple projects. Save big. Something like that. Now, we have to figure out if they choose lifetime and then unlimited bots, is this going to be like $200? We have to kind of figure that out. we can make that happen. We can make that happen. Just some more JavaScript. Default 1 per account. Okay. So something like this. This is our plan selection. Add-ons will be built in 24 hours. Okay, so now below this thing, build, let's see where that fits. Okay, I want to make it centered. Okay. And I want it to be kind of gray like these are. Okay, will be billed separately within 24 hours of registration, something like that. Now we have less work to do with Stripe, coding, JavaScript, etc. I still don't love how this looks. I can actually maybe put this below the pricing thing. Like that. A little space with the price. A little more space. Not possible. Okay, and or even below the actual button. So we still need a big button. We have a button on bots new. We need that button on billing new. Now this could be sort of marketing-ish. Instead of add billing, it could be like, yeah, I guess they still have to go add billing, so next is, for now, next is fine. And maybe here we actually put this text below there. Gosh, stop. Okay, let's go back to our browser. Like this. It's just screwing it all up. Because we made this, I see. Okay. Okay, it's a little bit better. And we don't need all that space with our button. This doesn't need to be that far away. Okay, take out maybe 12. And this button can be bigger, I guess. But currently it's the same size as the previous button. So maybe that looks a little better. Bots new, same as that button, but Metro 4. Okay, bot creators. See how this needs to look a lot better? So we can go ahead and get, I think action panel is what's called. Action panel. Yeah, action panels are maybe overkill. Yeah, overkill. We just need like a flash. Tailwind flash message. Alerts. Something like that. How does this look if it's in our application layout? To do, we put a to do here, so let's do it right now. Okay, that's not bad. a little wide. What happens if I just throw it inside of the... Oh, that is inside. I don't really want it to be that big. We can go for our grid hack. This guy right here. Here we go. Let's try to grid it. Okay, put our alert. Okay, and then we need one more to close it off. Something like that, not bad, not horrible. This should be above all of that, maybe. There we go. Don't need all this margin. Oh, we do need the margin top. We don't need the margin bottom. So something like that could be good. And then I want to kill this whole thing. So let's give this an ID of flash alert. Okay. So we'll have some JavaScript. We can even do that in our footer. That will handle making those disappear. Okay. Uh-oh, let's have a default title. And then here's the actual thing that's going to show up. Alert. Okay, so now if I say bots controller, load the new page, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's there, in there. Ah, we need to get rid of these guys. Kill this, we're working on this now. Oh, there it was. I think we all saw it. Okay, and then we also need to add a notice. Notice meaning not a scary alert. So this is alert. Yeah, we can add basically this one. Basically the same as this, but instead of red, it can be, you know, background blue or green. There is no green. Cool. Text green. Border green. Background light green. Okay. And that X we want to be text green. Okay, cool. So I'm going to duplicate this. Duplicate as little as possible, as little as required. Let me just duplicate this part for now. Again, we can really clean this up more, but okay, this is going to be a notice, and red, green, and green, green. That didn't actually seem to work, but okay. Okay, bots, notice. Okay, why aren't we seeing our stuff? Okay, let's do this. There we go. Uh-oh, bot created successfully. And then we need to have a footer that removes those when we click. So we already kind of did the code for it. We're just going to script, and we're going to say, what are these things called? The ID we gave it. Flash alert. When anything in the flash alert is clicked, we just want to remove, right? So listener, click the function, the thing itself, the element itself, l.remove. Great. I'm live streaming. Thanks. Cool. Now we got that out of the way. We can make it so that it just removes when we click the X, I guess. Maybe later we'll do that. To do only remove flash when X is clicked. Groovy. Groovy. All right, now we got our flash designed. Bot created successfully. What I didn't like is that it should only show which one exists. So if flash alert exists, present. And likewise, this other one should only show if the notice is present. Present, question mark. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's create something. Okay, great. Only the good one showed up. We could just call this alert close. Maybe we just do that. Yeah, let's do that. Instead of the ID there, ID flash alert close. And similarly, this one is flash alert close. Now in our footer, we have to change it. Flash alert close. Okay, let's try again. Click here, nothing happens. Click here, and still nothing happens. Lol. Oh, that's not even the right thing we wanted to do anyway. Layouts. We want to put it on the actual X. It's kind of this whole thing, right? Span class absolute. Okay, let's try just one. Because when we click the X, we have to delete the parent object. So that's why. That's why I said let's do it as a to-do later. We want to basically get rid of the parent, not the object itself. Okay. 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 This dot parent element. Remove. There we go. Now this footer we're not actually loading in yet. Could go with the bottom of the body, that's fine. Render partial, shared footer. Okay, let's try all of this now. Flash alert close. Ah, I see. Alert. We only need to do this if there is a flash alert. If flash alert not equal to null. So right now, if I try to find a flash alert, there's no flash alert. So it equals null. If it's not equal to null, then do this other stuff. Okay, click here, fine. Click here should kill it. There we go. Finally, we got our own flashes. Again, when you use Rails templates, you're going to get all that out of the box. So saving 10 minutes at a time, 30 minutes here and there does add up after, you know, you have to make 20 things on your own. What's my favorite Pokemon? I remember Mewtwo was kind of cool. Okay, billing, that's this page. We now need to pass on these things. We need to pass on pricing to these. So we'll say, just for now, again, MVP, faster syncing. Maybe this is like +5. Actually, let's do a span in here. You'll see why. Syncing price add-on. Okay. Because if I choose lifetime and then I hit faster syncing, maybe that's extra $50. If I hit monthly extra syncing, maybe that's extra $5. So we have to add all of that now. So for each of these, I'm going to add a span. A span allows us to inject content in line next to content that we don't want to change. That's sort of how I use them anyway. Unlimited bots. Bot count, price add-on, something like that. Okay, now let's say add-on types. They are 3, right? Syncing, custom embed, bot count. Syncing, custom embed, bot count. Add-on types for each. Type. Add-on type. Add-on type. Okay. We want to just do this add-on type, which is going to be this. A type plus price add-on. Okay. And maybe this is a dumb way to do it. Okay, so let's start. The default is going to be 5. So set price. This is the overall price. We also need to like set the underlying prices function. So like set add-on prices. You need to know the plan. Yeah, let's just all do it in one spot. Set price. Price.intertext is going to be that. I'm going to do this really simple. Syncing add-on price. Syncing price add-on. Kill all that. Syncing price add-on. Embed type price add-on. Bot count price add-on. Syncing Okay. Syncing price add-on. Make it more uniform. Embed type. So these like what seem to be little features, there are little features, but they take inordinate amounts of time. Whereas we did our whole database in 20 minutes. Now we're spending all this time doing like, you know, inner text equals +5 a month. Let's try that. Let's just try all three of these to see if this is working okay. +5, +10, +15. And then we're gonna make sure that we can customize them on the lifetime scale as well. +25, +50, +75. Okay, so this one changed. This add-on. Look a little better. Okay. Okay. Now, cannot set null inner text. Okay. Bot count price add-on. Custom embed price add-on. Custom embed price add-on. Bot count price add-on. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Okay, so now we're toggling between these prices. But now, of course, we have to adjust this based on what's checked. Okay. Our price display. Let's call that price display. And let's have price actually just be a variable that we add and subtract from. Equals 0. Okay. So when we set price, we have to grab this number and show it. So here, we're going to say price, so we can kill. It's going to need to be this, plus the price, plus this thing that says once, right? And then this is going to be a month, right? So if I make this price 25, let's try to string, price display, sorry. Price display. Okay. Okay, now this has to actually add up other things. So when they check these boxes, we need to adjust this value. So we're going to start it at 0. How much they need to pay, right? But we also said we would just charge them later, so maybe we don't need to do this at all. Maybe we just go back to what we had. And like we said, add-ons will be built separately. Okay, let's just go back to that. Hey Ryan, why do you use var instead of let? Does it not make a difference? I think in our case it doesn't make a difference. Var, let, const are different types of scopes you can add to variables in JavaScript. And when you're building an app with all JavaScript, it's really important to know the difference between them. But I'm just adding a little bit of pizzazz to a given scoped front-end view. So I just, as a habit, use var. It's a little more flexible. You can be overridden. When you use let and const, you get different errors with variable shadowing when you try to override them. They're totally fine. I just, typically I don't even write this much JavaScript. So yeah, I just kind of keep it simple. Yeah, so let's just do that, 5 a month. And like we said already, we'll just build them later, the extra amount. Less JavaScript. All we needed was to show these kinds of things. Okay, so faster syncing, maybe on the monthly plan, that can literally just be like an extra $4. I don't really care. +4. Embed type. This only needs to be like, I don't know, $25 once. I don't know. And bot add-on should be at least, you know, yeah, $15 more per month. So $20 a month, so that they're paying $20 a month for unlimited accounts. That way they have to have at least like 4, I guess, for it to be worth it for them. But if they have like 10, it's not too huge of a deal for me. Okay, likewise, if they are wanting faster syncing on a lifetime forever plan, then yeah, I don't know, maybe $50 once. Who cares? Who cares? Did that help, Dylan? Embed type. Yeah, same difference. $25, I guess, if they want a custom embed. Who cares? And unlimited bots. If you want a lifetime plan and you want unlimited bots, for all I know, you're someone with like an agency and you have a ton of, you know, I don't know, you have a ton of clients. So I'm going to make you pay more. So plus 50, plus 150. So you might pay 100 plus 150, 250 plus 50, $300, and you have a really fast bot that works forever. I think that's cool for me and for them, for the buyer and the seller. Yep, thanks, cool. All right, we're not doing anything special here. We're just showing them, and then we're telling them they'll be added on separately. But we do need to store these add-ons. We have to store these add-ons. So, and by the way, since we've added so much JS here, we can make it feel a little bit cleaner if I say, if I literally call it like plan JS. Let's see, what's the best way? So what I'll do is I can do a partial, just like we've been doing at the top. This kind of thing. We put that here. So instead of the shared folder, it's within the current folder. Render plan.js. Don't need any variables. Put all this code into that file. And boom, everything still works. But now we have a little more what's called separation of concerns. I'm not thinking about this. And I don't actually need the word partial when it's in the same file folder and I'm not passing variables. So boom. Just a little bit cleaner. If I want to just work on that JS, I just crack open the JS and it's all kind of helps your brain not think about too many things at once. Now again, maybe I want to make this background white when it's selected. It just, for now, I don't care. So next we got to open up Stripe billing. So let's go to Stripe checkout. This is pretty cool. Stripe checkout, I mentioned at the beginning of this video today, it is going to give us a nice UI. Stripe checkout, I want to go to like the non-API docs. Let's show, here we go. Kind of an example of what it looks like. Let us see it. Yeah, so Stripe checkout is going to create a page like this. We don't have to kind of do all of that. They can manage their account, they can cancel. So we're going to add that. I've done it once before, a couple months ago, and it's pretty easy. So let's go back to Google, Stripe checkout, get the first page. Oh, this might be a sample. Okay, this is a sample. Recurring payments. Yeah, I don't care about any of this stuff. Let's go to the docs. We actually want to do a couple things. We want to have subscription support and we want to get one-time payments, right? If they do a lifetime plan. So let's start going through the steps. Set up Stripe. Gem Stripe. Get out of our server. Kill this. Let's also do a commit. App views. Add app controllers. Onboarding wizard. Basically, that's what we just built. What else is new? Mailer stuff. welcome mailer, postmark integration. The postmark is what we're using to send those mails. Okay, bundle, because we just added a new gym to our gym file. Create checkout session. Okay. Okay, let's go. I'm going to make a new account for this. Looks like I'm already logged into Stripe. Have many accounts. Let's make a new account because we want to maybe sell this to someone else. So new account. And we're calling this NFT sales bot, right? Let's say it's in the US, even though I'm in Korea right now. All right, we'll activate later. That's going to make sure I own a real business and all that stuff. But for now, we're going to use these test keys. So it's okay that you guys see these, and I can change them later anyway. These are test keys. So we're going to do a checkout page. I'm actually going to see how quickly we can make this happen using one of my other apps. So I told you I implemented this 2 months ago for another project. So we're going to look at that project now. That project is here, SpaceBot. SpaceBot is an app that helps you manage a rental space. So if you rent spaces out for kind of like Airbnb, but for business stuff, taking photos, dance practice rooms, whatever, this app lets you do that. So anyway, I built Stripe Checkout on here. Let's see if we can see how it looks. Go to my account, maybe manage my subscription. Yeah, I have a pro, like I have an admin account, so I don't get the usual features. But anyway, this account, this platform uses Stripe Checkout. So we're going to use that. And the way I did it, let's look at the routes. I made a billing portal, a cancel, billing portal controller. Great. I'm going to literally copy paste this and then modify as we need to. This is going to save us a lot of time, but I can walk you through how it works. It's all actually a lot simpler than doing the regular Stripe. So billing portal, what did I call that? Billing portal controller, create, destroy. Maybe I won't use billing portal controller. I'll just put this into the billing controller that we already have here. So I said this is where we're going to put Stripe. So we already have this new page. That's what we just worked on with all the add-ons. Let's grab this stuff. Okay, customers onboarding. What does customers onboarding mean? You subscribe. I don't want to deal with any of that stuff. That's fine. Let's call it billing new request start. Okay. Let's not worry about that right now. See, the point is they need to be able to start a new subscription or change their existing subscription. So we just need to choose how we want it to work. I'm going to say like that they're coming from the billing new path. I don't want to say request.refer. So let's have that be the first thing we change. Puts request. Yeah. Okay, and our routes, we need a billing portal route. We already have a billing controller route, billing, only new create, so that's already set up. And then on SpaceBot, the actual page I call this from is link to, cool. Here we go, billing portal. So ours is gonna just be like billing, great. Post to billing. Okay, so what we need to do though actually is from the back end. So our billing page right here needs to save this information, like the add-ons they want, and then point them to billing. So we're actually gonna, from the command side, from the server side, redirect them to billing, which is less code for us. So let's first just work on saving this information. So I go to billing and this create thing. The first thing we actually want to do is maybe this should actually almost be an update, like an update form. An update page. where they're basically updating their user account. And we'll store these preferences on the user. Yeah, these are not stored on the bot. If they pay for faster syncing, obviously they're going to want faster syncing on every bot, right? If they pay for unlimited bots, the user needs to know that, not the bot. So we need to add new features to our user, because currently our user can't store any of those preferences. So we're going to make a new JSON field just called preferences, or called data. Remember we did this before? We did data, JSON for sales. But for user, I kind of prefer preferences. Debating. We can keep data. Add data to users. Data JSON. Let's check out our migration. Allow null. And here's how this is going to work when our form is working. Let's go in our console. Let's run the server here. If I go on my console, I grab my last user, right? We created this user. He is got this data. It's going to look like this. It's going to look like faster syncing, true. So now if I look at my user, he's going to have that attribute. And as you notice, u.data, I can plug in unlimited attributes. So I could say bot count, right? Unlimited. Now we're just storing all this nice stuff about the user's preferences. So we'll have some kind of admin panel that lets us know, like, hey, this guy needs to have more stuff set up, or we need to bill them more money because they chose all these add-ons. Now I don't want to put them directly into u.data. I want to maybe do u.data like add-ons equals that stuff. So I want u.data add-ons to have this inside of it, if that makes sense. It's all kind of clean. There we go, as you can see. That's what it's going to ultimately look like. Another thing we need to do, we need to create a Stripe user once they sign up. So that way, in case they ever do choose to pay us, right, we want them to already be set up on our billing portal, which we're going to use Stripe for that billing portal. We're going to pass in the user's email and their ID and update their Stripe ID. So if you remember in schema earlier, we already made a field for this, Stripe customer ID. And I want to do this once they sign up. So that means we're going to need an after create hook. And we don't have any delay set up. We don't have a queue set up. We might set that up later to do build background queue and delay the Stripe setup. Because what's happening right now is when they create their account, we're going to ping Stripe server, and then they'll be able to log in. It's just going to make the user experience not super amazing. So we want to process this in a separate thread in a background. But for now, this is fine. Set up Stripe customer. And on this billing, first we're going to update their account with those parameters. .update. Let's just call it like add-ons parameters, something like that. So if you look at our bot controller, bot parameters, add-ons parameters, add-ons parameters, and we're going to take those add-ons we just made, billing new. We're going to have syncing, right? Custom embed, bot count. Okay. And what we actually care about is the value of the checkbox, right? Like if the checkbox is true or not. So I'm going to kill these aria described by junk things. These are all just fake from the sample code we got. Even these IDs, everything is fake. And we want this to be a form. We talked about this before. We want it to be specifically a Rails form so that we're not, so that we're protected. And specifically, we want to update the user here, right? We want to update the user because we're adding these attributes to the user, these add-ons that they chose. Let's see what happens when I go to this page. There's no user, so we got to go to our billing controller, and on this billing page, say user equals current user. Rails custom form path. There we go. URL. There we go. This is exactly what we want. URL is going to be maybe update billing path with that user. And to make sure that route exists, billing, we have to add the route. Okay. Billing path. Billing path. See if that works. Still may not work. Okay. So now we've got this form wrapped around these fields, which gives us this feature. Remember the security feature. And it's going to ping this this endpoint, billing, which is going to hit this right here. All right. Add-on to parameters. And we're going to permit. Now, to permit stuff in a JSON field, we can't just do this. I think we have to do like this, and then say what they're called. So like faster syncing. Let's go back to our other code. Go to one of our, I did a lot of this on this app. Here we go. Permit preferences, so data, and then yes. Okay, I think I did it correctly. Permit data, yes. So all of these fields we just showed off right here. We need to plug them in. We need to whitelist them here. So faster syncing, bot count, right? And what else do we have? Faster syncing, bot, custom embed, custom embed design, something like that. Okay, I'll put these in order of the form, but it doesn't actually matter. Okay, and it's going to then try to update that, and then we're going to want to redirect to that Stripe checkout page, which we haven't made yet. So our server side is going to update their stuff. When they click the button, it's going to feel like they're adding billing now, but they're actually just updating their user account, and then this is going to add the billing. But now we have to hook up that form. So here, these checkboxes, ooh, cracking my jaw. These checkboxes need to change. These need to be like this format. User, data, faster syncing. This name needs to be user, data, faster syncing, I think. This is how I think we need to do it. Let's replace these as well. User, data, what's this one called? Custom embed. Did we just call it custom embed? Okay. Okay. And similarly here, user data bot count, or yeah, bot count. I think this might just be user data, not users. User data bot count. And this other junk, label for all trash. I think these labels will hook us up to, if someone has like a screen reader, I think it will let them see that this input is for this thing, but we're just not optimizing for that right now. So, yeah, so the label for also allowed us, let me add those labels back so you can see the benefit we get from it. When the label for matches the input, you get to click that one area and the whole area changes. So see this? Here I can click one area, it all changes. Here it's kind of gross. I have to click the checkbox. So we'll keep the label for, but we're going to use it in a way that's useful for us. Label for that ID, boom. So label for that ID, Boom, now this one's all good, this one's good. And we need to do one more time. Label for that ID. Now I can click and a little bit more, you know, a few more places, and it's a little bit better UX. Okay, I want to check all three of them to see if these fields get passed through. I want to just see if we did this right. Put add-on parameters. And put those out. Let's see what happens in our logs when we... Nothing, because this button is not a submit button. Our button also needs to be inside of our form field. So here's our form for. Our button is way down here. So I'm just going to close the form down there. Okay. Check all three. Something went wrong. Parameters. Params, duh. Okay, params. Let's try again. Check all three. Clear our logs. Click go. Parameters. Looks like it's doing all of them. See that? On, on, on. So we're now passing that in. We should have updated our user. Let's see. And look at that. U.data. On. Sweet. Very good. I know I mentioned we can put these inside of the add-ons field, but then I'd have to redo everything we just did. So let's just keep it how it is now. These are basically add-ons. We're not using data for anything else. Later, we might have data, this JSON thing. It could support like, you know, weekly newsletters, true or false, that kind of thing. Renew, annual, whatever. You can put a lot of stuff in these JSON fields, so they're super useful and flexible. Okay, so now we're passing on our fields. And next, we need to, from the server side, from this side, we might also even want to email ourselves. Let's throw an email to ourselves, so that as an admin, we kind of know that someone just signed up, maybe. Application mailer, yeah. Similar to the user mailer, we're just going to say, like, new sign up. Mail to. I'm going to just mail to me right now. Later, I'll put a variable here. New sign up, maybe like check for add-ons. And then in that actual email, admin mailer, we'll have a new sign up. Hi. Hi. New sign up. And I'm going to pass in this user's email, user.email. They selected these add-ons. And now I'm going to literally just print out the user's data field. So it will look a little gross. I can say user.data, yeah. It'll look a little gross, but that's okay. I'll call this the sales bot. Okay. All right. Let's see if I can trigger this. So now from our billing controller, admin mailer dot new sign up, pass in that current user dot deliver. So I'm going to see if this works. Say current user equal to you. Reload the server because we just added a mailer. Check my email. Did I get the mail? And I did. So here you can see. It says it thinks it's spam, but you can see in my email. Let me close this tab. New sign up. I don't know why it's blurry. But down here it says they selected these add-ons. Faster syncing, true. Custom embed, on. Bot count, on. So that's what we wanted. Groovy. So now we're doing an admin ping. Again, we'd rather have this work in the background because this is going to slow down the user like a few milliseconds. But again, at least it's working fine. So update those things, and now we need to redirect them to Stripe checkout. So if we go down here, redirect to begin subscription path. So what I'm doing is I'm taking the code from my other app where one magic link tried to determine if they need to start a plan or edit their plan. We already know here at this point, they're just starting a plan. So we're gonna make it a little simpler. Redirect to begin subscription. Begin subscription is gonna be this. Now, we haven't confirmed any of this stuff yet, but it kind of looks like it will be fine. But I need to make a new product. We need to make a product based on whether they chose monthly or annually. So let's determine that. Stripe product price. We don't know yet. We have to customize that. So redirect to begin subscription. And we need to know what plan. So the plan is actually something we're saving up here in a hidden field. Right? Yeah. Plan type. Okay, so we need to whitelist that. ID. User data. We can use data again. So now we get to know what plan they want. And name equals, right, user data. Plan type. And now back here, we need to whitelist that. Plan type. So let's modify our user again. Billing controller. I don't want to do begin subscription yet. Let's try to refresh this. Let's try to choose lifetime plan and see if that saves in there. Setting value. I needed to keep the. Need to fix the ID. User data plan type. Go into our JS, our JavaScript. It's not this. It's. Here we go. I think that's right. There we go. Okay. Let's choose lifetime. Next. User.last. You reload our data. I only see 3 attributes. I don't see that it saved the plan type. User data faster. Yeah, I don't see that it carried that through. Let's go back here. Plan type. Make sure that this is updating that field. Monthly. Click it, lifetime. User data plan type. User data plan type. User data faster syncing. Alright. User data faster syncing. Maybe because it's hidden. Maybe because it's hidden. Let's see. I just want to modify the user to let's put the params out. Params. User, missing user. Because this is not inside of the form. The form lives below that. All right, let's put the form Duh. Okay. But we need... I think my form input is making this awkward. If I move the form... Oh, here's what we'll do. Put the form back where it was. Literally just need to put this input inside the form. Okay. Don't need to put everything outside. Okay. Okay, let's try lifetime. Lifetime, plan type, lifetime. Here's what that email looks like. Okay, great. Now let's grab. Yeah, u.reload.data. Okay, great. Now if they had chosen monthly and all these things, then we got their plan type monthly and all those things that they chose. Yearly and only custom embed, save. Lifetime, or not yearly, lifetime and custom embed, save. Lifetime and faster syncing. Lifetime faster syncing. Monthly and unlimited bots. Okay, bot count. Instead of bot count on, it should just be actually called unlimited bots. So let's change this. User data. Unlimited, because it's a true false thing. So bot count should have like a value, bot count 1, bot count 5, but it's unlimited bots. So I need to now change it here instead of bot count, unlimited bots. And down here in our JavaScript too, bot count, no, unlimited bots. Okay. So let's try that demo again. Monthly unlimited bots. Monthly unlimited bots on. Yearly faster syncing custom. Yearly lifetime faster syncing custom unlimited. Lifetime faster custom, no unlimited bots. Lifetime faster custom. Great. So now we have all that stored. We're emailing the admin, which for now is ourselves, when someone pays, so that we can literally just go inside of stripe.com and we're just going to charge them $5, charge them an extra $50. So it's just an MVP way to do this. Okay. Now we want to build the Stripe checkout, which is surprisingly easy, especially because we already have some code. So we're going to redirect to begin a subscription. To begin a subscription, we're going to create a session with the Stripe API. And then if it's successful, when they go, they actually type in a credit card, it's going to send them to this place. And if it's not successful, it's going to send them somewhere else. So I think, for example, what we could do is, if it's not successful, send them back to new billing path, something like that, right? With aborted.true. So what that's going to do is say, like, if params aborted equals true, then maybe we do like flash alert, like, looks like you canceled. Let's see if that works right now. So billing new, aborted equals true. We're spoofing as if we just tried to sign up but we didn't. Uh-oh, looks like you canceled. Close. And we're having trouble with this guy again. Let's actually put that footer code. I think it's because of turbo links. Put this footer code on layouts application. Put it down. Put it right here next to the footer. I'm going to see what happens if I do this. Doesn't like that. Flash alert close. Oh, because we only added it to the success. Span ID close. Nice. Okay, now we can go back to our footer strategy. Okay. All right. So now we spoofed that. Now let's go back here. If it's successful, we want it to probably go to the dashboard path, which we don't actually have yet, but we can just go ahead and make that. You just say get dashboard to pages dashboard. Again, we don't have this yet, so we'll just make a view dashboard. This is the dashboard, right? And then in our pages controller, remember we have to always match all these things up. We just need a dashboard here. All right, so if it's successful, it's going to go to the dashboard path, I guess. Let's make sure that's called dashboard as dashboard. And it's going to add subscribed equals true. So we can just, in our pages controller, do the same thing we just did. So like if params subscribed equals true, then have some kind of like flash notice. Congrats, welcome aboard, something like that, okay? So now I'm gonna spoof this. Let's go to dashboard. We didn't cancel dashboard, subscribed equals true. Boom, not uh-oh, congrats. Let's get rid of that uh-oh. Let's make it say like cool. There we go, cool, congrats, welcome aboard. Okay, so now we have happy path and a not happy path if they do or do not set up a plan. Keep going down. It's going to take as a customer the customer ID we've already created. Now this particular user I'm logged in as, he doesn't have a Stripe ID. Use Stripe customer ID is blank because we added that feature later. But I'm just going to use that method we already made. U.setup Stripe customer. We have to plug in the Stripe API keys. So let's do that next. Payment types card. I think we can allow, I don't know, more than card. Subscription versus one time. So we're going to need to pass in, one time subscription, all that stuff. Allow promo codes. And here we need to pass in which product. We need to have like a $5 a month product and like a one-time product. But I guess in that case, we'll have mode one time, and then this will be like price, $100 or something like that. Okay, so let's get our Stripe API keys. They're right here. I'm gonna put these into my code, but I need you guys to not see that. So let's put that over here. Stripe. And let's get initializers. I need this. Stripe API key. So I'll make that I'll show you guys doing this. Config initializers. Stripe API key. All right, now I need to put this actual API key in that file I showed you earlier, the file that lets us store a bunch of passwords. This password is fine for you to see because it's a dev password. But when I do the production server, and this changes from skTest to skpub or whatever it's called, obviously you guys can't see that. So that's done, Stripe API key. And now we go back here. We also need a Stripe product price ID. I haven't made any products in the Stripe account yet, so we're about to do that. And then I'll plug that in. And then we should be able to bill ourselves. So let's create a product. We'll call it, monthly plan. I'll add all that stuff later from the account level. Standard pricing, $5 a month, right? And it's subscription recurring. Can I add another price that's one time? Ooh, nice. $100, one-time fee. I thought I would have to make two separate products. Okay, so then instead of that monthly plan, I'll just call this sales bot plan. And then underneath it has two types of price options, a $5 a month option and a $100 one-time option. Great. Now I need to get these IDs. Here we go, API ID, you see that? $100 total or $5 a month. I need to put these in my password file. So I'm gonna go back and put those in there. It's gonna be Stripe product price ID. Stripe product monthly ID, and I'm gonna have Stripe product lifetime ID. Lifetime ID and monthly ID. Okay, which now means, here we go, back looking at our code. This cannot say Stripe product price ID. It needs to be Stripe product, whatever ID it is that I'm looking for. So we don't know yet. So ID. And this we also don't know. Stripe mode. These are going to be variables. Where I set these variables will be up here. So Stripe mode equals something. For now, let's short the subscription path, and Stripe product ID. Since we're doing the subscription path, I'll use the. Let me look back at my passwords or my API keys. There we go. It will be this one. Okay. So we'll set those variables and then redirect them to checkout. This checkout begin subscription now has a happy path, goes through the dashboard. A sad path goes back to this page and says, hey, it looks like you canceled. It's going to carry over their Stripe customer ID, which we just created or we're about to create. And it's going to pass in the product and the mode. So let's try that. Redirect to. Okay, now I need to create the Stripe customer ID. So I just added Stripe Gym. I added the API key. So now I can grab my user and I don't think we need that code anymore. Grab my user and run this method. The API key provided, Stripe API key. Oh, we provided it. We provided it. I must have called it, I didn't call it Stripe secret key, I called it something else. Okay. All right. Okay, now our user has a Stripe key. He has some add-ons selected, right? Lifetime, whatever. Let's go back to our billing page. Let's restart the server here for good measure. Let's go back to our billing page and trigger this update. Let's select the monthly plan, right? Right here. It's already on monthly plan. Okay. Faster syncing. Let's just choose one add-on. Here we go. Now, this should save that I want faster syncing, and it should redirect me to Stripe. Not a valid URL. Okay, here we go. Let's do this in the command line. Stripe mode, let's set these variables. And let's run this. I can't. Rails.routes. What's the way to access route? let's just make this simple. Dashboard. Okay. Current user is you. Not a valid URL. Ah. Oh, okay. I just have a typo in my API keys. 1 second. Sure. Okay, great. Okay, great. Again, billing new, monthly, faster syncing, clear our logs, see what happens. And again, oh, because I need to restart the server. Okay, 1 second. Good times. All right, here we go. Unsafe redirect, pass allow other host true. Oh, interesting. This might be a new Rails 7 feature. So it's working properly. Looks like we need to add an option. Allow other host true. Let's see if that was all it needed. Interesting. It's trying to redirect, you can see, to checkout/Stripe. And here it's saying it doesn't like this. It's been blocked. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Rails 7 redirect to allow other host. Oh, it's been since Rails 5. I haven't seen this before. Redirect to... Let's look at my other app. Yeah, I don't think anything happened. Yeah. Session URL. In our other app. Maybe this rack course, cross origin request, app RB, yes. Restarting the server, hopefully one more time. Okay. This is all about anti-hacking. That's the idea. Oh. Not noted course, I have to add the course library. Okay. Redirects EG to Stripe checkout. Adding notes sometimes can be useful so that later when you try to remove dependencies, you don't go crazy and remove too many things. Okay, bindev. Let's see. There we go. All about security. Rails. All right. Faster syncing. Monthly price. Redirect to Stripe checkout, please. Still hits us. This is what it's trying to go to. We can actually just grab this URL to see what our product looks like. This is what it's trying to do. Here we go. Great, so this is the $5 a month plan. It's in Korean because I'm in Korea and I have my browser set to Korean. But you can see it passed my user's email. I need to just type in a card. Since we're on a test server, I can type in a test card. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, Ryan Kizzle. And this should now redirect us back to the dashboard, localhost/dashboard with a success message. Let's see if that happens, because it was a success, remember, success URL. Okay, boom, dashboard, welcome aboard. But let's go back to what we just did a second ago. Let's go to billing new. Let's choose lifetime, custom embed, go here. And let's now actually choose to cancel. Oh, right, it's going to fail again. Let's go back to this URL. And let's try to cancel. Cancel should go back to that billing page with this aborted true. So that's why we were doing that. Cool. So all the pieces are there. We're getting an error when we literally try to redirect. Interesting. Maybe we need to add a little more stuff. Verify authenticity before create. We can try that. Before update. Okay. Will you redirect us? Amazing. Access to fetch, redirected from origin. No cores. Okay. Watch this. Rails can't redirect to Stripe checkout. Maybe someone's already solved it. No. Allow other host true. Redirect to. Let's see. Amazing. Amazing. Really doesn't like this. Thought I fixed it all. Access to fetch from origin. It's been blocked. Rails external redirect blocked course. Check the YouTubes. Cool. No other questions. Okay. Maybe we'll do this way. I wanted to do it all on the server side, but maybe the front end should actually redirect them. Let's see, remote true. And very interesting. that's kind of interesting. This could be really ghetto. Okay, let's try this. Ghetto, ghetto. How crazy would this be? This would be crazy. This would be crazy. Redirector. Oh, okay. Just begin subscription. Okay. Form responses must redirect to another location. Just amazing. Okay. Format JSON. Render JSON. Let's try this. Okay. Okay, returned with the URL. Okay, great. Rails catch remote true response. All right. Okay, let's see if this does the trick. We're making our form submit remotely. Port. This form is called, there's only one form on the page. Okay. Form. Debugger. Okay. We should get paused in time here. Good times. Turbo frame. Works if you use turbo frame tag. Oh my. Don't know what this means. Let's try. Gross. I've never heard of this, and I've made dozens of apps. Data remote, true. Amazing. Turbo links compatible. Okay, maybe one of these guys. Okay. This form, okay. Sorry, folks. I like to just rip through this stuff. Some Rails 7 changes I wasn't anticipating. Edit user too. Okay. Let's debugger this. Nothing. Amazing. Amazing. Ooh. Amazing. What's happening on the server side? It's a very good time. It's a very good time. Oh, that was kind of interesting. Response says no matching turbo frame. I don't like this turbo frame. I don't know what it even is, so let's go back to not using that. Maybe begin subscription. URL. What's that? Redirect to URL. Let's go back to simple. Not letting me redirect. Has been blocked. I'm very familiar with this error. I've done this on every app, and then what I do is I add this line of code that fixes everything. Rails 7. Let's look for stuff recent. This does not look like it has to do with Rails. For the first time ever, I'll say maybe live streaming was a bad idea. I'm a bit rusty. Oh. Oh. Do-boo-boo-doo. Oh, ba, ba, da, da, da. Oh, ba, ba. Do-do-do. Hello. If you just joined, let me know if you have any questions. You can look at the Google Doc in the description to see what it is that we're actually building. Compatible. Maybe this is what I needed. Maybe this is what I needed. Kind of amazing. Okay, we're gonna really hack it. We're gonna just really hack it. We're gonna make a new endpoint called forward to checkout or something. And yeah, great. Redirect to, let's call this forwarder. So the problem we're having now, if you just joined, we have our billing. We're going to point to Stripe checkout billing. And the Rails framework or the Chrome browser, or they're working together to not actually allow us to redirect. This is typically a trivial problem. I have it anytime I build an app, and I copied and pasted my usual workarounds, but they're not working. So I think it might have something to do with Rails 7. We're using the new Rails 7. So what I'm going to do, URL, okay. Now, here, URL equals params URL. We're going to make a new page. So it's going to redirect to our own page, and then that page is going to redirect. Jeez. Script window.location.href equals URL. Let's see what happens here. Try to break this. Rails. Submit to there. Get forwarder to billing forwarder. Okay. Totally different way of doing it. But let's see. There we go. Gosh. All right, I'm going to put some kind of link. Chapter skipper. Okay. So it has my details because we technically already have a plan. So I think right now it's kind of giving us like saving it as a cookie or something. Anyway, groovy. Let's go back here. Okay. Fantastic. All right. So we got past that issue. That might have been the longest issue we had to deal with. That's for a new account. And then let's see. After they make that account, they land on the dashboard, which is now maybe our final screen to make, our final UI to make. And then we already did this checkout, so we just did that. Dashboard. So let's go back to Tailwind components. What a mess. Okay. I might need to order some food. Let's get some stats. I don't like those. Maybe, is there a dashboard? This is sidebar layouts. Here we go, stats. Something like this is really simple. Okay. Let's throw these in on our dashboard index. Dashboard file. Okay, great. And let's also add our usual partial header thing. Render partial shared heading. Locals, we're going to pass in that the title of this is dashboard. And did we have a sub description? I don't recall. Let's look in our... No, we didn't. So we're just going to pass in a blank description. Dashboard. All right, last 30 days. We don't care about last 30 days. We'll show them everything, I guess. Oh, gosh. Okay. And we only know of a couple things now. We want to show stats and maybe alerts. Total sales. Alerts created. And we could even do like sale volume, where we actually put a number in ETH or dollars. And we already know what's going to go in these places. We're going to make variables like sale count, and we're going to make variables like alert count. And those need to be available from the controller level. So sale count equals current user dot sales dot count, and that's it. Same with alert count. That's it. And before action, we want to authenticate at least when they're on the dashboard. When they're on the home page, obviously, they don't need to be an authenticated user. Okay. This user has no sales and alerts yet, right? But we can spoof this. Let's go over here, grab this user. Let's create bot must exist, u.bots. Well, he has a lot of bots. Let's grab the last bot. Bot equals that guy. Bot.sales.create. Now it should have a 1 here. Great. Now let's do 50.times, right? Now there's 51 sales. And we could do the same thing. A sale, let's grab the last sale. Last sale.alerts, it has none. Sale.alerts, it's 5.times, do create. Boom. So now we have our basic dashboard. And then we probably want them to be able to log out. We want them to be able to edit their plan. But for now, it's kind of like, who cares if they log out or not, but that's fine. So let's add a quick log out route. Log out. And we can even throw this in pages as well. And we're going to use one of those sign out. Let's try. This might be a helper from Devise, I can't recall. Controller keys. Okay. I want to make that just kind of organizing as logout, meaning I'm naming the route so I can call just like log out from anywhere in my app now. Okay, if I go to log out, pages, log out, redirect to root path. We don't actually need a log out page. We just want log out to kill the user from being signed in. So if I were to now go to like dashboard, it should fail, see, because I'm not logged in. But this shouldn't redirect to user/sign in. It should override and go basically to the home page with that same kind of alert. So redirect, so Rails devise redirect authenticate user path. Yep. Just by adding. Interesting. I don't really want to do it like that. Temporary solution, yeah. Indicate user. Here we go. Application controller. Redirect to root path. Okay, that should do the job. So here it says, uh-oh, you need to sign up, blah, blah, blah. But now let's try it again. Cool, you must look at, great. This should be an alert. You must be log. Sign up or log in below. Something like that. So now we're just overriding that. Must be logged in. Okay, cool. There's way too much space here. Still want to get rid of a lot of this. Margin top. MT28. Way too much. Okay. MT28 to MT14. Okay. Groovy. So now we're redirecting. Must be logged in. Sign up or log in below. Here, they're going to log in. Cool, check your inbox. So what's kind of funny here is whether they have an account or not, it all just works. So if they don't have an account, it makes an account and sends them a login email, right? And if they have an account, it creates a login email. It doesn't make a difference. So we can go here and see what that URL was. This was actually sent to me. I just don't want to pull up my email here in case somebody sent me something weird. New both path. Oh, somewhere I wrote new both path. New bot path. Typo. Okay, I'm gonna have to redirect, re-request that URL. Yeah, because it's gonna say that that doesn't exist anymore. So that's okay. localhost. Let's recreate my login URL. Check your inbox, aka check the logs. Boom, I'm now logged in. When I'm logged in, perhaps we want to now do that other thing we wrote down. We wrote down a to-do right here. Redirect to dashboard or get started when logged in. So currently, or what we just built was the ability to go through the onboarding. But now we need to we redirect them to the dashboard if they already have a bot. So I'll say like redirect to dashboard path if user.bots.count is not 0. If their bot, if they do not have 0 bots. I could also do user.bot.counts not equal to 0, but Rails has this kind of cool method. Redirect to dashboard if they don't have 0 bots. let's demo that. I should go to the dashboard because I have a bot, right? User. Redirect to dashboard. Can't say user. Duh. I don't have the user yet. Sign in. Here we go. Here we go. Else. Much better. Same thing, logged in successfully. Here we don't need to say logged in successfully. We can say like account created successfully. Something like that. Because they don't have any bots yet. Okay, I'm gonna even log out of myself by just visiting this. We'll add a link, later to the navigation. Okay. Boom, dashboard. Because I have a bot, right? Now, potentially, they want to do a couple things in the dashboard that we didn't consider before. They might want to manage their bots, for example. They might want to see all their bots. So we can go back to our views, bots, make an index view. This is the best practice to show all of some object. View bots or my bots. Choose a bot below to modify settings. Okay, now we need a route for that. Bots, it's already going to have that route ready to go. Can I go to /bots? Great, and now we need to show all of their bots. Now this user has a ton of bots because we've been doing a lot of testing. So let's grab like a table maybe, a simple table that will let us show all of our bots. It doesn't have to feel like a database, but yeah, for now we can just go simple striped. We can do simple striped. Bots index. Now, we obviously don't care about all these rows and columns like the samples. That's just there for us. But let's make sure it looks good. Okay, a little bit wide. Min width full. I don't know if we need any of that stuff. Okay, now it's looking weirder. It's going according to plan. Min width full. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Get rid of that on the PY line. Min width full. Okay. Now it's just showing us 2 so we can see striped and unstriped. So table row, even row, odd row. Yeah. Okay. Table row. Here we go, odd row. Okay. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4. We only really care about a couple things. We want the bot, maybe we want to show, I don't know. We don't really have a way to name their bot right now. We could add that feature. We could definitely add that feature. So for now, let's have name just be like the bot's ID. And then this thing could be I don't know, the number of sales or something like that. And then we could have like the number of alerts so they can see on a granular level. And then there's no like roles, so we'll kill that entire column. And we could have like a delete button. We could have a delete and an edit. We have to fix all this to make that work. All right, and to actually show the rows, we don't need, okay, so if it's odd, it needs to have BG white. If it's even, this looks like the difference. Okay, so bots.each do. What I'm doing here is writing Ruby code wrapped around the HTML. So this way we can have 50 bots, and it's just going to use this block of HTML and render the attributes for the given bot it's looping through. But here I need to change this to BG gray 50 or BG white based on the index. The index, like if it's the 0 or the first one or the second. So we're going to use this, each with index, bot IDX. And here we're just going to put an inline ternary operator, IDX even. If that's true, we want it to be BG gray 50. Otherwise, we want it to be BG white. And the TR class should close. Okay. Don't cover any of that. And now we need to grab all their bots on the bots controller index. Bots equals current user.bots. All right, so those are all of our bot IDs. They obviously have no alerts or anything. Now we need to add our headers. Name, we'll just call it ID for now. Sales, alerts. This row, this column doesn't exist. This last column, though, is what's going to basically have like functions, right? Edit, delete. Edit or delete, and we might want to add like a pipe. And we'll make that look better. We'll add icons. So name ID, we want to maybe name these bots. Let's first grab our bots new. Let's add that. 3 column, right? 3 columns to this page. Here we go. Let's put this in the middle column. You know how it is. All right, and now we want to let them name the bot, maybe. Edit should probably just go to like the edit page, but it should look like bots new, right? They should just, it should be like the same form, right? So the first thing we can do is actually abstract that render. Oh, I forgot the syntax to do this. For now, let's just keep it, we can make it gross and kind of the same. Let's call it like form. Okay. Let's see. Render form. Put that all here. Reload this. Okay, this is good. Now this allows us in our new edit page to not rewrite any of that same code. So the bot's new page code we'll just grab here. We get to now change edit bot. Keep the description the same, fine. Right? Bots. If I look at all my bots, I want to edit bot 13, 13 edit. Form for bot, okay. Bots controller. current user dot bots dot find by params ID. Boo-da-boo. Before action set bot before I edit. So this is a Rails thing. So it assumes the resource, pluralize the ID of the resource, and then something you want to do. So bots/new is going to try to go do this stuff. Bots with nothing is going to try to go there to index, right? Bots 13, if I just do something like that, it's going to want a show page to just look at the details. We don't actually care about that. We'd rather Boolean params ID 13 user. I need to find by ID. All right, now look at this. Now we've used the same code as creating a bot to edit a bot. And when we edit the bot, when we hit go, it needs to actually not send a post request, which is what it's doing here. It needs to send an update request. So we're going to hack it a little bit so that this can handle both. We also don't want the button to say next if they're editing. We want it to say like update, right? So submit button, and we're going to make that a variable. And then this action, we also want to change action. Maybe it's called method. Form method. Okay, if I go to the new form, locals, form method, post, submit button, next. This might break. Bots new. Yeah, it's not method. Form method. Render partial. There we go. All right, now our form is going to post, which means it's going to hit the create endpoint, and this says next. Now let's go to our edit page, pass in those things. It should do a patch method, HTTP method, and it should say update. Let's try bots 13 edit. Now it says update, and let's see if the form is actually going to hit. It still says a post here, but here it says patch. So let's see if it actually hits the patch endpoint. So let's go here and let's update. So I want to set the bot. I want to know what bot we're working with. So bot.update. Those bot parameters. After updating, probably redirect back to the bots path, to all the bots. Notice bot updated successfully. Let's just YOLO swag that. Let's say it's really called like Sol Metro, and I'm updating this. It's not bots index pass. What is it? Routes. Rails info routes bots. Bots path. Just bots path. So look at all my bots. I want to edit bot 13. Boom, updated bot 13. But I want to actually update the name as well. So we need a store name, and let's wire up these actual things here, the edit and delete buttons, to actually do something. So here, I want to set the bot, edit, update, and destroy. Let's have the ability to update or destroy a bot. Bot.destroy. And redirect back to all my bots. Bot destroyed successfully. Okay. And let's make that button actually do something. So bots index, delete. I'm going to try a Rails link to, delete, and where we're actually going is going to be the bot delete path, bot path. This bot's ID, forgot how to do this. Let's see. All the bots. Action show. Rails link to destroy. Delete. Method delete. Link to method delete. There we go. Okay, let's try again. Action show. I think that's not correct. Link to delete. Data method, yes. The reason why some of these tutorials are not correct is that they were correct, but they were in different versions of Rails. Action show. What are you doing to me? Prior to Rails 7, see, there might be a difference here. Method delete. Yeah, button to method. I have another idea. Another idea is push it into here. That's probably gonna fail. Yes. Okay. Then we hack it. Let's also allow see if this works. Destroy. Delete. What is going on? Oh. Let's delete bot. Bots destroy. Here, delete. Okay. There we go. Not how we should be doing it. Cool. Let's delete a bunch of these. So we're deleting these. Delete a couple more. And now I want to edit the name. So we need to add a new migration. Add name to bots. Name could be a string, whatever. We could even add image URLs and all that junk, but keep it simple. Okay, that looks good. And then run our server again. If I wanted to grab, what is that bot? Oh, let's reload our server. Sales, this one has a bunch, okay. b.name, right? It's empty, so b.name equals my bot. Let's save. I want to add a cool thing called best in place. There's this cool gem that allows you, a cool gem is a library in Ruby that allows you to edit fields in place. So it's actually just doing JavaScript stuff for you, but we don't have to write any JavaScript. It kind of does it all for us. So let me show you how that works. Let's actually shut down our server. Run best in place. Okay. We'll see if this really works the way we want it to. Okay, pin dev. We'll see. You'll see how this works. It's kind of cool. Bots index. We should just have to add this line of code, JavaScript, and then we can edit these fields in place. So like instead of needing this, clicking this, edit to go to like a new page with the name, if they don't want to do that, if they just want to edit the name, they should be able to do that in one spot. So the way it works, boom, bot ID instead of that, best in place, bot name as an input. So I should be able to click that and it should work. jQuery, it doesn't like the word jQuery, maybe the $sign will do the trick. Doesn't like the $sign either. Best in place is not a function. That's not true. Maybe it didn't finish loading. Bundle. Okay. It's not a function. Best in place. This is the app I just put it into. We might need to do this. Import best in place. Best in place. App JavaScripts. Packs. Okay. Let's see if this gives us the firepower we need. There we go. Cool. So now we can edit this in place. So I just call this Sol Metro. And it doesn't like my update strategy. So however endpoint it hit, it didn't like that parameter name. All right. So here's this example in action. Earlier, we set up strong parameters. If you remember, we only wanted people to be able to modify these things. But now we want people to also be able to modify their name. So we're just going to whitelist it in here. Because see here, nothing changed. So it's like we don't know what you're talking about. So let's see if that works. Nope. Oh, I modified the wrong spot. Building controller. Let's go to bots controller. Bot parameters. Permit them to modify the name. Done. And now it changed to Sol Metro. But it looked weird, right? Sol Metro 2. Here it's not changing until I refresh. So it's still not liking something. Let's refresh. Sol Metro v1. No route matches put spot. Bots. Put bots 2. Bots update. Let's see if that does the job. bots index. Maybe I did something someplace. Cool. Format JSON. That's why. That's why. We don't need this. I think we don't need this. We just need to allow it to be updated 2 different ways. If redirect to bots path. Otherwise, spawn bets in place bot. Else. Bot. Redirect to bots path. Alert. Bot not updated. Okay. Some extra. Oh, there we go. Soul Metro. Boom. No errors in our console. XYZ. Boom. Refresh, still XYZ. Soul Metro. Just a little bit nicer. If they really want to edit it, they can go to that page to edit other details, which we're going to add now. So we have the delete button. We need to add the edit button. We can get rid of this. Class text indigo 600. Yeah, why not? Just take all of it. Okay. And again, we can make this nicer with a icons, something like that. So we'll do that next. Edit. Edit bot path. Right? Great. Now I'm editing bot 2. Right? Edit this bot. Now I'm editing bot 13. Of course, when we're editing, maybe we want to have a back page. So really, at this time, we might as well just add a navigation. So let's go to navigation, if there's a component for that, hopefully. Because I really hate making navigations. I want the simplest one possible. It's all too much, all so much. Okay, let's just see how this one looks if we put it in here. Let's go to our dashboard and just add it at the very top and see what happens. Looks bad. We don't really need like any of this stuff. We basically just want that rectangle box, and we want it to sort of be fixed to the top, right? So let's get rid of justify right, maybe? No, didn't do what we wanted. We don't care about this guy. I don't like any of that. I'm going to try to steal the one from my other app. Navigation, header. Oh, crazy. Where was this? Shared header, shared flash, below the container. Layout application. Below the container. Render. Shared header. Let's make a header. Paste this in. A lot of this is in Korean, doesn't matter at all. We don't have admin users yet. We don't have this paying customer thing yet. We only have a dashboard. We have a logout path. We have a dashboard path, not a dashboard index path. And blah, blah, blah. Don't want a logo or anything like that. Sales bot. Okay, there we go. Very simple. Delete everything above. Here we go. Here we go. Let's get rid of all this. Okay. Okay, this should be on every page now. And let's make it English. Dashboard. Log out. Page. We don't have a blog or anything like that. Okay. We also need them to look at all their bots. My bots. And that should point to bots path. Boom. Now, no matter where there are. I don't like this alignment. It feels off to me. This is bleeding over into the third column. So you see this is 3 columns, but this middle area is taking more than the middle column. We'll have to fix that. Dashboard, my bots, log out. When they're logged out, instead of homepage, really we don't need to do anything. We just do contact and point them to like my Twitter or something. In which case it should be a new tab. Boom. And again, there's too much gap stuff going on now. Is this the, what is this junk? Okay, how do we do it here? Shared header, shared flash, shared footer. Much cleaner than what we have here, which is all the flashes. Let's put them inside. Shared flash. Okay. Dashboard, we need to log in. Let's log in. Let's grab our login link from the logs. Add a 4 to the end, logged in. And, okay, cool. So our flashes are working well and our code is cleaner now. This is what our layout looks like that governs everything. And next we need, they can edit their bots. If they finish editing their bot, it makes them type in everything. We don't really care if they type in everything when they edit. Also, if the object exists, we want to say what it is. So in other words, if I click edit on my bot, it should show me here what the current value is instead of all being blank. So let's go to that. Let's go to our form and let's say OpenSea collection value. There's a way to do this. Rails form check if object exists. No. Let's just try something good. We want to pre-fill the input if it already exists. Bot.try, maybe. OpenSea slug. Let's see how that does. Great. So now there's slugs there if they have it, and it will be empty if it's a new bot. Right? So bots new, empty. Bots, something that they already have, boom, done. Same thing for the other fields. So the Discord URL, Discord webhook URL. Now this pre-selecting which one they have is a little bit annoying, but let's see. You have to basically say set default embeddable. If we can actually put Ruby in the middle of the JavaScript, which is interesting. Bot.try Discord, no, embed type dot present, where you just say var see what that does. Let's debugger. Nothing happened. Token. Token default. There is a way to do this. Maybe I need to do this. Okay. Yeah, we'll just maybe make them. Okay, so I'm editing. Updated. Ah, right, because a value does exist. Right. So the hidden field is the same concept. Great. So it's a required field, but they won't have to choose anything. And what did we call that? We called it Discord embed type. Sol Metro 5. Update. Edit. Sol Metro 5. Sol. Update. So great. So great. We're rocking out. Let's delete. And what we can do is if someone tries to create a bot, go to bots new. We also want to block them if they already have, if they don't have the add-on, right? So if they haven't paid for that. So bots new. We could just do it inline here. If current user dot bots dot count is greater than or equal to 1, right? So if they already have one, okay. Greater than or equal to 1. Let's say if they already have one. Let's check their plan. Current user dot data. Let's actually make this a method so it's a little bit cleaner. Unlimited bots enabled. Just a true or false thing. It's going to look at the user's data. Unlimited bots equals on. It's going to check for that. So like if current user dot unlimited bots enabled, just go ahead, right, and create a new bot. Let's say so current user dot bots dot count dot 0 if they don't have any, or if current user has unlimited bots enabled, go ahead and create a bot, right? Otherwise, we want to give an alert. Otherwise, we want to say redirect to probably the billing path, maybe, right? New billing path with an alert like you must have unlimited, you must upgrade to use this feature, something like that. So I don't have an unlimited path, right? Unlimited plan. So I can't make a new bot now because I already have one. Now, maybe they want to delete a bot, but in that case, they should delete it and then they can recreate. So if I delete this, keys. Aha, we forgot something with our models earlier. We need to do something called dependent destroy, which means if I delete the parent object, the child objects go with it. So I'm going to add this to user, which owns bots, bot, which owns sales, sale, which owns alerts. Okay. I'm going to go back to the server, user.destroy all. That should now destroy all the child objects. See how we got rid of sales, we got rid of bots, we got rid of users. So there should be user.count 0, sale.count 0, alert.count 0. This is really important. If you don't set up these kinds of things, you'll have a very messy database. So I'm glad we caught it sooner. So let's go back to our server. And I don't have any user accounts. I'm going to have to start over now. Let's just do DM. There's no user for DM. Check your inbox. Let's grab that login URL we just generated. Account created. All right, I'm in the wizard onboarding, right? It's like, I guess we can let them go here, but nothing's going to happen. My bots. If they don't have a bot, we should show that new page when they click my bots. So let's make another little UX thing. This way, if they're onboarding and they don't finish onboarding, we want to get them back to onboarding. So if redirect to new bot path, if bots.count.0. So now they try to go, they've just onboarded, they go to their dashboard instead, they click this, boom, create a bot. So Seoul Metro. Choose my plan. I want unlimited bots, right? And I'll do lifetime, whatever. Next, this is going to go to our forwarder URL. What's happening on the server side? Maybe I didn't click the button. Okay. We're confused. Nothing's happening actually. Billing new. Next, submit. Submit to the form. Billing controller. PM subscription. Huh. Let's restart the server and just start again right out there on that page. User.last. U.data. Haven't selected anything yet, right? Okay. There we go. Okay, weird. U.data. Now it's got u.reload.data. We actually want it to be unlimited bots, but we'll change that. Okay, 4242, 4242, 4242, 4242. Okay. It goes to our dashboard. Great. My bots, I've got this. If I try to make a new bot, we want to add some kind of button, right? For a new bot. So maybe in our table, bots index, like below our table or as a final row. Yeah, we could do like a row here. Here, I'm actually going to add a new row. So I'm going to swap these values so that the new row is black and white, or gray or white, or whatever it should be. Here, we're just going to say empty these rows, and then in this final thing, like create new bot, something like that. And this should go to the new bot path. IDX. I can't decide if it should be that. Okay, let's hack it. If I do this, it will give us a blank row for every single row. We don't want that. So we just want to say index equals bots.count -1. So the index, this means if it's the final one, there we go. Now if I had a bunch of bots, we'll appreciate it. So create new. Uh-oh, you must upgrade. Right, so there we go. Now I can add this upgrade. Of course, this is going to go back to billing. Huh. This page is not... Okay. I'll have to fix that. Whatever. Okay, we'll have to fix that. But anyway, you get the idea. So now we are kind of protecting our plan. They can create new stuff. If they delete this, then it's going to just assume they want to go to create a new one. So if they don't have any and they go to my bots, it's going to ask them to create a new one. Boom. Unlimited bots, lifetime. Lifetime, unlimited bots, faster syncing. Not what we chose. This page is something funky's going on. It works on a hard refresh. Okay, it works on a hard refresh, but not a lazy load. Okay. We actually want u.data. We want unlimited bots to be on. So now when I go to my bots and I try to make a new one, it will actually let me create a new one. Boom. So let's call this another. Okay. Now I can name them another bot. And that name ID thing. I don't know. Click to edit. Whatever. For now. I don't like this spacing. I don't like the spacing at all. Till end UI table text wrap. I don't want text wrap, but maybe searching for text wrap will show us the opposite. Table fixed. Table auto, class table auto, maybe. Yeah. Didn't do anything. Automatically size columns. It didn't do that at all. Size column to fit the contents, but not to fix the contents if this was long. Okay, so like if this was really long, then it's good, but it doesn't work to change the actual header. Okay, got it. Okay, let's make this 4 columns, and this should span 2 columns, and then this last one should span 1. And like I did something, I got rid of this MY thing. What was that? Okay. Oh, I don't know what MY was. Great. Name. 4 columns. min width full, min w full. We don't know. We don't know, but now it says name, click to edit, and that's all good. This create new thing is still wrong. Okay, index equals. Okay. Here we go. We only want to show this this ability to create a new one after we've shown the last bot. So that, we can do that. There we go, but I want it to be the opposite. So now it's still gray, white, gray. Create new. Okay. Still, this is all jacked up. Line middle. It's not a line middle at all. I don't like tailwind. Nothing. We're really wasting time. Okay. Now we need to actually do the meat and potatoes of the app, which is the alert itself. Luckily, that's really easy. So let's get in here. Let's close a bunch of tabs. I might order food or something. We're going to make a service object. Services folder. This just is a fancy way to say just kind of a modular feature that we can invoke from anywhere in our app, front end, back end, multiple places, without copying and pasting a bunch of code. So we're going to call this like, for now we just have OpenSea. So OpenSea sales, maybe OpenSea, maybe that's it. We just call it OpenSea. OpenSea service. And we're going to pass in a bot to it. Webhook. Yeah, I'm just going to pass in a bot to it. We're going to add our accessor bot. Here's where we're actually going to fetch the stuff. So here I told you I said earlier in this video, I've made a hacky bot for just my own project or two. It's really hacky though. As you can see, this is really messy looking. But this is like the whole app we're building today. Like this is all of the UI we built, the billing, the UX, the wizard. It's just so that we can take someone's money and give them these lines of code. So obviously, anybody watching this can copy this code, All right, let's get in here. And let's start making methods and cleaning it up. So let's say like fetch sales. Okay, throw that in here. Okay. Okay, and then let's have like create sales. This is where we're actually creating it in our own database. Just gonna keep putting stuff in here. Okay, and then of course we want to have create alerts. For now, it's just Discord, but we'll have to change this a little bit so that we can say, okay, what kind of alert? Am I creating a Discord alert or an email alert or a Zap alert or whatever? But that's okay. And in fact, this alert can be its own completely different service. So let's actually do that. Alert is the model name. So alerts, maybe alert builder. Yeah, alert builder, something like that. Remember, we want to keep our sales separate from the alerts because we just want one thing that just grabs OpenSea sales. It doesn't know what we're doing with them. And we want something else that builds alerts. And it doesn't know, it's going to determine, are we building a Discord alert or something else? So create alerts. Actually, I'm not going to do that here. Create sales. Create sales, I'm actually going to, let's do a method called like fetch and create sales. And all we're going to do here is we're actually going to do two methods in one. We're going to say sales equals that, and then save locally, something like that. Save sales is fine. And we're going to actually pass in those sales. And since we're passing in the sales, it's no longer called data, it's called sales. And now earlier, if you remember, let's look at our schema. Our sales themselves, all the extra data about the person's wallet, the NFT, the image, we're just going to shove in data. We don't really want to deal with all that other stuff, right? So since we're going to create the sales underneath the bot.sales.create, and here again, back at our schema, sales type and data. Even this we don't know yet. I could just keep this empty. It's in the data a little bit. There's like a sale attribute. We'll look at it anyway. And then data, we're going to pass in the whole sale. Data asset events that each do sale data. Boom. All right. Now this is actually creating alerts. So let's grab this code, put it somewhere else. Boom. So that's our OpenSea. We'll walk through this. Creating alerts. Okay. Def create. Def let's say create. And let's do an initializer here where we pass in a sale. Add our accessor. If this stuff is confusing, like what am I doing with this add or accessor initializer? If this is hard to follow, that's okay. Check out my free course, 100% free. There's no catch. founderhacker.com. And I walk through how to build exactly this type of code. So it would be module methods with just a few lines per method. We still need to clean up this a bit. We still need to clean up this a lot, actually. But founderhacker.com, that will teach you how to make all these service objects, which again, as you've seen if you watch this video, that's really the meat and potatoes, as they say, of an app, these service objects. Okay. It's our headers. Cool. Fetch and create sales, save sales. Okay. And alert builder. We already got that. Okay, we're already saving the sale. Okay, groovy. Cool. Now what I need to really test this, something will go wrong, of course, but what I need no matter what is an OpenSea API key. I have one, but let's get a new one. We're going to request a new one. It's not automatic. Here we go. Hopefully we'll get it in a couple days. Sure. Sales boy instead of sales bot. Service for non-technical NFT makers to show sales in their Discord. Ooh, link to your project website, mandatory. All right, let's go ahead and make our project website. What that means is let's just deploy what we have. So I'm gonna use a service called Heroku. Let's first get everything on Git. We've added so much. I'm gonna YOLO this. More data modeling, finished dashboard, and bots index. I'm super YOLOing there. I do not recommend Git pushing like this. You should do file at a time and as you build. So like every 15 minutes, Git commit. That's what I usually do. Anyway, we need to create a real website. So I'm going to create NFT sales bot. Let's see if this is available. Okay, already taken, that's fine. Heroku create NFT sales bot without dashes. Okay. Heroku create, which is kind of funny, by the way, because when you find this out, you can actually go directly to that .herokuapp.com and see what the heck is there. Yeah, nothing's there. Common. But if the person doesn't delete it from their dashboard, it will stay there forever. Let's call it sales boy. Kind of funny, which we just did. Okay, great. And now we have that connected. Git push Heroku master. I think this is going to fail because it's Rails 7, so we need to fix something. But we're going to put this, yeah, bundle with bundle add platform. Okay, bundle lock. I actually saved this exact issue. I saved this exact issue in my notes. There we go. Did I already try this again? There's an answer. Ah, it's on my own code. What did I just do? Let's see. I played with Rails 7 the other day, and I think I put it in a README. NFT web interface. Maybe I put it in here. Nope. Ah, here we go. Have a note to exactly how to fix this. Oh, it's different now. It's already changed. Great. Triggered. Ah, we have to bundle. Okay. Maybe it's fine now. So we're just deploying our app so that we actually have a URL. This is going to be nftsalesboy.herokuapp.com. We will actually put a real website here, don't worry. Or we will put a real URL, rather. We're not going to launch this. That actually is very quick to do. we're just going to point a CNAME record in our Cloudflare instance. Let's see if this does the trick. We still need to push up our variables. So we have our Stripe API key and other stuff. We also have in here OpenSea API key, but we haven't specified that. So I'm going to put it over here. Add my password, just so you guys can't see the other passwords. Cool. OpenSea API key. OpenSea API key. Let's grab my current temporary API key so we can keep building without waiting for them. Okay. Now we have an API key plugged in. App failed, probably because we need to push. Now I'm going to deploy these keys, which means I need to switch away from my tab because it's telling us what keys are going up there. So let me switch back to just me, selfie screen. Cleared out. Okay, groovy. All right, and our app is deployed. Let's add a proc file. That is going to do cool stuff like run all of our migrations for us whenever we deploy an app. So that's just one fewer thing for us to worry about doing. Release command. Okay, now let's try to deploy again. Heroku release commands. By the way, this Heroku server right now is free. We can spin it up to be always running for $7 a month, which is a great price in my opinion. Figaro, Heroku, push. And we can add a database to it. It will actually come with a free database with 10,000 rows, which for now is enough, but we'll probably upgrade that to a 2 million row database for just $9 a month. All right, well, I want this to work, and then we will submit our request here. So we're just waiting for this to deploy and look basically like our landing page, which isn't great, but it works. Okay, it migrated our database. That's good. Let's try to reload. Okay, still having problems. Let's run the tail. So when we do Heroku logs tail, this is just like running our server locally. We get to see what's happening. Alert builder line 11. Oh, there's just a line of code missing from when I copy pasted. Line 11, next if. Got it. Return if. We're not in a loop, so we're going to return if. Let's just do Rails C to make sure the server starts. Okay, it does. So that was the last change we need to make. Git push Heroku master. All right, what I want to do is try to fetch some sales using a sales bot. So OpenSea, this should fetch sales from our collection slug, which we've named to OpenSea slug. So bot.OpenSea slug. And that's about it. Let's see if we can just run our server locally and get that. Rails C. I'm going to grab my last bot. I'm going to change its OpenSea slug to a real OpenSea slug. Let's go like Rumble Kong Leak. Okay. Now I'm going to make an OpenSea instance. Just open OpenSea.new, pass in my bot. Now I have an instance of this. So I'm going to try b.fetch sales. o.fetch sales. Might have nothing. I think I'm only looking back like 10 minutes. We need another library. So we're going to use something called HTTP party. And this just lets us make GET requests, POST requests. It's a great library for interacting with APIs, which is exactly what we're doing here. New bot, o.fetch sales. This will only work if there's sales in the last 10 minutes. There weren't, so that's fine. Let's make it more flexible. Let's make it so that it can fetch sales ever long we want. Default set it to nil. Let us pass in anything we want. So let's try this again. Bot.last, OpenC.new, pass in our bot. O.fetch sales, I want to pass in like 600 minutes. There's probably been sales in the last 10 hours of this. And there we go. So I can say sales equals sales.keys. What is this? Sales.keys. What is this? Sales asset events dot count. So there's been 6 sales in the last 600 minutes. So that's what that means. Now, if I wanted to save the sales, right, that's going to now pass them in to our database and save each of them here. We could see the sale type. Sale type, I don't know. It might say that it was like a sale versus an auction. Auction, sale. I don't see anything here. So yeah, we're fine to just keep this saving as nil. So anyway, let's try the other one. Fetch sales, fetch and create sales. I need to be able to pass in. Look back minutes. Okay. OpenC.new, pass in my bot. O.fetch and create sales for the past 600 minutes for this particular bot. Let's see how many sales we have in our database. 6. So that all worked. We're all good. We're all good. So this was this basic code. We're just grabbing sales from the last 10 minutes. We're fetching from the OpenC API. We're passing in these filters. I didn't guess these or have to figure them out. You go to OpenC API docs and you can hit create sample. So OpenC API docs, right? Let's go back to our NFT sales boy app and see if it's running. And it is. So fantastic. Fantastic. This should, did not send me a login. Let's check our logs to see why. I know why. We were already warned of this because we did not set a default URL in the production server like we did here in our dev server. Let's go up. Can't verify CSRF authenticity. Who cares about any of that? Ah. Okay, magic logins. We're creating content here, but we're not passing in any token. So if you guys remember when we did our forms on the page, like form 4 in our HTML, it created these tokens. But on our home page, all we did was add this email field. It's not creating that kind of token. So we can either make it officially pass in the token, or we can just kind of skip it. We can make it proper, I guess. Let's run our server. Let's go to our home page. Oops. And let's make a real form here. Yeah, I don't want to. No, I don't want to. Let's just hack it. Pages. Yeah, so not this page. Magic logins. We want to allow someone to just ping our server. Simple form. So this means someone could ping our server like /magic logins with a bunch of email addresses. So I'll probably update this because it's just a little too unprotected, but I want to see if this gets the job done for now. So I'll try like dm+2. Says it created a user. Here's a login link. Cool. So that worked. Let's see if that, we should, maybe we should just make it Make it proper. From class. Form for user. Magic logins. Didn't like that. Didn't like that either. Yeah. Form for user magic login. What is it? Magic logins. Or maybe just like that. New user, but it's going to go to magic logins path. It's going to pass in this authenticity token. So let's not hack it. Now no one can send a bunch of emails to our server. Didn't like that. No route matches. Magic logins. Great. Magic logins path. Oh, there we go. Auth. Okay. Okay. Magic logins path. You're killing me. This is killing me. URL. There we go. Great. Now we're unhackable, and that should make Heroku happy as well. Prevent hacking. Prevent spamming. Not hacking. They couldn't get any of our information. But they could just, someone could send 1 million email addresses, you know, flood our database or make our app slow down, which we don't want. Now that's good to go. And this, I guess, is fine to go too, because this URL works. Done. Let's hope we get an API key in a couple days. If we do, I'll add it. For now, I already have an API key in our system. So, and it works. So we just ran some sales. We have sales. Now let's build our alert bot, which we already kind of started. I want to, let's just see what happens. This is a Discord type alert specifically. So really, I want to create all the alerts for a given sale. So a sale might have, you know, Discord enabled, email, Zapier, etc. We can see that based on what exists on the parent bot. So we could say like, basically check all the things that are enabled. We could say like enabled alerts. So for the enabled alerts, we're going to look at the parent bot. So sale.bot. Let's say Discord webhook URL dot present. And that's going to be true, that kind of thing. So we're going to basically say, we're going to make this like a map or a hash. This is Discord, and we're going to then return true or false. It's true. There we go. So this should just be a map of all the things that they have enabled. Discord, Zapier, sale.bot, Zapier enabled, and it's obviously not, right? So this isn't going to work, but we're just going to comment it out. This is how we want it to work, right? Email, sale.bot.email enabled, right? Again, that's not valid now, so we don't have that set up. So if Discord's enabled, we're going to now say like create alerts, and we'll say enabled alerts dot each do enabled alert. So this first enabled alert will be Discord, and we'll say like create. This is a cool kind of thing. Create enabled alert, and we're going to send it. What this does is it converts our string into a function and then invokes the function. So this will just be create Discord alert. Create underscore Discord alert. Right? So that's kind of cool. So now by just adding this structure here, I can easily add new alert types without changing any of this other code. Otherwise, they would be too tied together. So let's kind of test that. Let's go in here. Let's grab a sale, our last sale. Let's say a equals alert builder dot new pass in our sale. Let's say a dot enabled alerts. Boom, Discord, true. Right? Now what I actually want to do is enabled alerts. I only want to include the ones where the value is true. So let's see. Dot to array. What I do, Hecky. Say all alerts is that. All alerts equals a dot enable alerts. And I only want to actually return, right, enabled when this value is true here. So all alerts dot each. There's a way to do it with a couple fewer lines of code, but I don't care. Enabled. Actually, this can be an array. Enabled key if v equals true. So key value. So let's see. What do I do? Boom, now enabled. Okay, k dot to string. Let's try that again. Enabled. Boom, now enabled alerts dot each. Okay, great. Great. Now let's try this one more time, a little shorter. Map. What does this return? Same thing with one fewer line of code. Now let's try to make it even better by adding this directly chained onto here. Boom. Okay. Now we made everything shorter. So hope that kind of made sense, but we just want to have, let's reload, alert builder, instantiate a new alert builder, pass in our sale. What are the enabled alerts for this sale? Discord, right? right? And later we'll add other integrations. And enable alerts.each do enabled alert, send enabled alert. So this is going to need the endpoint webhook URL, which is going to get it. It's going to get it from sales.bot. Okay. Let's say webhook URL equals sale.bot.discord webhook URL. We'll call it Discord webhook URL in case we later have Slack and stuff like that. And put that here. Add our maybe reader. We don't need to change it, so add a reader. Okay, now this bot has a fake webhook URL. So let's actually replace it with a real webhook URL and then test this whole thing out. So I'm going to go to my personal channel, go to my sales bot. I think we have one right here. Here's our webhook. b.discord webhook URL. Okay. Let's try to generate some alerts. A.create alerts. Is that what we called it? Create alerts. Okay, it's failing at line 27 to time. Sale. We can't directly ping sale. We have to get the sale. Got it. So our actual sale is in here, sale.data, right? So let's actually say sale equals sale.data, and then I don't have to change the other code. Rebuild our alert builder. Pass in the sale. A.create alerts. Something went wrong. Maybe. Undefined method bot. Let's see where we're calling bot. Double check our Discord too. Yeah, nothing's in here. Undefined method bot, line 12. Sale. Sale.bot. Okay. Instantiate. Now what's the issue? Find method bot. Let's say align. Okay. It's not very helpful because we have all this junk in there, but let's just try line by line binding pry. Line by line. Alert builder dot new pass in the sale. A.create Discord alert. Here we go. No wonder. This look back minutes thing, this is from our other service, our OpenSea thing. Instead of returning if it happened some time ago, we should return if it's already been created, if this kind of bot or alert already exists. The best way to do that, in my opinion, is to look at the sales unique ID and save it as an external ID. So we can then know, okay, we've already tracked this sale or we haven't tracked this sale. So, sale. None of these are very good though. Asset account. We can make a composite ID. So in other words, here we want to only do this. We don't actually care about the timing anymore. We want to just save this, post it if it hasn't already been posted. So Sale date, actually, will never change. And we're not going to have two sold in the exact same moment. So we could actually do it that way. Return if, let's say, alert exists. We'll call the date the external ID. So we'll say this current bot or sale, right? This parent sale dot alerts dot find by external ID equal to external ID. It exists. Return if alert exists. Passing the sale date. Now we don't actually have this external ID yet. So we're going to run a migration and do that now. Add external ID to alerts. Yeah. Do we want to check if the sale's already been saved? We also need to check not resave sales. But we can avoid resaving sales with the timing we have in here. We can use this to avoid resaving sales. So to avoid redoing alerts, we want to make sure that the alert doesn't exist. And if it exists, we'll assume it's been sent. Okay, see if it exists. We'll look at the sale. Yeah, for now we'll do this. It's fine. DB migrate. Add column to the alerts called external ID. Let's make it a text so that it can be really long and anything we want. This way we never do the same alert twice. All right. Return if alert exists. Okay. Otherwise, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Okay. Let's try again. Alert builder sale.last equals alert builder dot new, pass in that sale. A dot create alerts. Bot. Go back to what we were doing before, one at a time. New sale. Right method bot. Amazing. Ah. Okay. Discord. Fantastic. A dot create alerts. Ah, got it. Totally got it now. Jeez. Okay, that's why. Sale data. Okay, got it. I was kind of losing it. Okay. Sale data. And this thing. We need to change all these to sale data. Sale data. Okay. Okay. Of course, when it does this, we need to create an actual alert. Alert.create. We need that alert to probably belong to this sale, right? So this sale should own it. Sale.alerts.create. And if you remember, our alert is going to have the basic stuff too. It's just going to have like alert type and whatever. So I think right now if we do callee, yeah. So we can abstract the alert type from this. This is kind of a lesser known thing. To string maybe, split. Whatever, very simple for now. Alert type is going to be the alert type, and then I want to save all the data as really all of this stuff, right? So I'll just save the data as this embeds object. And in every type of alert, let's say here we have like, create Zapier alert. It'll be the same kind of thing. We'll have like logic here, sending stuff to Zapier, and this will have like insert logic here, some data. So this way you can just kind of see how it will work. All right, and of course we need to save this external ID, this new field we made, as the sale date. The sale date. So we're using sale date as the composite ID. Sale date maybe to string. Okay. Does the alert exist? Alert exists. Oh, I'm missing a question mark. Okay, great. Now let's try all these other lines. Fine. Let's create our embed. Let's try to send it to our webhook URL. Let's look and see if this landed in here, and it did. So this is an actual sale that happened. We're gonna grab these details. Alert type. So now we have an alert in our database, and that's what it looks like. And it's got an external ID. Okay, great. Okay, I'm gonna kill that. Let's go back into our server, and let's say alert build. Let's say sale.all.each. We're gonna try to make an alert for all of these sales. And hopefully we won't see an alert for Kong 3373 twice, because it will see we've already created one, but we'll see. We might have to tweak that more. Alert builder.new, pass in the S. Create alerts, create all the alerts. This way, again, later we can add more than just Discord. Skip through the pry, forgot to take that out. And what do we got? We got all this. Great. We did do 3373 twice. We'll have to figure that out. But this is good. So now we have a working sales bot. And now we just want to automate it so that it makes these alerts every few minutes for all of our customers. So for that, we're going to use libtasks, I think, scheduler. People call it scheduler. Let's open another one of my apps. Sales bot, space bot. Here's an example. Libtasks scheduler.rake. Task, fetch sales, right? Fetch sale. We can just call it fetch sales, and in here we can put OpenSea, we can put all kinds of stuff. We really want all paying users, but we don't actually know if they're a paying customer yet. So we have to figure that out. So how do we do that in this app? Paying customer, we decided to do it as subscribed, if they're a paying customer, they're a paying customer. Oh, we just had a true value. Okay, we could do something like that. User, all, let's just go through all the users. Next, unless user is a paying customer, and then we want to OpenSea. We want to grab all those users' bots, and we want to fetch all the sales, right, on OpenSea. So we look at OpenSea, OpenSea.new, pass in that bot, fetch and create sales. And then let's get another guy here that says create alerts. Go through all the users, next, skip them unless they're paying us. And we want to go through their bots and through all their bot sales, right? But we really only care about the bot's recent sales. So let's see, user.bots. When we do here, we're already fetching from based on a certain amount of time. Here, when we go through their bots, bots should each do bot, bot.sales.where created at, right? 10 minutes ago to time.now. This is just our default, 10 minutes. Dot each do, sale. And then instead of working with the OpenSea thing, we're going to work with the other app we made. Alert builder, pass in that sale, and we're going to say create alerts. So now again, even if we add Zapier, email, all kinds of other alerts, we don't have to change any of this code. This doesn't care about Discord. This doesn't care about OpenSea, right? This doesn't care. Later, we would add something like Foundation. This is another NFT platform. Foundation.new, fetch and create sales, right? It doesn't matter. Example. So create those alerts, sales, and this way, this is very lean. We don't want to go through thousands of sales every 10 minutes and only create 2 new alerts. So we're just going to get the most recent sales, right? We also can actually, in this OpenSea service, where we're creating the sale, sales.create, let's say sale. Let's actually coerce the timestamp. So what do I mean by that? Let's grab the last sale, sale.last, s.data. And let's look at the date, created date, not that. I want the sale date. Where's the date of this sale? Created date. Oh, we put it in right here. Sale data, create a date. Okay, just create a date. I want to update this. So data, create a date. I want to update our local record to be this. Okay, great. Okay, great. So we're going to in OpenSea sale.update. We're going to update the created at to sale data, so that now we can, in this cron job, just grab actually 10 minute ago sales. Otherwise, if this runs, this could get 1,000 sales. In our database, they're going to be created 30 seconds ago. This is now going to try to create alerts for thousands of sales. But maybe this fetched thousands of sales, but only 10 of them were actually sales from the last couple hours. So what we just did is going to make each of these a little less wasteful in terms of when it's looping through all the stuff. So that's kind of it for that. And in Heroku, we're going to set this up so that these run every 10 minutes. So that's why I'm using this 10 minutes, because I happen to know the free service provided by Heroku only lets us run at maximum, at most frequently, every 10-minute intervals. We also need to add this, paying customers. So we don't have this yet. Is the user a paying customer? And that's actually just going to be an attribute, so we don't need a function. Paying customer, we will set it to true when they land on the dashboard. Now this is ghetto.update. Right now, if someone goes to the dashboard and puts subscribed equals true, it will make them a paying customer. So if you're watching this, I'll probably have this fixed by the time you try this on the real website. But currently, this is a super huge hack. I'm just making it really simple for ourselves. When they finish subscribing, they'll go to the dashboard with this param, and they'll be marked as paying true. Of course, we'll have other code in this scheduler that actually, to do, check for customer payment statuses to be active. So this is going to check every day or every hour to make sure that they didn't delete their account or cancel their billing. So even though for now you could hack it, you would get caught like an hour later and the alerts would stop running, if that makes sense. So back here, we actually don't need to say user.all.each and then skip the ones that are paying. We're just going to make a scope right there, like this. User.subscribed, where paying customers true. So now here, user.subscribed.each. Now I can skip this line of code. Simple. User.subscribed.each. Skip that line. Simple. To do, check for, so we'll stub this out. This would be like, sync subscriptions, something like that. User.subscribe.each. And I would do something like stripe customer.fetch user.stripe customer, something like this. Customer, unless cust.status equals active, I want to update the user to be user.update paying customer false, unless. So this is kind of the pseudocode. I think it's pretty close. That's how I'll be able to make sure that you're really paying. So even if you do try to hack it and mark yourself as paying true with this strategy, you'll get caught an hour later and your alerts will stop running. So whatever. We've basically fix alerts creator, OpenSea fetcher, migrate to store external IDs on alerts, and cron jobs. Our very bare bones version of the app is now done. Someone can sign up, they can plug in, they can pay. I haven't put in the production Stripe API key, so they can pay with a fake credit card. They can plug in their OpenSea slug and their Discord webhook URL, and they will get alerts every few minutes. So let's set that up now. We're going to go to Heroku and just turn on that service that runs these jobs every few minutes. We can also get a URL if we want. We can hook up the URL, dash.cloudflare, NFT sales bot. If anybody has questions, you're welcome to chat. Welcome to drop a chat. I need to eat something soon, but I think we're really close, so. I don't know why this is only $1. I guess because it's XYZ. This might not work yet. It needs to be registered. Takes a couple minutes, but we're close. All right, and now back over here. Show you the app we were just looking at, Spacebot. Let's open up our scheduler app. Now let's go here, sales, NFT sales boy. And here's how it works. So rake whatever task you made. So let's add an add-on, the free scheduler add-on. Make it look like this one. Every 10 minutes, rake, and then one of our commands. Rake, fetch sales. And I'm not calling it OpenSea fetch sales because later I might add more networks, right? Okay, that's one job, set up every 10 minutes. Now let's add rake, create alerts. And I'm not saying create Discord alerts, right? This alert builder will handle all of that for us. And we could even make a service like this that's just called like sales builder, just like we did alert builder. And that could loop through all of the different marketplaces for sure. It's all about picking where to be abstract already and where to just wait until we actually need it. All right, sync subscriptions, rake, sync subscriptions, sync subscriptions. Subscriptions. We haven't built this yet, but at least I have it in there now. Plural typo. Now they're running every 10 minutes. I'd like to switch out, actually, one of the friends I made an app for. I made a bot for somebody. I made a couple bots for myself. I'm going to actually sign up those people as customers on our own website and kill the manual cron job I have running. Let's see if this is registered yet. And we're registered. Let's go back here to Sales Boy and let's set it up on a real domain. Let's add a domain. salesbot.xyz. It's going to give me this DNS target. Free 99. Oh, we have to go back to GoDaddy, change the DNS. Change the DNS to point to Cloudflare. Why don't you go to my domains? Go to my domains. Domains. Manager. I've got a handful of domains. Maybe 50. Here we go. NFT sales bot. Let's modify. We want to make a CNAME. Points to that. And also make sure I do it the same way as the last app I did. CNAME that proxy. CNAME www root at proxy. What's going on? All right, give me the name servers. By the way, now we can update our, one of our, I'm gonna make a new tab, go back to Postmark, the email service we use, and I'm going to whitelist as a Cinder signature, they call it. I'm going to whitelist the new actual domain we have. Cinder signature. Let's make it like help or something like that. Help at nftsalesbot.xyz. The problem is it needs to email that. Ah, shoot, right. We need to make a Google Suite, which I don't really want to do. Let's do this. Let's make like... Don't really want to do that. Maybe we'll make a new, maybe we'll just make a new Gmail. We'll just make a new Gmail. For now, they'll just send from my address, which they're already doing, which is fine. Okay, that should be changed. Let's see if this is working yet. Yes, 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 yes. No. Yeah, sure. Waka waka. nftsalesbot.xyz. Let's go here. Now let's make it a $7 a month server. Refresh. Refresh. DNS. Same way. www goes to the root. Go DNS. Cool. It just needs time. They always just need time. And let's see if we have any rules on there. The forwarding rules. No, we don't need any rules. Okay. It just needs time. Let's actually do it again. Add the domain again. Bot XYZ. Here's the target. Completely delete. Do it again. Check, please. All right. Well, it will be fine. Sometimes it doesn't work until I like check on my phone, or I mean, it works the moment it works, but I don't see the change until I look on a new device. All right. Well, our domain's about to be live. Then I need to get Stripe API keys, which I'll do after finishing the stream. I just go to Stripe, click dev or click production mode, copy paste the new keys. It will make me type in my company's EIN number, the American company's EIN number. All right. And otherwise, if we go to salesboy.heroku app, I want to see if I can sign up yet. Ooh. Let's see what happened. Maybe the same issue as before. Thinks we're trying to hack it. No route matches best in place. Oh. Has nothing to do with Magic login. It's a Rails 7 way of handling JavaScript. Okay. So I have to change something else, I guess. Rails 7 custom JavaScript you don't really want to watch me figure this out. So I might finish soon. Yeah, I'm gonna need to. Import map. Let's see if this changes it. Import best in place. Import best in place editor. What is it not able to find? Best in place. Not from node modules, from app JavaScript controllers. Maybe that's it. I'll try. If this doesn't work, we're just gonna load the best in place code on that one page we're actually using it. So it's really not a big deal, I guess. We're just gonna load this code in the footer of that one page, all for that one feature that I wanted to show you guys. So that's okay. Yeah, I don't think what I just did is gonna fix it. That's okay. Dsales bot XYZ. Where's our URL? I just need another minute to propagate. Deployed already? Don't believe it. Okay, logs, tail. Invalid authenticity token. Okay, actually a very simple problem. Which I thought we fixed. Okay. Pages, magic links. Another thing I can do is keep this hackable on this end, have a crappy caption or something on the front end or something, or delete all users that are created and not claimed within 5 minutes, something like that. Just want it to be as simple as possible to sign up without wasting time on this live stream with security. Let's deploy, see if we get a new result. Refreshing. That seems good. Seems good. And boom, yep, I got a login link. I will copy paste the login link Let's see. It's giving this base URL, which might not work yet. So let's see if this really logs us in. Oh, salesbot XYZ obviously isn't going to work. Salesbot, NFT salesbot. We have to customize this in our code. Okay, that's fine. Let's try with the other thing. NFT sales boy Roku app. Boom. All right, so logging in works actually in production. Great, we get the email and everything. I just need to fix that. Ooh, app RB. Base URL. The base URL is a password file. Let me just go over here and edit that on this other view. NFT salesbot.xyz. That URL still doesn't seem to work, but salesbot. Of course not. Oh. See, it says welcome, it's registered. I think maybe GoDaddy hasn't kicked in our DNS changes. NFT sales bot. Isn't this what we bought? NFT sales bot. Yeah. We're not sure yet what's going on. Sales bot. Weird. NFT sales bot. This is what we own. All right. Let's see. We just need to deploy that one change, which I think we just did. So I need to Figaro Heroku set E environment production. I'm gonna move this over to my other window, deploy those changes. Oh, we might have to redeploy the server before anything updates. So let's just go to our README and add some junk. Built in a day. Markdown. Okay. Oh. Those were the keys. That's okay. All that you guys saw was a OpenC key that I'm not using. Git push. Push back to master. Now that URL, it will still be not working until NFT salesbot.xyz works. When that works, the login URL will work. Right now, the login link that it's emailing us has the proper URL. I didn't want to put in the, NFT sales boy.Heroku domains, but I could do that. Then everybody right now would be able to actually sign up right now and get a free account right now. Maybe we could do that. Maybe I'm okay with that. I'm going to go in here. I want to set up a bot. And I'm going to use my sample server for now. Let's get a webhook. Copy webhook URL. Throw this in here. All right, created a bot. I want all the unlimited stuff. Okay, good. Go into checkout. I'm going to use a fake everything. This should flip me to paying customer true. This should forward me to the dashboard. And again, it's forwarding me to this URL, which doesn't exist yet. Sales boy. So let's just do this. HerokuApp.com. Salesboy.HerokuApp. Okay. Okay. we don't know why it's complaining. Pages controller. Wrong code base. NFT. Subscribed equals true. Current user update. Paying customer true. Ah. We never added it. Did I add the migration? Wow, I never added it. Okay, that's why. Rails G migration. That field. Add paying customer to users. Just needs to be a Boolean field, default false. Users. Paying customer. Is that what we called it? Scheduler. User.subscribe, so user model where paying customer is true. Great. Paying customer, Boolean, default false. Let's see if that does the trick. Grab our last user. Users, your paying customer, false. Okay, great. Let's put this to Heroku. Paying customer attribute. Push Heroku master. Really want this NFT sales bot to kick in. Strange. Okay. GoDaddy. Let's double check that our changes are saved while we wait for this to deploy. So basically, you guys, what you could do now is you can go to the website, this website. You can sign up for free. You will get an email. That email will have NFT sales bot in the URL. So click the email. It will go to a failed URL. Then just replace the base. So let me show you how to do this. DM plus test at ryanckulp.com. Let's try to do this whole thing. Oh, I need to wait for this to run from scratch. Everyone can now sign up and get a free account, and maybe I'll let your accounts stay free for people who sign up in the next few minutes. Next couple days. I know only a few people are watching right now because it's like 5 in the morning. I didn't see the new chat. Sorry, everybody. They were scrolled the opposite way. Thorn. Do you usually do log streams like this? It's okay. This will be recorded, so you'll be able to rewatch the stream from scratch. Christian said 8 hours nonstop. How do you work this long? How often you work this long? You could update the URL that it redirects to. Right, we updated that. Okay. All right, cool. Let's check on our URL again. What's going on here? Why is our URL not resolving yet? This seems to think it's good to go. NFT sales bot.xyz. Okay. DNS. Make sure it's pointing to Cloudflare. Yeah, it is. Okay, great. Now we're getting closer. Salesbot.xyz points to this. At least it points to Heroku now. Refresh. If your certificate status is DNS verified, the process is not finished yet. Usually takes 45 to 60 minutes. Failing. Failing. We'll try to keep going for an hour. Okay. So we're just waiting on that. GoDaddy's good to go. Domain not up and running, but we can do it here. All right, so here we go. DM Ryan plus test. I'll call this free. ryanckulp.com. We didn't see an alert. I think this is a TurboLinks thing. So I'll have this thing change. Let me check my actual email, see if I got anything. Yep, I got a sign up. and I'm going to copy paste this URL from my iPad. Actually, I can show you guys, I think, my email now, because it's just flooded with recent emails from our app. So you're not, I just don't want to expose anyone who has emailed me something sensitive. Let's double check. Yeah, nothing sensitive. Okay, great. So here's my email. I just got this link. You guys can do this now too. You're going to get this. This link isn't working yet. Change this to salesboy.herokuapp.com. Now we're logged in. I've got a free account. I'm going to set up my actual account, an actual project. Lifetime, turn on all the features. Choose to pay once. It's going to try to charge me. See, we need to set this up to charge me $100. We haven't plugged that in yet. We can do that next. Blah, 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 blah. Ryan Kulp. Now I should be redirected to the dashboard. It will mark me as subscribed. And again, it's redirecting to this URL that isn't resolving yet. No problem. I just changed this URL itself. Go to the dashboard. Boom. Now I'm logged in. I should be able to create a bunch of bots, remember, because I have unlimited bots enabled. Boom. So I can create more bots now. So in other words, I have a free account. You guys can do this exact thing that I just did, and you can make a bunch of NFT sales bots. This sales volume, let's build that feature, and let's build the other feature we just talked about, which is, oh, not the other feature, but what we just talked about, the one-time pricing. So let's do the sales thing first. I think it's more fun. Rails C. Let's get our last sale. Let's go to our alert builder because we actually already calculate the sale amount. It takes a little bit of work. Price in ETH, price in ETH. So maybe what we want to do is make another data thing in this, that kind of sums that up for us. So maybe like every alert, maybe I should put the price inside the sale data section. Price is the only time we do price. Okay, that's the only calculation of price. Okay, so if we go to the OpenSea service where we're fetching those sales, it's kind of nice to just do this sale data. But let's also fetch out the price so that we have it handy. Okay, sale data, total price, price in ETH. Okay, and I'm gonna actually merge price in ETH as its own key. Price in ETH. And now I'm going to delete all those sales that we have. Sale.destroyAll. And refetch the sales with our bot.last. Okay. OpenSea.new, pass in that bot, o.fetch, and create sales. We want to pass in a time, remember? So like 600 minutes. Okay, now we created some sales. Now if I look at sales.last.data, .keys, we should have this custom key, price in ETH. Awesome, 3.99 ETH. So this is really great, because now we can use this in our dashboard. So pages, controller, dashboard. We didn't really currently have a way to do it. So let's say sales in ETH, current user dot sales, I don't know, dot, there's a way to do this, dot, rail or active record, sub attribute of all objects. We want to do a sum on everything. No. Sum. This is not going to work. Real sum some values of nested JSON attributes. Yeah, see, there's always going to be a way. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're going to do it ghetto. Amount equals 0. Sales dot each. Sale dot data dot dig amount in ETH. Whatever. There's a way to do this without this extra line of code. Sales in ETH, but okay. That's got the bots. Okay. Current user equals user.for equals you. Amount. Price in ETH, not amount in ETH. $22. There we go. And then we want to also just like round it to 2 decimals. We don't really care about. Okay, great. We can do that on the front end. Okay. On the front end dashboard, instead of this, we're going to actually insert it. And let's grab that OpenC cool thing, alert builder, that currency notation for ETH, the triple bars. Yeah. All right. And this is going to be sales in ETH. This is just MVP version of this. Let's run the server. We should see like 22 ETH or something like that here. Let's go to our dashboard. Oh, this is not our local host. The user we want to log in as is. We want to log in as DM, just the regular account. Great. Let's grab from our logs the login link right here. Oh, that's loading all the data. Duh. Cool. And let's actually make this a little cleaner. Let's put like total sales. Let's make a function in the user. So here we just say current user dot total sales, and then we move this over there. That way, anywhere else in the app we ever want to know the user's total sales, we don't have to do it twice. Just return amount. Sales in ETH. Great, and now we want to round that. Cool. Done. Now let's other thing we said we would do. Maybe we could be a little better with our get here. Get hygiene. Support for summing amount in ETH sales. And next we talked about the billing controller handling when it's not a subscription. So currently it's just subscription mode and the $5 product. But we want it to possibly be one-time payment and the Stripe product lifetime ID. Okay, so to handle that, we're going to look at this attribute, plan type, right? So we're going to say if add-on parameters data plan type equals monthly, else, okay, monthly, then we're going to give the monthly. Otherwise, we're going to give it Stripe product. I think I called it lifetime ID maybe. Let me check the password sheet. Yeah, Stripe product lifetime ID. Doesn't matter if you guys see that. Stripe product lifetime ID. Okay, and now this Stripe mode subscription, we have to figure this out. Stripe checkout, we need to go to the docs. Stripe checkout, we need to know what it looks like when we only do a one-time payment. Accept a payment. Mode payment, okay, so instead of mode subscription, mode payment. So we're going to put them both in here. Payment. All right. So now if they chose lifetime, it should customize those the amount they're paying. It shouldn't say that it's recurring. Everything should be fine. So let's create a new account. Make sure that works. Git commit it, deploy it to production, and then we'll have all the features working in this version 1. Okay. Let's make a new account, log out, kill some tabs, closing tabs. I'll call this lifetime, DM plus lifetime, Ryan C. Kulp. Okay, look at my logs. Oh, because I'm on the regular website. Let's go here, DM plus lifetime. Okay. Here's my URL. Logged in, Seoul Metro. We can also do another nice thing. So like after they create the bot, why not just go ahead and run the alerts, right? Let's give them that nice user experience. So I'm gonna do another one of these after create hooks and another to do for myself because I wanna put this in a background job. After create, I wanna go ahead and like fetch the sales and all that stuff. So if we look here, we want to fetch and create sales and create alerts, right? Run, you know, like manually, let's say manually fetch sales and create alerts. This is not a good method name or anything like that. Manually fetch sales. But at least it's descriptive. We know what's going to happen. Instead of bot, I'm going to pass in self because we're in the bot instance, the context of the bot right now. And then here, we actually, the problem is we don't have a background job yet, so we can't make the user wait for all this stuff to happen. So this is great, but it has to, we cannot turn it on until we have a background queue. So we can set up a background queue, but .sales.each do. So maybe we'll set up a background queue. A lot easier than it sounds. Copy pastes. All right, yeah, we cannot do this yet until, but I can run it now in here because we don't have a cron job running on localhost. So we're gonna make our bot like I talked about. Copy webhook URL, make my bot. Oh, it's running my command. Why? I need to restart the server for this to go in. Okay. Lifetime, let's check that lifetime tries to charge me one time 100 instead of a bunch of times. Recurring for 5. Uh-oh. This is still a mystery. I click and nothing happens. Let's try again. Huh. Okay. All right. $100. Not recurring. Did not say per month, right? Very good. should be redirected to our dashboard. And there's nothing in here, but we're going to have this command that manually does everything, right? So once they sign up, it's going to, basically during checkout or before they check out, OpenC self. Fetch and create sales. Oh, no exclamation mark. Because it's only checking for the last 10 minutes. So let's give them that nice aha moment by having the first fetch grab like more stuff, you know, for the last like few hours or whatever. Oh, there's no sales for, got it. There's no sales for Seoul Metro in the last 10 hours. That's fine. Let's make another bot. Let's rename this. Another one, RumbleKongs. We can do that one. Okay, same thing, bot.last. Great. It's creating some sales and alerts. We can check my Discord and see it. Yep, it just created 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sales. My dashboard has their sales, 6 alerts, 22 sales volume. Again, we could put way more stuff here. We probably need to put like ability to modify my account or my plan. We also need to re-add back that header, the contact button, I guess. We should have no matter what. Instead of else, just have it no matter what. Have it before logout. And if I'm logged out, they should also see contact. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, so maybe we add a queue. Add a queue. Gem file. Delayed job web. Delayed job active record. The only thing with the queue is that it's going to cost us another like $7 a month, but it's going to make things snappier and faster and safer and everything. Now, there's 2 things I just added. Delayed job active record is the only thing we actually need. This is going to be the queuing service. Delayed job web gives us a UI that we can actually look at jobs. And here we go. Delayed job. Access support. I do not want to deal with delayed job working with Rails 7 right now, so we're not going to add the queue yet. That's okay. If we got 10, 20, 30 users, I'd want to add the queue so we could do automatic retries. But right now on the live stream when Rails 7 just came out, I'm not going to add the queue. Let's see if this is working yet. It says it's working. NFT sales. Now, maybe I should have waited to submit my Heroku sales bot.xyz. Says it's working. Maybe my Chrome is just screwed up. Let's go incognito. I believe in you. Oh, Heroku says it's working. I'm gonna try my phone. Okay, my phone points to the server, which is a start. And there you go. There we go. Up and running at nftsalesbot.xyz. I'm already hating the spacing on here. So let's do a little bit of front end cleanup. let's go back to localhost. Go into Chrome console, switch it to a phone. Maybe the 678 iPhone looks okay. I just got the iPhone 13. It's not on here. Let's try the iPhone 10. Yeah, it's just a little jacked up. So let's see where all this space is coming from. Looks like basically the navigation is going to give us enough breathing room from the top and even below the navigation. So we don't need this extra breathing room here. PY8 and small PY12. Okay, let's get rid of those. PY8. Okay. And this is kind of weird, right? It's because it's a fixed width. Yeah, maybe on medium screens or above, it can be that wide. Otherwise, it needs to be smaller. Or on large screens and above. Okay, so yeah, let's fix that to W96. We're going to change it to MW96. Where's this guy? MD, rather. Medium and above. Okay. Go back to our phone. Okay, that's fine. Let's look at iPhone 8. All that's pretty good. This drop down is no bueno. I'm not getting anything from here. That's great. Not a priority. Okay. And let's see what happens when I try to log in. What does this flash look like? Okay, flash is good. And I also want to improve this email. So this email is jank, right? So here's my admin email. Okay, somebody just signed up. Here's the details they chose. We built that earlier. Here's your login link. This is just horrible, right? Coming from Ryan. So login mailer, subject line, NFT sales bot. Here's your login link. That's a little bit better. I don't know if I should do .xyz. Here's your login link. And really this is kind of like a welcome email, but we also have a welcome email. So I can just keep the login email simple. It doesn't care if they're a new user or old user. And let's make a welcome mailer. Welcome to NFT sales bot. Now, they'll only receive when they first sign up. So that mailer, user mailer. Hi there. Thanks for signing up to use the NFT sales bot. This was built. I don't care. This was built at the Build Sell 30 hackathon. This was built via live stream for the Build Sell 30 hackathon. And I'll even plug them. Why not? Let's link to them. Build. I wouldn't have done this if it weren't for them, so give credit where it's due. Is it buildsell30.com with the HTTPS? Yes. Build hackathon. Okay. If you need help, just reply to this email. Ryan, creator. I'll link to me too. Link to on Twitter. Okay. Now, when that user is created, magic login is here, right? Or else we create the user right here. And if we create the user, let's do user mailer dot welcome user dot deliver. Deliver user We can't deliver later. Magic login email. Okay. Okay, Rails C, user.last, your.email, user mailer.welcome you.deliver. Let's see what that looks like. Welcome to NFT Sales Bot. Hi there, thanks for signing up. It's built by a pre-built blah, blah, blah. This goes to the link. If you need help, reply to this email, Ryan Creator. Groovy. Let's go back to that and just add a nice little dash. Okay. Groovy. We have a welcome mailer. We have an admin mailer. We have working login without password. We fixed the dashboard. We also we fixed the URL. The URL apparently works now. At least on my phone it does. We fixed the ability to sign up monthly versus annually. Yeah, I don't know. This is definitely fine. It's just my browser. Let's see if we can clear the cache. Disable cache. Refresh the page. I feel good about this. It's okay. It works. And we just improved the styling a little bit. And you can all sign up for free right now if you want. I explain how to do it, which is swapping out the base URL if it doesn't propagate. Okay, we added support for a lifetime plan. We added a user welcome mailer. We improved the login mailer. Okay. Billing support for lifetime plan. Improve login mailer. Add welcome mailer. Okay, I think our MVP is done. I'm thinking of adding Zapier to this, and of course I need to add just a button that goes right back that goes right back to your Stripe manage account page. So if I were to look here, how I did in this other app, modify subscription. Just looks like this. Modify. Oh, hella easy. Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Billing controller. NFT sales bot. All right, this was all trash. We just borrowed from something else. Yeah. Billing. Oh, okay. This is the code you want to add. Modify subscription. Okay. Base URL. Let's go back to the dashboard if they modify it successfully. Except it's return URL. So return URL. Let's go to the dashboard and let's say updated is true. All right, now pages controller handles the dashboard. We're gonna add another quick if here. Updated equals true. I'm just gonna say your billing details were updated successfully. It's fine for now. Since it's a one-liner, I'm just gonna do it like that. And make it a little bit cleaner. Set flashes, I don't know. Only dashboard. Move these here. Okay. Cleaner and modify subscription. We need a button that's going to go to this. Modify, you know, update, whatever. Modify, they sound the same, right? edit subscription, edit. This should really be called create, but if I call it create, I have to change multiple things, so we're not going to do that right now. Edit, and this is going to go to the building portal, which should have really every detail about them. So let's see what happens here. Pages, maybe just header. In that navigation, we can basically have a thing that says subscription, like plan, right? And this can go to our new path. Get, we'll call it, yeah, edit, modify, update, all suck. They all really suck. Edit, whatever. Billing edit. 2, billing controller, edit action. As edit billing, whatever. YOLO, edit billing path. Okay. All right. Bin dev, we're already running locally. Let's get logged in as someone with a plan. I think really all these people have plans. Let's grab our URL. There's a C at the end. Okay, subscription. Can't create a portal session until you save your customer portal in test mode. Oh, interesting. Okay, we have to create something in the UI. With Stripe Checkout, you can set some things in the UI of Stripe, or you can use what are known as options, parameters like this to so like I could add allow promotion codes true into the URL, like here, allow promotion codes true, or you can do it from here. So let's see. We need to, update, provide, allow customers to cancel, allow customers to pause and resume, switch to pricing plans, allow them to update subscription quantities. Yeah, fine. We just did a bunch of stuff. When updating subscriptions, they can update to that. Customers can add more subscriptions. Terms of service. NFT sales bot XYZ/terms. This is where they get you. Okay, we need terms and privacy. That's fine. Anything good there? Okay, let's try this again. Billing/edit. Unsafe redirect. Please allow other host true. We tried this earlier. We had this problem earlier. Oops, no, up here. We'll see if that fixes it. Boom. Great. So now we're modifying our plan. So you can see I actually have a couple subscriptions because we kept visiting. So I can cancel a subscription. And this is great. So if someone paid one time, that's right. If they paid one time, they've already paid. There's nothing to cancel. If they're on a subscription, they can go to this page and upgrade to like the $5 plan or whatever, or cancel their $5 plan. Now back to this, updated true. Great, updated true. So I think we're good. We now have full ability to modify your account, create multiple bots if you paid for that. We're manually going to charge people the extra add-ons if they need the extra add-ons. They can, there's a subscription, they can log in, they can log out. Okay, so now what did we just add? We added support for modifying, upgrading monthly plan. Let's go back to the YouTube. Sorry, I haven't been checking comments. Live URL's up. Okay, great. Thanks, Ozzel. You'll be able to watch the whole stream forever. I'll have this recorded and available on YouTube. Yeah, it's still being weird for me. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I got a real URL. Let's try to sign up with like one of my other emails. Okay. I think the email went through, but our flash alerts are not showing in production, but they are showing in local dev mode. So that's weird. Just gonna check my other email. And then I think we're maybe ready to wrap up this stream. Took longer than I expected. If you noticed earlier, the actual service we're providing was very simple to build. But all the other stuff surrounding it, kind of annoying. Let's check my email on my iPad. Welcome to the sales bot. Here's your login link. Okay, cool. Copy that link. Try to visit it here. This should log me in. Yeah. When I copied the link, it visited the link. So I wasn't able to, you're not able to use a link more than once. So I'm actually gonna try to log in again. So what that did, right, is it actually signed me up. Link was invalid. Yes. Let's request a new login link. Here's my new login link. Here we go. All right, I've created an account. Sol Metro. And there we go. Let's see what's up now. Checking the live logs. Once we have a single walkthrough of the app, the happy path, sign up from scratch, create our bot, subscribe, I'll end the stream, but I want everyone to see that this works. Missing exact template. New is missing a template. Missing magic logins new. Why is it trying to go to that at all? I don't know why it's trying to go to that at all. Okay. Bots.new. Do I have the bot saved? Oh, okay. Why is it trying to go to magic links? Invalid authenticity token. Didn't match. Ah, the request base URL is HTTP. HTTP. Oh, somewhere in my code I put that HTTP is okay. Let's fix that. Exact your. Okay, so somehow I'm on HTTPS. It's sending the request from HTTP. Why? Good times. Maybe I shouldn't have done this Rails 7. There's so many little things that are weird. It's a dev prod parity issue. It's okay. Forger origin check. Yeah. Full mode. Ah, Cloudflare SSL. Ah, could be my Cloudflare setup. Turn Cloudflare SSL to full mode. Make sure you have working SSL. Aha. I think this sounds familiar to, I think I've maybe experienced this before. If you notice, we've probably spent, let's see, how long have we been doing this stream? We're going on almost 9 hours now. And we've spent at least an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, fixing dev prod parity. So just getting full. Let's switch to full and see if that fixes it. Full. Look at that. Now we have a bot. Now we suddenly have a bot. We just fixed it. Okay. Let's enable all the things. Let's do the lifetime plan. One click, fixed it. No code. Okay. Charge me 100 fake dollars. But yeah, this is one reason why it can be good to deploy, they say, early and often, because you don't know which change that works locally will suddenly explode when you deploy it on production. So if you build for 30 hours and then deploy on production, you could run into problem after problem after problem. And you're not going to know it. You're not going to know which one is the real problem. Now here, this is weird. What if we say this? What if instead of name, click to edit, we give bots a default name? Let's search for wherever it is that we create a bot. Bots.create. Let's give them a default name that's like click me, right? And then that will fix our front end problem. Bots.create. Bot parameters.merge name click me. So if I were to right now go into our server, our Heroku production server, I'm going to rename this bot. b.name equals click me. Okay. Now cool. But our inline edit isn't working. Okay. So our final step is to add that best in place JS. Kind of ridiculous. It's kind of overkill. But we'll do it anyway. We'll add it to this page. Page bots index, and then we'll be done. Sheesh. And I'm even gonna move the file completely. Bots. We can put it in shared actually, so anybody can use it. Best in place. HTML ERB. And then I'm gonna put a script tag, and then I'm gonna put all the code. And then here, I'm gonna first render that. Partial. Shared. Best in place. And then below that, we'll have this script tag. And that should handle that. And now on this thing, since we just improved the UX, I'm going to change this. I'm not going to say name, click to edit, just name. Cool. And since we're renaming it, or like click me to edit. Oh, my computer froze. Okay. Click me to edit. Load best in place inline. So we're just not figuring out, we're not going to figure out right now the Rails 7 way of handling these JavaScript includes. We had it set up the way it would work on Rails 6 and all that other stuff, but Rails 7 is going to give us problems. We just want to finish this. DM new. Alright, so Kulp doesn't matter, because I'm just using the URL in the logs. And now let's log in. I have time. Take me to my leader. Yeah, this is strange. This keeps happening, but it didn't happen on production. It only happened locally. So what I could do is, if the button fails, have it just trigger a page reload. Because a hard reload seems to do the trick. All right. 44.2. Okay, let's go to my dashboard. Let's go to my bots. Let's have this working click to edit. Yes, everything's working click to edit. I can edit the thing itself. So metros. Great. I should be able to add extra bots because I quote unquote paid for that. This should not go to choose a plan. So bots controller. When they edit a bot, yeah, they create a bot, new path. When they update a bot, anytime they create a path, it goes to new billing. I see. We don't always want to do that. So if current user dot paying customer, else if they're not a paying customer, go to the new billing. Otherwise, redirect back to maybe bots path, and we'll just do this. Bots path, bot created successfully. There we go. So that was a nice little exception path we found. So let's go to make a new bot again. Let's actually go to my bots. Let's destroy RumbleKong League. Let's remake RumbleKong League. RumbleKong League. Boom. Now we're back to my bots. Dashboard. Nothing's happened yet, but we could run our server bot.rb. Bot.where created at 5 minutes ago to now. Each of those bots. See if that pulls in anything. And there we go. We just started pulling in some alerts and sales. So that's the kind of first time user experience we want to have. For now, because we don't have a queue, we'll just, they'll be all cut up in 10 minutes. So the scheduler, the cron jobs run every 10 minutes. It's going to make alerts. It's going to grab their sales. So that's fine. And it's only going to do it to subscribed customers. So maybe this is better anyway. We don't want to give them free alerts before they've subscribed. That would be kind of the hack for them. And then they can edit their plan. Fantastic. So I paid, right? I paid for unlimited, so I don't have to do anything. But if I want, I can be dumb and I can add a monthly plan. But I'm all good to go. So this is good that this worked even though I don't have a subscription to edit. It didn't give us any errors. Okay, we're done. We're done with V1 anyway. This is handle second plus time bot creation when user is already a customer, is already paying. What's the time? Time is 8 hours, 58 minutes, 27 seconds. We're deploying now. Let's close some tabs. Very exciting. A lot of little things, right? So NFT sales bot, right? I can go in here and NFT sales bot and see wherever that's set up that way. Okay, NFT, NFT sales bot. This is actually good for us, right? We want SEO. So send OpenSea sales notifications in Discord, something like that. That's what it does right now. We can also add title, description, open graph images and everything to like the home page. We can do all that. Also call this begin SEO. Looks like it deploys to Heroku pretty quickly though, which is awesome. So it's starting to build now. And that's because we're not using official separate front end. Okay, so now I'm logged in, production. Here we go. There's that Soul Metro. In production, we now have live edit, RumbleKong. Within 10 minutes, this cron job will run that we've set up here on Heroku Scheduler. The cron job will run, and it will produce sales and alerts, and then this will be populated. Contact, just gonna go to me for now. And I can even run these right now. So let's try right now manually. I'm gonna, from here, Heroku run rake, fetch sales. I'll let this command finish running. Heroku run rake, fetch sales. You can see it's gonna run again on the 20 mark. It's currently the 13 p.m. mark. So I'm just gonna run this manually. And then Heroku run rake, create alerts. Oh, Heroku run Rails rake. Forgot the syntax. Fetch and create sales with an exclamation mark. I'm doing it with an exclamation mark, and there's no exclamation mark. We just fixed a bug. All right. Syntax. One more deploy. See, testing's good. Now, proper testing would mean we write actual tests in these files, which I usually do for many tests, but writing tests on a live stream, not so fun. And I don't think it's that helpful, because the first thing you're trying to do is build apps, then you make your apps better, then you write tests. So I think mostly the people who watch these videos of mine are getting started in coding. If we write tests, you're gonna not like coding anymore. So testing is a totally different topic. I have another live stream where I did a FOMO integration, FOMO.com integration, and in that video I write tests. I think I probably spent half of the video writing tests. So you can check that out. But here what we did was we kind of just stress tested all the happy and not so happy paths by literally doing click testing ourselves. Let's refresh the home page. Refresh. Hopefully this has NFT, space sales bot and has great. Now it can rank on Google better. Let's rerun our rake task. Heroku run rake. Fetch sales. Let's see. Check the YouTube comments because I'm signing off soon. Okay. If there's any comments, let me know because we're about to wrap up here. For nil. Okay, everything's working, but we're going to make this fail silently in the case that there are no sales. B equals. Open seed. B. Fetch sales. Make this fail silently. What was the problem? Return unless sales. Fetch sales, save sales, great. Okay, good to go. Any chats? I know everyone's still kind of sleeping, so this will get the views later, and I won't be here live, but oh well. Git commit silently fail. No sales. Fetch sales, rake fetch sales, rake create alerts. Okay, now let's lastly create a couple alerts from production. And we really know. Heroku, rake create alerts. User.subscribed. Who are these users? Me? Okay, cool. Each for now. Let's see. 33. Ah. Okay. I see. Subscribed. Bot.all map. OpenSea slug. This is what's happening. If you plug in a literal slug that doesn't exist, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. Begin rescue. Puts bot fetch failed. Bot dot slug ID. There we go. Begin rescue block allows us to there we go. Okay, fantastic. Okay, now let's try again with 600 minutes back. What you cannot do is have a cron job that fails and ruins other users from getting their stuff. There we go. Now we've got some sales created. Okay, fantastic. And we're going to add the same kind of thing here. We can even add an admin mailer, but I don't want to bore you guys anymore. We already made an admin mailer before, if you recall. Admin mailer here. New signups. When we need to do something, like check that we need to charge them more or whatever. We could also have like error alert details. Let's email ourselves when there's an error. Subject error. NFT sales bot error, and the body can just be whatever that text is. So if this fails, sales bot admin mailer dot alert admin mailer dot error. You can pass in bot alert create failed bot.id. Okay, let's copy paste that. Alert.com. All right, we've got some sales showing up, and in our Discord we have some more sales. Yeah. Okay, fantastic. All right, I think that's it. Built our MVP. Not the prettiest thing, but this is the Build Sell 30 hackathon. This is the Build Sell 30 hackathon, so this is kind of the spirit, I think. Begin, rescue, end. 1 end, 2 end, 3 end, 4 end. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 ends. Great. Admin mailer. Better crons. All right, thank you everybody for watching. That's deploying now. We are all deployed. We are done writing code for now. And sorry, Brian, I looked what kind of didn't look at Twitter. And let's see. We've got the Google Doc in the live stream, so everyone can see this spec. We've got that up and running. And then I'll put a link. I guess, in the YouTube account, in the YouTube channel for the site itself. What we're building. Maybe I'll just put it all here. Update live at NFT sales bot. Okay. Movie. Admin, know my revenue. We don't care about that. Top users, we can figure that out later. Wireframes, data model. Okay, cool. We're building. And then sales bot, might as well add this to the description as well. I'll make a thumbnail and stuff like that. But I think that's it. We're deployed. We're live. It's working. You can sign up for free. I'll let people sign up for free for maybe another day or so, and then I'll add production Stripe keys. So that will require actual money. But we did check it all, and it's working fine, and people can cancel and pay monthly, pay forever. So I'll just activate this account. I'll plug in my business ID information, and then payments will be live. So I'll give you guys a day. If you watch this and you want to sign up for free, make an account, go for it. And I'll begin tweeting and supporting everybody else in the Build Sell 30 hackathon. I think there's like 3 people watching now, so not much to do if I stick around. But I hope this was useful. I definitely ran into some snags. I will probably go back through the video and make personal notes of how I could do better next time. If you liked this kind of content, I do have 3 or 4 other live streams where I build apps completely from scratch. And I think some of those other apps are actually a little more interesting. This app was just like fetching from an API and we're done. So this app, we spent a lot more time wrestling with front end, wrestling with Rails 7, wrestling with deploying to Heroku because Rails 7 at the time of this video is new. So there's a few considerations. I'm already thinking how I could do better. But I wanted to demonstrate that you can make an app that works, that makes money, that's live on a domain, that solves a problem, that has a purpose. You can do all of that in really half of a day, right? I did this in 9 hours. If I wasn't talking through it, maybe I could do it in 6 or 7 hours. If I was a little more focused. If I, worked with someone else to do the wireframes like yesterday, then I could have built the app in 5 hours. So anytime I hear people talk about their app idea and they spend weeks and months agonizing over how to get the first version out, it's like you're spending more time complaining. I don't want to say complaining, but you're spending more time thinking about the problem than solving the problem. Here, this is a real problem. Many people every day are looking for NFT sales bots. It's not the most complicated app. It's very simple. But the few solutions that are out there that I found when I was looking for a sales bot cost like 1 ETH each, or you had to wait and they would set it up for you manually. So I wanted a sort of self-service setup. So over time, I'll add more integrations than Discord. I'll add more platforms than just OpenSea. I'll add more embeddable design types for your notifications to come into your chat channel. There's all kinds of improvements we can make, but now that we have the basics done, I could even have another developer get in here and maybe split revenue with him, and he could keep building features for me. And all I had to do is dedicate 9 hours and 15 minutes of my Saturday, which is really not a big deal because I have no friends. So hope this was helpful, everybody. Join us on Twitter, #BuildSell30. Participate. We're building an app and trying to get customers and sell it within 30 days. Have a very good New Year. 2022, January 1st. Ryan out.